Stick with me. Chen Xiao was just a completely average guy who actually died in the apocalypse, but the heavens just gave him an epic second chance. Now reborn! Chen Xiao goes absolutely crazy borrowing cash everywhere, gathering crazy funds to build his very own empire. What is the exact date right now? It is March 2nd, 2030. He is currently standing right inside the Duong Fam Management LLC office building. That name sounds pretty fancy, but honestly, it is literally just a loan shark den. Running this whole company is Truong Duong, the ruthless underworld boss of Lokthan's Dai Hai gang. Kid, do you even know what borrowing 5 million actually means? My interest rates are definitely no joke. Truong Duong asks, puffing hard on his cigarette. Sitting right across from him, Chen Xiao pretends to shake like a total leaf. I completely know. Boss Truong, as long as you lend me this cash, you can honestly charge whatever crazy interest you want. Truong Duong immediately agrees, locking the total interest at 40%. He drops 5 million for Chen Xiao now, and in 6 months, the kid owes him 7 million. First things first, he needs to write a 7 million IOU due in 6 months, plus matching collateral. Chen Xiao is totally prepared for this exact moment, smoothly pulling out his housing deed. Truong Duong checks it out. His eyes clearly light up with greed, but his voice sounds full of harsh complaints. Yeah, this house is pretty old. Right now, it is only worth about 300,000 to 400,000. Chen Xiao, you cannot borrow 5 million with just this old place. Looks like this deal is just not going to happen. Actually, Chen Xiao's apartment is huge, well over 140 square meters. Now, watch closely here. Handing it over to a loan shark makes Truong Duong absolutely certain that this kid is just a complete idiot. But hearing those words about the deal falling through, Chen Xiao dives right back into his pathetic character. He starts begging frantically and desperately. Please, do not do this. Boss Truong, help me! 4 million is totally fine. A master fortune teller told me I am super lucky right now. I will multiply it and pay you back. Seeing this young guy already acting like a massive, desperate gambling addict, Truong Duong secretly despises him inside, now completely convinced that he just caught himself a massive, fat sheep. Then he lowballs him to the absolute limit, claiming he can only lend 3.5 million maximum, or else he takes a huge loss. You saw that, right? Chen Xiao actually looks absolutely thrilled and instantly nods. Perfect. Thank you, Boss Truong. I will definitely pay you soon. Well, if you say so, then in 3 months you owe me 4.9 million. If you lack the cash, I am taking the house. If we have 0 issues, just write the IOU, and I will release the funds within 3 days. Not a problem at all, Chen Xiao replies, but I have one condition. Hearing a desperate debtor try to negotiate terms, Truong Duong's eyes light right up, suddenly looking incredibly interested in this. Exactly 10 minutes later, Chen Xiao finally steps out of that loan shark center. The cash hits his account instantly. Truong Duong thought he just scammed a sucker, but Chen Xiao is actually the real predator here. Now, a totally cunning and wicked smile finally appears on his young face. After all, the actual apocalypse is dropping in exactly 1 month, so trust me, nobody is breaking their back to pay off this trash loan. Last lifetime, terrifying disaster struck the Earth, violently changing the entire blue planet's ecosystem forever. Massive solar radiation pushed the global average temperature up to an absolutely insane 50 degrees Celsius everywhere. Humanity was dragged right straight into the apocalyptic era, enduring a brutal, mind-melting heatwave lasting for 30 straight days. While Chen Xiao was just thinking about all the... Let's dive right into this crazy regression story. Right now, Zhang Yang is gripping that loan contract tight. He is laughing so hard his jaw hurts. Accepting crazy high interest just for fast cash? He thinks this gambling addict has garbage for brains. One of his lackeys speaks up. Boss, that kid's house is worth over 4 million. But we squeezed the value down to 3.5. He agreed way too easily. Could this whole thing actually be a massive scam? The lackey sounds extremely suspicious about it, but Zhang Yang is completely confident. He feels he has dealt with countless desperate gambling addicts before. For quick cash, they would gladly sell their own families, let alone just a house. Because of that, he is absolutely certain Chen Xiao is exactly the same. Zhang Yang is so purely evil, he even orders his men to rig the casino games, making him lose everything until there is no way back, taking the house, then harvesting his organs to sell. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao is walking back home, happily staring down at his massive bank account balance. The more he looks, the funnier it gets. You idiots, I just borrowed from every single loan shark in town in 1 day. The loan sharks of Luo City? You really think I care about your high interest rates? Once the money hits my hands, do not even dream of getting it back. Now watch closely. Let us talk about the absolute disaster from his past life. The earth completely dried up. Plants died, mutated monsters roamed, and society totally collapsed. Basic supplies became incredibly scarce. People turned into absolute savages, doing whatever it took for mere survival items. And whoever controlled the supplies, they basically held unmatched power and wealth in their bare hands. It did not matter if you were a billionaire with mountains of cash or a famous superstar. Everyone had to drop to their knees and beg just for a single sausage or a cup of water. If not, you could only wander the broken streets and wait for the Grim Reaper to take you. But Chen Xiao regressed back in time. He has exactly 1 month before the apocalyptic disaster strikes again. That is exactly why he went crazy borrowing from loan sharks, stockpiling everything he possibly could. The more he thinks about his genius plan, the smugger he gets. Suddenly, he spots a noisy street stall. He wondered what it was. Turns out, it is the famous Snow Assassin ice cream brand. Legend has it, this specific dessert is way more expensive than actual luxury designer goods. Staring at it makes Chen Xiao furious. In his past life, he was too painfully cheap to buy anything. You feel that anger, right? He actually bought this expensive stuff for his toxic ex, Lu Wanqing. Thinking back on it now, feeding such a premium high-end treat to someone like her was a bigger waste than feeding stray dogs. No, just thinking about it hurts his pride. I definitely need to enjoy life a bit too right now, Chen Xiao thinks. Then he storms straight toward the ice cream stall and loudly declares, "Hello there! Please give me 10 portions of every single flavor you have right now, thanks." 2 girls were already waiting in the line at the stall. They are completely stunned by Chen Xiao's crazy order, and the stall worker is no exception. Because the price of this dessert is insanely high, and no matter how you look at him, he seems totally broke. "Sir, are you actually being serious right now?" she asks him. "Our store only sells top-tier premium ice cream. If you take 10 portions of each flavor, the total will be over 20,000 yuan. Are you absolutely sure?" Before Chen Xiao can even reply, some random nosy girl walking by decides to stick her nose right into his business. She answers for him with a sneer. "This guy? He looks completely dirt poor. If he can actually afford this, I will drop down and kneel. I will kneel to him right in front of everyone." Chen Xiao literally does not even know her. But hey, if she actively wants to kneel that badly, he really does not mind slapping her with cash. Time to humiliate her. He turns and asks, "Hey beauty, is what you just said actually true?" "What? You think you actually have the cash to make me kneel? What social class are you to come here pretending to act all tough?" She arrogantly spits back. "Trust me, you and I are about to watch him humble this brainless idiot." "Alright, stick with me here." He gave her a clear way out, she refused, so now she is hitting the floor. Honestly, not even divine intervention could stop him now, so Tran Hu stands right in front of the staff and loudly places his order one more time. "Please pack every single ice cream in individual portions. I am taking absolutely everything." He literally shoves his phone right in their face. The screen flashes his bank balance over 20 million yuan, just a pure flex. The ice cream shop worker probably spent their whole life never seeing this much cash, so they completely freak out. They frantically run to call the boss out immediately. A guy named Fai Kai steps out, proudly claiming he is the store manager in charge of this place. Tran Hu firmly repeats his crazy demand again. "Manager Fai, calculate the total for every single ice cream in your store. You guys do not need to stay open today." "Understood, young Master Tran. Just give me a moment." Fai Kai nods like crazy, grabs his tablet, and starts doing the math. Needless to say, the guy is practically crying tears of joy. Because one casual sentence from Tran Hu just covered his entire sales quota for the whole month. These ice creams are crazy expensive. Outsiders might think they make an absolute fortune, but honestly only a few people actually buy them daily. Most people just show up to window shop, but Tran Hu wants to buy the lot. The total value of today's display is 70,000 yuan, but if you include everything sitting back in their warehouse, it easily spikes up to over 1 million yuan. Hearing the final quote, Tran Hu thinks it is not that bad. Now watch this. He clears their warehouse so when the scorching apocalypse hits, he will be chilling at home eating ice cream. "Manager Fai, I will transfer 30,000 as an upfront deposit right now. Send your entire ice cream inventory to this exact address a bit later." Tran Hu tells the manager, then smoothly turns his attention to the girls swarming around him right now. "Listen up, ladies. Grab whatever ice cream you want today. Pick freely. It is all on me." With just one simple sentence, Tran Hu instantly became their absolute savior in a matter of seconds. Of course, the ladies he invited definitely did not include that one annoying girl who loved sticking her nose into other people's business. The second he turns toward her, his expression goes completely ice cold. "I am still waiting for you to drop down and kowtow." That girl starts panicking so hard, Terrified, she just deeply offended some major young master. Ultimately, she breaks down crying, dropping straight to her knees to miserably kowtow to him. If you knew this would happen, why even act so cocky? Tran Hu mutters, casually grabbing a few ice creams before walking off. This is his first time trying this luxury brand's flavor, and honestly, the feeling is absolutely out of this world. I know what you are thinking. Superpowers? Oh yeah. While eating, he checks his spatial ability. This is Heaven's second massive gift to him right alongside his rebirth. It is an infinite storage space that can freeze any items placed inside perfectly in their current state forever. So even normal ice cream will never ever melt inside. After finishing his treat, Tran Hu tosses the remaining bags straight into his infinite dimensional space. To think even my own power regressed with me, he quietly mutters. Usually, these kinds of powers only started awakening one by one right after the deadly apocalypse actually hit. He doesn't know why, but this will definitely be his biggest trump card later on. Tran Hu starts planning his next moves, building a safe house, cold storage, and weapons, plus hoarding energy reserves. He literally has a whole mountain of tasks. Right as he thinks this, his phone starts ringing. But seeing the caller ID, his face instantly goes pitch black. The screen flashes the name he despises more than anything else. Lu Van Than. It is actually her. Talk about insanely bad luck. You and I both know she acted like a savior after his parents died, but what happens next? Let us dive in. Back then, our guy was dumb enough to think she was his angel. But reality check Van Than only had her eyes on the small inheritance his dead parents left. Acting exactly like a bottomless pit, this girl ruthlessly drained every last cent of Tran Hu's hard-earned savings. To top it off, Van Than even tried manipulating him into selling his precious ancestral home, all just to buy her a super luxurious high-rise apartment right in the downtown area. But here is the kicker. This woman was not just a greedy gold digger. Her heart was pure evil. When the actual apocalypse finally dropped, Tran Hu completely risked his own life just to protect her. And how did Van Than repay him? She brutally sold him out just to cling to a much stronger man's shoulder, just like a cheap piece of merchandise. Young master, he is exactly the guy I told you about. Were you not looking for some special materials? This guy absolutely perfectly matches all of your sick requirements. Tran Hu still clearly remembers those exact sickening words Van Than said to that random boss about him, all while he was pinned hard to the floor by the guy's goons, feeling absolutely humiliated. Now watch this part closely. Thanks to Lu Van Than pushing him, he died. He could not even keep his own dead body intact. After his epic regression, Tran Hu was super busy leveling up and actually forgot about this toxic girl. But since this incredibly vicious woman just threw herself right back into his life, shouldn't he finally settle this massive debt for good? Right at this moment, Van Than is chilling inside a fancy luxury hotel. She just finished showering, looking totally messy but extremely seductive. The second Tran Hu picked up to ask what was going on, Van Than immediately started using her whiny, fake, cute voice. I went out with some friends today and accidentally lost that beautiful gold necklace that I absolutely adored. I am completely heartbroken right now. What should I do? What else can you do? Obviously, I have to buy my precious baby another brand new one. Wait, no, one is not enough. I will buy 10 for you to swap out. Tran Hu replied, his face barely hiding a totally sinister dark smile. Van Than thought she completely misheard him, immediately asking him to repeat it. Are you being serious? Since when did you become so insanely generous anyway? Well, recently I got super lucky investing in cryptocurrency and made a nice little profit. Since I made money, obviously I need to spend it all on my baby. Tran Hu just casually threw out a complete bullshit excuse. I know what you are thinking. Lu Van Than was definitely not feeling reassured. Cryptocurrency? Tran Hu, please tell me you are not caught up in some crazy scam, right? That stuff is dangerous. Whether it is a scam or not, you will see right away if I make bank on this very next round. Playing small is boring. This time I am going huge. I plan to borrow way more capital to invest a ton. But this big loan requires a legal guarantor, baby, so you have to help me. Once it is totally done, I will literally pay you 5% of the loan as your reward. Van Than was incredibly vain, especially staring right into the sweet, shiny trap Tran Hu just set up. She took the bait easily, but while she hesitated, another random man's voice echoed loudly in the hotel room, sounding super old and cranky. Why are you dragging this out, taking so long in there? Darling, I am coming right out. Just wait for me a bit. Van Than shoved down her absolute disgust and gently coaxed him. Yeah, even though she was dating Tran Hu and constantly bleeding his wallet dry, she still actively sold herself just to make some extra dirty cash. Obviously, Van Than really hated this side hustle, just the thought of serving that creepy old guy all night. Only scoring 5,000, whereas signing one single paper for Tran Hu instantly gets her 50,000. So you and I can clearly see the huge difference. Van Than always thought Tran Hu was naturally just a massive coward. Alright, stick with me here, he knows she wouldn't dare try to trick him now. With a click, the phone call between them cuts off. A sinister smile flashes across Tran Hu's eyes as he thinks, "Lu Van Tan, I will be waiting." Putting that woman aside for a second, it is finally time to start building his ultimate doomsday fortress. Tran Hu quickly tracks down a top-tier construction team. He demands they turn this entire place into an absolute ironclad stronghold in exactly 1 month. For every single window, he demands multi-layered bulletproof glass, fully equipped with hidden anti-theft security netting. The walls must be reinforced into 3-meter-thick bulletproof barriers, guaranteed to easily survive a massive magnitude 8 earthquake or worse. The entire roof area has to be covered in high-tech solar panels, plus an independent power generation system so the electricity never goes out. They need an advanced air purification setup to completely block any toxic outside gases from entering the bunker. Add a fully autonomous ecosystem to the list, including a 72-hour backup oxygen supply and a top-of-the-line heavy-duty water recycling unit. Equip heavy blast-proof doors and a biometric access control system to keep unwanted guests far away. Add dual-layer mechanical locks too. Basically, within 30 days, they must totally transform this old property into an impact-resistant safe house packed with the most advanced life support tech on the market. The project manager stands there silently after hearing all of Tran Hu's absolutely insane requests. Watch this reaction. He instantly concludes that this kid is suffering from heavy doomsday delusions, thinking he just watched way too many crazy sci-fi movies about the apocalypse. Seeing the guy's jaw completely drop to the floor, Tran Hu cannot help but call him out. "What is wrong? Can you not pull it off? I remember your resume clearly stating you are supposed to be an absolute defense master. You claimed you designed bunkers for the top billionaires." "Ah, well, regarding this specific project, Mr. Tran, your needs are incredibly special and high-end. It is just that the budget seems a bit..." The contractor replies awkwardly, while secretly thinking to himself in the background. Just another spoiled rich kid completely brainwashed by doomsday theories, literally burning his cash for absolutely nothing. Tran Hu instantly shoves his bank balance in the guy's face, generously announcing a massive 1 million upfront deposit. He says the contractor can name his price for the rest. This completely reckless spending behavior shocks the manager to his absolute core. He really thinks he met a stupid rich guy. "I can probably achieve total financial freedom after this single deal," the guy greedily thinks. You and I both know who the real target is here. He thinks he's playing Tran Hu, but it's totally reversed. Because he is throwing around insane cash, Tran Hu naturally demands the absolute highest quality materials. The construction must be flawless, strictly inspected, and pass every single premium safety standard. If that is the case, then I do not have any more concerns at all. Mr. Tran, just leave it to me. I guarantee I will build you a house as solid as a golden fortress. The two of them amicably shake hands on it. But honestly, both have their own hidden agendas. That manager just wants to completely drain every single penny from Tran Hu's pockets. And our main character obviously sees right through the guy's greedy mindset. Thing is, the apocalypse starts exactly when construction ends. So if this guy tries collecting his final payment later, that is simply not happening. The bunker situation is officially checked off the list. Next up is medical supplies. Food and daily necessities are super easy to stockpile right now, but heavy weapons? Totally different story. In a doomsday scenario, the absolute most dangerous threat is never the natural disasters. It is humanity losing all sense of order. Basic melee weapons can easily be picked up at any random hardware store down the street. But the serious firearms needed to land a lethal strike? Those are incredibly hard to track down. This specific problem gives Tran Hu a massive headache. That's where we leave it. He finally found a discreet weapon dealer, and things are about to get wild. The top-tier seller sent over a private address, setting up a meetup for 8 o'clock tonight. So when night falls, Tran Hu heads straight to the exact location. Now, you and I are probably thinking the same thing, buying illegal weapons in a crowded public spot? Highly suspicious. Suddenly, pure chaos erupts from the alleyway right ahead as a group of aggressive-looking guys violently chase down a single girl. Before Tran Hu can even process what is happening, she sprints right toward him. She hides directly behind his back, desperately begging him to step in and save her. The thugs keep screaming threats at her. "Go ahead and run, you stupid little brat. Scamming people on my turf? Do you have a death wish?" Normally, Tran Hu refuses to get involved in random drama that doesn't concern him. But taking a closer look, he realizes this terrified girl is actually Li Nu Nu, She was the ultimate high school goddess, the unreachable crush that literally every single guy admired from afar. At the end of the day, they are acquaintances, but how did she end up in this absolute mess? By then, the thugs violently grab her, roughly yanking Nunu by the hair while shouting more vicious threats. Hand over the cash right now, or you are never leaving. Boss, why waste breath on her? If she cannot pay up, just make her pay us back with her body instead. You and I both know seeing his former goddess get trampled by trash like this? Yeah, Tran Hu absolutely cannot ignore it. Let her go! He yells with absolute pure steel. His fierce attitude instantly pisses off the gang. Damn it, where the hell did you even come from, you little punk? Trying to play hero in front of me? Fine, I will destroy you first. The guy they call the boss steps up, being the very first to swing a heavy punch at Tran Hu. However, facing down this totally aggressive and brutal attack, he doesn't flinch or show fear. Instead, he calmly launches a fast counterattack. Tran Hu moves as fast as lightning, easily dodging the enemy's heavy incoming punch. Then he grabs the guy's wrist and brutally snaps it. Next, he slams him straight into the ground, completely horrifying every single thug watching the scene unfold. At the exact moment he takes down his enemy, Tran Hu sees a glowing status window suddenly pop up ahead. Right on the screen it reads, "Strong negative emotions detected. Fear plus intense pain plus pure rage. The negative emotion harvesting system is now successfully activated for him." He cracks his own wrists, actually looking quite surprised. Let that sink in for a second. In his past life, he never unlocked a system, but after reincarnating, boom. But the immediate problem is not the system, it is the fact that his epic takedown just absolutely infuriated the rest of the gang. By now, these scumbags are already starting to tear Nunu's clothes. Tran Hu, please save me. Her voice rings out in pure agony. But before Tran Hu can even strike, a random flying brick suddenly launches straight out of absolutely nowhere. The massive force hits squarely in the face of the scumbag holding Nunu. She immediately takes that perfect chance to break free. Meanwhile, the remaining thugs have zero time to react, as yet another total wildcard crashes directly into the ongoing scene. Wow, a bunch of huge guys bullying one single girl? Do you losers not feel even slightly embarrassed? The owner of that flying brick lands right next to Tran Hu and the trembling Nunu. While his identity is unknown, this guy clearly gives zero absolute damns about anyone standing in his way. Seeing this, the gang pulls out all their weapons, fully preparing to fight them to the bitter end. Tran Hu and the mysterious guy are reluctantly dragged right into an all-out, massive, chaotic street brawl. However, since both of these guys possess incredible combat skills, they dominate the entire battlefield in record time. The thugs get beaten completely black and blue, and just moments later, the winner is absolutely, definitively decided. Get lost! Tran Hu glares at them, and honestly, you and I are just getting started. Stick with me here. The system just pinged him, absorbing all their fear, panic, pain, despair, and total humiliation. His negative emotion points just crossed a major milestone, hitting the 10-point mark, so Tran Hu instantly unlocks an epic spatial expansion upgrade. The more negative vibes he harvests from his enemies, the stronger he actually gets. He has no clue where this crazy system came from, but Tran Hu is realizing something. Harvesting all these negative emotions, it is actually getting pretty fun. Back to reality. After those punks finally run off, Tran Hu gently helps Dudu up. I completely did not expect to see you here, Tran Hu. Thank you so much. Lai Dudu grabs his hands, looking at him with absolute, endless gratitude. Are you hurt anywhere? Tran Hu asks softly, carefully pulling her jacket up to cover her. Thanks. I seriously owe you one. But I really have somewhere I need to be. Dudu says, totally flustered. And Tran Hu? He does not bother stopping her at all. Right then, the guy from earlier finally speaks up. Bro, that hero saving the beauty move was straight fire. I am Mok Thuong, who are you? Wait, you are Mok Thuong? Perfect timing, I am the guy meeting you tonight. Now watch this coincidence. Mok Thuong is his weapon dealer, and he never expected this crossover, bumping into his own client in a crazy situation. Mok Thuong gets absolutely hyped, practically yelling at him. Best buddy, destiny totally brought us together tonight. To answer all that wild excitement, Tran Hu casually throws a massive bucket of ice water. You are a total idiot. Mok Thuong freezes, totally clueless why he just got roasted. But the guy has zero idea that Tran Hu is just farming his emotions right now, milking that negative energy. Once his goal is reached, Tran Hu instantly shakes hands to make peace. Luckily, Mok Thuong does not hold grudges. Ahem, hey bro, do not even sweat it. I was just messing around to kill the tension. Damn it, my man, seriously. That joke of yours hits way too hard. Alright, fine, just follow me now. Tran Hu follows him straight to a tiny house. Right here, Mok Thuong shows off the goods. A slick six-shooter, claiming it is Russian hardware, so it is incredibly tough and reliable. Ammo is pretty limited though, so make it count. Tran Hu grabs the gun to inspect it himself, and he is quite satisfied. Seeing his smooth handling, Mok Thuong immediately guesses he is someone with serious firearms experience, so he generously offers to give this weapon to him for free. As a welcome gift, you and I both know Tran Hu has absolutely zero shame here. Gets a free gun, then actually asks if it comes with a silencer and a whole box of ammo. I am giving you the friendship discount. Do you understand friendship? Mok Thuong screams internally. Double the price on the black market, and people would still be fighting over this. Yet this guy wants a warranty and free accessories? Does he think he is buying discount electronics at the mall? Why not just rob me instead? That thought alone makes Mok Thuong lose his mind, but right as he is about to completely snap, Tran Hu finishes harvesting all those negative emotions, straight from him. So right before Mok Thuong blows up, he puts out the fire instantly. Oh my brother, if you do not have it, whatever, I was just casually joking around. Let's stick to your price. I will transfer the cash to you right now. Money talks, so that boiling anger stuck in Mok Thuong's throat gets swallowed right down. Now that Tran Hu has his weapon equipped, it is time to meet Lu Van Thon. The whole point of this little meeting? To get her to sign a solid guarantee for that massive new debt. At first, Van Thon hesitates hard, so she keeps asking him over and over again. And trust me, you are going to want to hear this. Is there really zero risk? Let's dive into this, watch how he plays her. Baby, it's just a formality. I love you too much to ever hurt you. Chen Xiao sweet talks her perfectly, and Wan Qing? She's feeling incredibly smug about it. She figures he's always been obsessed with her. I mean, the guy almost sold his own blood just to buy her a designer bag before. A simp like that? No way he'd actually dare to trick her. So, totally falling for Chen Xiao's bait, she follows him right back to meet that loan shark, Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang knows full well Chen Xiao is playing Wan Qing. He keeps his mouth shut, secretly laughing at how totally stupid she is. One signature, and that massive mountain of debt instantly becomes her problem. He's already calculating exactly how he'll force her to pay with her body once she inevitably defaults on the impossible loan. Standing right behind them, Chen Xiao watches the whole scene play out, grinning internally. Just sign it. Sign your absolute life away. Your own greed is paying off the final balance for my doomsday bunker. Seriously, this is going way smoother than I ever expected. Thanks a million, Lu Wanqing. Fast forward a bit, and Chen Xiao's fortress is officially complete. He looks around, totally satisfied with the heavy-duty construction. And not long after, he actually moves into this high-tech safe room. Watch closely, because here's where it drops. The news suddenly starts reporting on unprecedented, completely off-the-charts solar radiation activity. Extreme global weather is incoming, prolonged heat waves, with multiple areas about to absolutely smash every single historical temperature record known to man. Citizens are urged to immediately prepare preventative survival measures. But Chen Xiao knows the dark truth. Those standard prevention methods? Completely and utterly useless. Only he, the guy who regressed and perfectly set everything up, is going to stay safe and actually survive this apocalyptic nightmare. He just sits there, endlessly polishing the handgun he bought from Mu Kang until the metal literally shines. He slowly looks out the window. The sun looks bigger and closer than ever before, like a giant fireball getting ready to swallow the entire Earth whole. The day of reckoning has finally arrived. Over the next few days, the TV is absolutely flooded with non-stop reports about this historic, deadly heat wave. Experts are claiming that because of the massive solar storm's impact, the Earth's ionosphere is also experiencing incredibly violent and dangerous disruption. Extreme, scorching heat phenomenons are violently erupting across multiple locations all over the globe. Peak daytime temperatures are expected to hit a blistering 45 degrees Celsius, even though he's already lived through this horrific tragedy once. As the heat spikes, Chen Xiao still can't completely shake off that deeply uncomfortable feeling. And you and I both know this is just the beginning. The situation outside is already turning into pure chaos. People are panicking everywhere. Greedy merchants are instantly exploiting the weather, jacking up prices on essential items like crazy. Even the sleazy owner of the small convenience store downstairs is no exception. Hey neighbors, this insane weather is seriously out here trying to kill us all. I heard the temperature will keep climbing even higher next week. Supplies are super scarce, and both water and power are about to get rationed. If you don't stock up right now, you won't even have basic bottled water to drink later. Everyone better hurry up and buy. This is my absolute last batch of goods. He blasts this over a megaphone, practically screaming so everyone knows he's desperately trying to make a quick buck off them. Sure enough, two girls completely drenched in sweat show up shortly after to check the supplies. They complain that his watermelons are way too expensive, hoping he might give them a little bit of a discount. But this total creep, he takes one look at their perfect figures and his eyes instantly light up with greed. Suddenly, he's full of sweet talk. These melons are incredibly sweet. Want me to slice one up for a taste? Buy two, and I'll give you ladies a solid 20% discount. I'll even throw in some tissues. And hey, if it gets too hot tonight, you can always come chill in my AC. Seeing this creep look at them like a snack? Trust me, we all know these girls are feeling totally creeped out. No need, we are just buying one. Come on, stock up a bit. It is so hot out. Who knows if we will even sell tomorrow? He leans in, sweet-talking the young girl. But the second an old man with a cane walks by, begging for a tiny water discount, this guy's attitude completely flips upside down. He snaps, small business, zero bargaining, and right at that exact moment, Tran Xiao walks past. Stick with me here, because he absolutely despises this terrible shop owner. Lai Daifu was his past life bully, and he made things absolutely miserable. Like this one time, Tran Xiao saw some shop items fall onto the floor. He tried to put them back, but Daifu suddenly grabbed him by the collar, screaming at the top of his lungs, falsely accusing him of stealing. Tran Xiao tried hard to explain, but could not win against Daifu's loud mouth. So the crowd surrounded him, filming and taking pictures, automatically treating him like a low-life criminal thief. That pure humiliation? Even after being reborn, Tran Xiao could never forget it. That exact memory pushes him right into Daifu's grocery store. Tran Xiao glances over. Seeing him just sell a single bag of potato chips for 50 bucks, he finds it absolutely, downright hilarious. Boss Lee, are your potato chips made of pure gold? Or do they somehow magically cure heat stroke? Otherwise, why the crazy price? Daifu is busy organizing inside, but hearing Tran Xiao instantly annoys him. Thanks to that, he easily harvests 3 negative emotion points from the grumpy guy. Daifu storms straight toward Tran Xiao without a single word. He snatches the chips out of his hands and immediately starts cursing him out. Get out of here. Cannot afford it, do not touch it. Can you even pay for the damages? Now watch closely. Look at his rude attitude. This guy is clearly furious right now, but that is absolutely perfect. Tran Xiao gains even more points from it. Deciding to fuel the fire even more, he suddenly speaks up. Boss Lai, hoarding these treasures. Do you sleep well at night? Careful, someone might just rob you. Seeing Tran Xiao's punchable face, Daifu turns pale with rage but cannot do a thing. He can only grumble and curse. Who are you trying to jinx? Want me to end you? You crazy brat, did the heat fry your brain? Calm down, Boss Lai. Have you been having insomnia, bad dreams, weak knees, night sweats, and feeling totally exhausted lately? Tran Xiao suddenly asks. Lai Daifu freezes, suddenly feeling a bit panicked inside. Well, actually, yeah. Could my warehouse really have bad feng shui? Tran Xiao seizes the chance and starts rambling. See, I told you. Your forehead is dark, your eyes are dull, this is classic kidney deficiency right here. Daifu is getting played like a fiddle. Getting zero real advice, he lunges forward. I know what you are thinking, a fight? Obviously. But he dodges it with lightning-fast reflexes. You are the scammer! Your whole family are scammers! Get out! He hisses. Take care of your health, Boss Lai. Being mad hurts the body. If you are not careful, it cuts your life short. While talking, Tran Xiao grabs a lollipop from the shelf, tosses down a few coins, and walks away. Daifu's raging anger is exactly the result he wanted to achieve today. Ever since getting this negative emotion system, Tran Xiao feels he has a real talent for driving people absolutely insane. Later that exact night, when everyone is fast asleep, the intense heat keeps the streets completely empty. Zero people around. And that's where we leave it. Why is Tran Xiao sneaking back to this locked store? Stick with me here. You're about to watch a guy who got bullied and manipulated in his past life come back to collect every single debt, leaving absolutely nothing behind. So naturally, that greedy shop owner, Boss Lee, is first on the chopping block. Perfect timing, too. The system just told him he could finally expand his spatial storage. So all those negative emotion points Boss Lee fed him earlier, time to put him to work. Tran Xiao happily spends 20 negative emotion points right on the spot. Boom! His inventory expands by another 200 cubic meters, leaving him feeling completely and totally satisfied. But the real show is just getting started. Fast forward to the very next morning at dawn, Boss Lee strolls up to his grocery store, whistling a happy tune with his hands in his pockets. Now watch closely. Even from the outside, he can already tell something is horribly wrong. The second he pushes those doors open, Boss Lee literally screams his lungs out in pure despair. Every single piece of expensive merchandise sitting on his shelves yesterday completely vanished into thin air overnight. Who did this? Damn it, who did this? He is pulling his hair out, absolutely losing his mind. All that raging negativity inside him instantly converts into 66 sweet points handed straight over to Tran Hu. And our main character? Just chilling nearby, casually sipping on a freezing cold can of cola. He is in the absolute best mood. Meanwhile, Boss Lee frantically paces around his empty store, but it is entirely wiped clean. There are honestly no words to describe the sheer panic he feels. Furious, helpless, and completely unable to do a single thing about it. Boss Lee literally just collapses on the floor and bawls his eyes out. Obviously, all this screaming quickly draws a massive crowd of nosy bystanders wanting the tea. Wait, what? An entire store wiped clean in just one night? Do you think he faked it himself? Just to artificially inflate his prices? Man, the whole grocery store is completely bare. What are we supposed to do now? Hey, I heard someone actually saw a dark shadow sneaking in here. You don't think it was a ghost, right? The second he hears that exact word, Boss Lee freezes up in pure terror. He already knew jacking up those prices was incredibly shady business, so his guilty conscience is working overtime. His emotional breakdown just keeps getting worse by the second, while Tran Hu just stands off to the side, happily reading his new point notifications. Not bad at all. Boss Lee is really providing some top-tier emotional damage today. He chuckles to himself. But Tran Hu actually wants an even bigger reaction than this. I know what you are thinking. Time to add some salt to the wound and trigger this guy even more. So he tosses a potato chip into his mouth and lets out a perfectly timed, dramatic sigh. Oh man, this is so delicious. The entire crowd instantly turns to stare right at Tran Hu, Boss Lee included. And the second his eyes lock onto that specific snack bag in his hands, he immediately recognizes his own merchandise. You cannot even begin to imagine the absolute volcanic rage boiling inside him right now. Their little chat from yesterday, along with all those seemingly casual threats, it all clicks in his head. Hey Boss Lee, are your chips made of pure gold or do they block the sun? Why so expensive? Hey Boss Lee, hoarding all these treasures, can you even sleep peacefully at night? Careful not to get robbed. Blinded by absolute fury, Boss Lee lunges straight at Tran Hu, grabs his arm and screams in his face, "Where the hell did you get this bag of chips?" And of course, he instantly assumes Tran Hu is the thief who cleaned out his entire store, and yet he still dares to show off? Tran Hu immediately activates his absolute best acting mode. Playing the victim, he snaps back. Boss Lee, getting physical ruins all the fun, don't you think? Got any proof calling me a thief? Throwing wild accusations around without evidence is going to cost you big time. His tone is so incredibly sarcastic, and that smirk on his face is practically begging for a punch. He shakes his head. But honestly speaking, your little supermarket really is completely wiped clean today. Not a single chip left. Should I share my bag? Trust me, you and I both love this level of petty revenge. He is absolutely furious. Fists clenched tight, veins literally popping on his forehead. Stick with me here, because he is not even sure if Chen Xiao stole his stuff. But in that moment, his twisted logic kicked in. Even if the kid is innocent, he still plans to squeeze something out of him today just to cover his own massive losses. Yesterday, you cursed me out. Now my entire stock is gone while you stand here snacking? If you did not steal it, then who did? Dafu yells, pointing his finger. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao gets system alerts for negative emotion points flooding right in. But this guy's wild accusations have way too many obvious plot holes. Zero damage taken. You think your supermarket is the only place in town selling potato chips? Everyone here can be the judge of this. Mr. Lee lost his own inventory, and now he wants to frame me? Dafu suddenly realizes something awful. The neighbors are recording him grabbing Chen Xiao by the collar and screaming like a total maniac. Unlike his past life, though, not a single person is taking his side this time. Exactly. Chips are sold literally everywhere. Seeing zero support from the crowd, Dafu panics even more. He cannot figure out why Chen Xiao is suddenly acting so stubborn and fearless today. Totally unreasonable. Yet Dafu refuses to let go, so Chen Xiao presses his advantage. Watch closely as he sets the trap. Mr. Lee, come search my house then. If you find anything I stole from your shop, I will personally pay you back 10 times over. But if you find nothing, that sweet backup generator at your back door belongs to me now. Fine, I will search. Let us see you pretend now. Dafu takes the bait completely. Hearing this, Chen Xiao is internally cheering. That generator is already as good as his at this point. So Dafu practically drags Chen Xiao back to his apartment. Naturally, the drama-loving crowd follows right behind them to witness everything. But the moment he steps inside, He gets absolutely shell-shocked by the insane luxury of the place. We are all stunned here. Is Chen Xiao actually this secretly rich? Why would someone this wealthy rob a supermarket? The neighbors start whispering among themselves. Dafu is left standing there with his jaw practically hitting the floor over and over again. Glowing crystal chandeliers above, and crazy expensive tailored suits hanging in the closet. Premium fresh food stuffing the fridge, and literal gold bars inside the safe. He tears the place apart looking, but cannot find a single item missing from his own supermarket. Mr. Lee, have you searched enough yet? Or do you want to pry up my floorboards just to satisfy your own paranoia? Chen Xiao casually reminds him. No matter how shameless Dafu is, he is totally speechless now, so he just turns and runs. Never mind, I will check the other houses. Chen Xiao happily collects 6 more flustered emotion points, but that tiny amount is nowhere near enough to satisfy him. Before Dafu can escape, he gets yanked back by the collar. Hold on, we have not settled the matter of that generator yet. Chen Xiao once again asks the eager crowd to step up and judge fairly. After all, everyone right here witnessed the exact bet they made just a few minutes ago. Wait, what backup generator? Young man, just take a step back and keep the peace. Do we really need to blow things out of proportion? Li Dafu sheepishly begs. That pathetic attitude actually makes him laugh out loud. Step back? When you slandered me, why not take a step back then? The neighbors all agree. And that is where we leave it. The crowd completely agrees this guy is a shameless liar. Alright, let's jump right in. Getting his entire store robbed, he absolutely deserved it. Cornered and completely out of patience, he actually tries to land a sneaky attack on Chen Xiao. Huge mistake. Dafu's punch gets instantly blocked before it even connects. Grabbing his wrist tight, Chen Xiao violently twists it backward with zero hesitation. The pain hits so hard that Dafu collapses, screaming his lungs out. And thanks to this beautiful display of agony, our main character happily collects another 73 negative emotion points. Li Dafu has basically become his personal point farming tree these past few days. Finally unable to handle the torture, the guy just surrenders. Please stop twisting, I will hand it over right now. Well then, you better hurry up. Once the temperature rises later, stepping outside is going to be totally impossible. Chen Xiao spits back with a cold, terrifyingly threatening tone. In his past life memories, the government starts limiting electricity in just a few days. He is genuinely excited to see how this horrible fat dude survives without a working generator, mixing pure physical pain, ultimate humiliation, and absolute terror together. With every single second passing, Li Dafu practically spoon-feeds Chen Xiao a massive pile of negative points, which makes him feel incredibly satisfied. Just as the guy runs back to fetch the generator, Chen Xiao's phone suddenly starts buzzing. It is Liu Wanqing calling him up. On the other end, her voice sounds completely panicked. She tells Chen Xiao that some shady guys have been following her around for days. She suspects they are debt collectors. Then she screams, "Didn't you promise that I only needed to sign a single paper? Why on earth are these creeps stalking me right now?" Wanqing starts a video call and angrily interrogates him for answers. She demands the truth, asking why members of the Great Sea Gang are actually hunting her down. You and I both know he scammed her, but he just casually walks and calmly explains, "Babe, why is it that you never seem to trust me? I have sacrificed so much for you, literally giving you my whole heart, so how could I possibly ever try to trick you like that? Hearing you say that really breaks my heart." Meanwhile, deep inside his head, Chen Xiao is secretly cursing out Zhang Yang with everything he has. Those sick creeps from the Great Sea Gang are way more impatient than I originally expected. Taking this chance, he decides to probe her for information. Right, you mentioned the Great Sea Gang following you. Do they already know where you live? What exactly did they say to you? Wanqing replies without even a single second of hesitation. They still do not know my address. I took all the small back alleys to completely lose them. Seriously, what the hell is happening? I am warning you, do not play games with me. Chen Xiao quickly answers back with fake sincerity. Please do not overthink it. Maybe you just mistook them for someone else. Scene change! After a bit, he finishes cooking a delicious plate of food, setting it down alongside a cold cola. You and I know she is starving, so seeing this, her jaw literally drops to the floor. It takes a solid moment before Wanqing screams out in pure shock, "You!" She stares intensely at the beautifully presented plate of high-quality food. Unable to help herself, she asks, "How do you have these things?" Chen Xiao just casually picks up his Coca-Cola can and answers back, "It is not just this little bit. I actually have tons of goods in my hands." Wanqing starts feeling more and more intensely curious. "You still have more?" Scene changes again. Right now she is glued to her phone screen, quietly muttering to herself. This extreme heat wave has lasted for days, and supplies are strictly for the rich elites. So where did he get all this stuff? Could it be that he actually became super rich? On the other end of the line, he takes a refreshing sip of Coca-Cola, then calmly declares, "Hot weather means you gotta enjoy a nice cold drink." Right after speaking, Chen Xiao smugly pops a thick slice of fresh salmon right into his mouth. Seeing that, she violently flinches, internally screaming, "Salmon!" Wanqing is craving it so bad she is basically hallucinating, telling herself, "I want to eat that so badly." And that is where we leave it. He smirks and asks, "Babe, do you have enough food?" Faking a sweet voice, Wanqing whines, "Chen Xiao, I am terrified alone. Trust me, you and I know she is lying, making it seem like danger is close." Pushing her luck, she smoothly suggests, "Hey, can I just crash at your place for a few days?" Taking a drag from her cigarette, she turns on the charm. "Chen Xiao, I can." She pulls up her shirt, flashing her tiny waist. "I can serve you, come here." Chen Xiao smirks, hook, line, and sinker. He thinks, "Lu Wanqing, you are incredibly cheap." He plays right into her little trap. "Oh, things are about to get way hotter. Going out is just a hassle. Did you not always say, girls should never drop their home address? Gotta stay totally mysterious. You never even let me visit, just send me your address. I will pick you up tonight." Hearing this, Wanqing scrambles for a fake excuse. "That was the past. This is an emergency. You are my boyfriend after all. If you do not protect me, who will? Fine, I am sending the address now." Chen Xiao quickly feeds her sweet lies. "Be a good girl, wait for me. Do not run around." Wanqing thinks she totally won, smiling to herself. Are you seeing this crazy arrogance? Absolute simp. One sweet word and he wags his tail. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao tosses his phone on the table and mutters to himself. She used to act so high and mighty, would not even let him near her gate. Now she drops her address just for a meal. Suddenly, a loud knock interrupts his thoughts. Outside the door, Aunt Wang bangs aggressively. "Chen Xiao, open this door right now." He does not rush. He just stands there, thinking for a quick second. Opening the door moments later, he puts on a polite face. "Aunt Wang, what is wrong?" Not waiting for an invite, she shoves her way inside. "Wow, your house is freezing. My air conditioning broke, and my grandkids are roasting. Look, we are all good neighbors here. Gotta help each other out, right? Just let us chill here for a bit. Admit it, we all wanted this." Smack! He slaps her face, "Aunt Wang. When I was little, my mom and I collected empty water bottles downstairs. You pointed right at us, calling us filthy beggars, then called security to throw us out. So why come to me now?" A brutal flashback hits. He remembers being little with his mom. As the old hag screamed at them, "Get lost, you trash! Do not dirty our building!" Back to reality. Aunt Wang turns purple with rage, pointing a finger at him. "That was years ago!" she screams, doubling down on her absolute audacity. "Chen Xiao, why hold such a petty grudge after all this time? You have zero humanity." He just shrugs coldly. "All right, whatever you say. I might be completely heartless, but hey, my apartment has working air conditioning." With that mic drop, Chen Xiao slams the door shut. Boom. Aunt Wang loses her mind, pounding the door. "Heartless scum, glad your parents died early. Uneducated trash." Right on cue, the system chimes in with a sweet notification. Massive negative emotion detected. Anger plus 18 points. Massive negative emotion detected again. Anger plus 20 points. Chen Xiao stands there, face totally dark. He completely ignores her screaming. After a minute, he grabs a brand new burner SIM and slides it into his phone. Scrolling through his contacts, he makes his move. He dials the infamous Great Ocean Gang. Disguising his voice completely, he drops the bomb. "Hey, I have Lu Wanqing's address. Just send it over. She is living completely alone. Easiest target ever. Here is what you and I learned today. Never cross him." The call drops to silence. Let us dive in. Morning comes quickly, and Tran Hu is out on the balcony, already scheming about Lu Van Thon. The very next second, he steps right up to the edge, finalizing his ultimate revenge plan. The real show begins right now. Cut to later that night. In his city, life just keeps moving along completely normal, business as usual. Van Thon stands by the mirror, admiring her reflection while muttering away. Soon enough, I will be moving into Tran Hu and his nice, cool, air-conditioned room. A few seconds later, she happily plops onto her bed, dreaming up an absolute perfect fantasy life. She imagines Tran Hu bringing gifts and literally getting down on his knees for her, while she arrogantly tells him that only a carefree, luxurious lifestyle like this is actually worthy of someone like her. Just thinking about it makes her face light up. She cannot even hide her smug happiness. Then her nicotine craving hits hard, so she quickly sparks up a lighter for a smoke. Now pay attention here. Suddenly, someone violently kicks the door, and the massive crash terrifies her. Van Thon rushes over to open it, asking, "I am coming. Why are you here so early?" Meanwhile, she secretly mocks him in her head. What a perfect, blindly loyal dog, so eager to please. She stays calm at first since she cannot see clearly, but the moment she recognizes the face, her expression instantly goes totally dark. The man standing there is Truong Duong along with two thugs. Instantly, Van Thon shrinks back in absolute terror and stammers out, "Why is it you guys? How do you know I am here?" He slaps her hard across the face, replying, "Miss Lu, the money you owe our Die High gang. It is finally time to pay up today, right?" Van Thon quickly drops to her knees, frantically answering, "Money? Tran Hu is the one who borrowed that cash. He completely tricked me into signing it. You need to go find him instead." Truong Duong pulls out the debt contract and yells, "You signed this in black and white. Whoever signs it pays the debt, so stop your annoying whining." Then he coldly orders his thugs, "Search the place. Empty out every single valuable item for me right now." Despite her loudly screaming at them to stop, the thugs do not hold back at all, violently smashing all her furniture inside. "Stop searching. I will call Tran Hu right now. He will come immediately. Just go find him for your money." After a short while, they manage to dig up 3 bags and a few valuable pearl necklaces, tossing them right onto the table in front of Truong Duong, seeing her entire life savings. Getting completely dragged out like this, Van Thon turns pale green with sheer panic. He casually grabs one of the bags and raises his voice. "Just these 3 pathetic pennies? This is not even enough to cover the interest rate. You know exactly where this is going." Truong Duong glares and says, "My boys drove all the way here in the heat. We cannot just leave completely empty-handed, right?" Left with 0 options, she breaks down begging, "No, please do not come closer. The money is with Tran Hu." Van Thon just dumps all the blame onto his head. "He still has tons of supplies, and he will definitely come pick me up soon. Just wait until he gets here, then you can ask him for money." But when she actually dials his number, all she hears is, "The subscriber you are calling cannot be reached at the moment. We ask that you please try calling back later." Van Thon refuses to give up, calling again, only to receive the exact same message. "The subscriber you are calling cannot be reached." Her constant back-to-back calls right after that all end up with the exact same result. At this point, she cannot help but panic, muttering internally, "No, is nobody going to answer?" She refuses to believe her own eyes, constantly asking herself, how could this even be possible? Despite all this, Van Thon still desperately tries to buy more time, anxiously begging them, "Everyone, please just wait a little bit for me. He must be busy and missed the ringtone, so just let me try calling him again." Truong Duong gives her absolutely 0, and trust me, karma is real. He ruthlessly chucks her phone away, completely crushing her remaining hopes. Let's dive in. This girl is seriously clueless, completely sold out by that bastard. When he tricked her into signing, he never even planned on paying. Wan Qing refuses to believe it, shouting back at him, "Wait, what?" She desperately tries to run, but Zhang Yang grabs her hair. Wan Qing screams out in total panic, "Let me go!" Pain hits her hard, and she yells, "Release me and go find Chen Xiao. He is the one with everything you actually want." But this guy shows 0 mercy to women, effortlessly dragging her away by the hair, while Wan Qing screams in absolute terror. Zhang Yang drags her straight into the room, kindly slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Right then, Chen Xiao answers his phone. So he is right on time to hear Wan Qing crying in pain through the speaker. Amidst her agonizing screams, Chen Xiao hears her desperately begging, "No, please stop." Cut to him in his room, totally relaxed, sipping fine wine and enjoying the drama. Then Chen Xiao mutters with pure coldness, "Lu Wan Qing, you better carefully savor the warm welcome of the apocalypse." The scene shifts right back to her exact apartment building. Getting both the girl and the money, Zhang Yang stands up, casually changing clothes right in front of her. Right now, she is huddled up in a ball on the bed, completely uncovered and crying in absolute misery. After taking a drink, Zhang Yang purposely slams the glass on the table as a harsh warning. Here is where it gets crazy. He furiously chokes her, grinding his teeth. "Did you say Chen Xiao has the good stuff?" "Say that one more time." Sobbing, Wan Qing completely breaks down and honestly confesses, he has air conditioning, cold drinks, and so much food. Totally pinned down, she does not dare to lie at all. His house seriously has everything. Zhang Yang doesn't buy it, frowning as he glares at her. Pushing further, Wan Qing desperately urges him, "Go look for him right now. He is the one you should be after. I literally have nothing left." So he tosses her back onto the bed, muttering to himself, "Supplies, air conditioning, looks like I hooked a massive fish." He stares at her with a truly wicked smile. Making his final choice, Zhang Yang turns his head and barks out an order, "Let's move out." Right after saying that, he pulls his crew out instantly, leaving a bruised and humiliated. Tran Xiao, you completely played me. You won't get away with this, you hear me? Let's dive right in. Down a dead quiet street, an angry mob is marching straight toward Tran Xiao's place. These guys aren't messing around. They are moving fast, practically sprinting to get their hands on him. The guy leading the pack? Boss Truong. And his trusty guide is Auntie Vuong. She keeps running her mouth, pointing and shouting. That absolute rat Tran Xiao lives right over there. His place is a fortress, and he has the AC blasting 24/7. He is hoarding so much food, but the greedy jerk won't even share a single drop of water with us. Hearing this, Truong smirks and loudly praises the old woman's dirty work. Watch closely here, Truong tells her. Good job leading the way. Once we take his stash, you'll get your cut. Her eyes literally light up with greed as she starts kissing up. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Boss Truong. You are so incredibly generous. No wonder you are the big boss around here. She is already hallucinating the victory, picturing Tran Xiao dropping to his knees, clasping his hands together, and sobbing, "Please spare my life, boss." Auntie Vuong, I realize my mistakes. My house is your house from now on. You can stay as long as you want. Just like that. She chuckles to herself, thinking, let's see you act tough now. Following her lead, they just need to cross the street to reach his base. Truong stops on the street below, glares up at the high floor, and mutters, this punk really has a sweet setup. You and I know they aren't rushing in. Let's dive right in. He just stands there, watching the whole situation unfold for a bit. Wu Fei is super eager to show off, loudly yelling at Brother Zhang, watch me completely smash this guy's door. But right as he finishes speaking, he steps directly onto a hidden trap. And then, a massive surge of electricity instantly blasts through his entire body. It makes him scream out in absolute agony, leaving his crew completely panicked. The second Wu Fei hits the ground, Lu Bing and Zhao Da rush right over to check on him. Lu Bing even scolds him. You useless idiot, how did you get a cramp right now? Since Zhao Da is running much faster, he reaches out and touches Wu Fei's arm first. Big mistake. He suffers the exact same fate and loudly screams for help. Save me! Seeing this crazy scene, the rest of the gang freezes in fear, refusing to step forward. Now watch closely. A second later, a loudspeaker pops out, leaving them all staring in pure confusion. Without making them wait, the loudspeaker quickly starts blasting an upbeat audio track. Good luck to you. Wishing you great luck. But it doesn't stop there. The next lyrics play alongside a literal shower of electricity. Luck brings joy and endless love. Good fortune is arriving. Luck comes to us all, welcoming endless prosperity and great wealth across the whole world. Seeing three of his guys getting fried like that, Brother Zhang frantically jumps back and screams out, it's electrified. And just like that, the system detects his current mood. Then it pops up a notification. Strong negative emotion detected. Shock plus 45 points. System alert coming in. Strong negative emotion detected. Panic plus 36. And another strong negative emotion detected. Speechless plus 22. Cut to Chen Xiao inside his room, casually observing the whole situation through his system. He checks the laptop camera feed and drops a teasing remark. Hey guys, what incredible luck. You stepped right into my defensive electric grid on the very first try. Hearing his mocking tone, Brother Zhang fiercely yells back, Chen Xiao, cut the crap. You owe us money, pay up. That is a fact. Hand over the money and we are done. Uncle Wang next to him starts chiming in. Exactly. You have money to renovate your house, but no money to pay your debts? How did your parents even raise you? Chen Xiao doesn't rush to reply. I love this part. He lets the silence drag, leaving those thugs drowning in suspense. Meanwhile, he just casually kicks his feet up on the desk. Holding a popsicle in one hand, he stares intently at the laptop screen. After a moment, Chen Xiao does the math for him. Brother Zhang, my apartment's current market value is 4 million. Subtracting the 3.5 million I owe is more than enough. As for Lu Wenqing's debt, go find her yourself. What does that have to do with me? Hearing this, Brother Zhang gets so insanely furious his face freezes up. He knows he's no match for Chen Xiao here, so he can only curse silently in his own head. Damn it. Right now, survival supplies are the most important things in the world. Everything else is absolute garbage. But right as he thinks this, our boy suddenly speaks up to advise his opponent. Brother Zhang, a smart man knows when to adapt. While I am still in a pretty good mood, let's settle this peacefully. The very next second, Chen Xiao pushes a button while dropping a hard threat. Keep looking for trouble, and I will not be this polite. Right after he presses that little button, those three goons, Wu Fei, Zhao Da, and Lu Bing. Once again, they endure agonizing pain and loudly scream out. Because they are constantly bathing in electricity, they beg in unison. Boss, we can't hold on anymore. accompanied by another system notification popping up on screen. Strong negative emotion detected. Extreme pain plus 63. And again, strong negative emotion detected. Absolute despair plus 77. Trust me, they learned their lesson. Brother Zhang's crew stands there, totally frozen in terror. Alright, stick with me here. He actually turns tail and runs, but still throws back a threat. Just wait, Tran Hu. The Die High gang will never let you off the hook for this. Right then, the system scans Mr. Truong's mental state. It detects some massive negative energy, pure rage plus 78. Once she is completely alone, Mrs. Vuong's face instantly darkens. Looking at it now, Tran Hu's apartment seems exactly like the gates of hell to her. Scene change. Next morning, the outside temperature has hit an insane 52 degrees Celsius. But inside, the air conditioning is blasting. He stretches comfortably and just sighs. Perfect. After that, Tran Hu checks out today's local weather forecast on the news. Multiple deaths from heat stroke reported recently across different areas. Residents are strongly advised to stay completely indoors. Right on cue, his phone suddenly starts buzzing. Tran Hu opens it up to see a furious text from Mrs. Vuong. Tran Hu, are you even human? You have food, drinks, air conditioning, while the elderly and kids burn to death? Then comes Dai Fu's text message. Selfish. You don't deserve to be a neighbor, followed by anonymous texts. In a special crisis like this, you must share your resources. If you don't, you're basically a murderer. We're literally boiling to death. Do you feel no shame? Tran Hu, come out and give us an explanation. Tran Hu completely ignores their whining, just casually swiping through the group chat. The system actually measures their exact moods and spits out the data. Watch closely as the numbers roll in. Strong negative emotion detected. Envy plus 99. Rage plus 101. Total negative emotion value has now surpassed 1,000 points. Calculating rewards right now. Tran Hu totally knows how to trigger people by flexing his food. He stands right in front of his pantry, takes a picture, and posts it online. Obviously, he also snaps the fridge packed with fresh, juicy fruit. Plus, he intentionally adds this specific caption. That's right. I actually have plenty of domestic goods. Let me know if you need any. Instantly, comments flood in. Me. Please share some with me. Just give me a little. Mrs. Vuong quickly drops her attitude. Little Tran, bring me some food. My legs aren't working well. Dai Fu jumps in too. Carry 2 big boxes of water over to my place first. Trong Mien instantly joins the greedy crowd. Me too. You knew this was coming. He bluntly rejects them. Listen, everyone. I'm not running a charity here. If you want something, trade equal value for it. Otherwise, forget it. No free handouts. He absolutely loses it, dropping the act to curse. You selfish little brat. Hand over the supplies right now. We actually considered you a good neighbor. She also quickly yells, Everyone, look at his true colors. Letting people die. Karma will catch up. You'll die soon. He throws down a vicious curse. If we starve, you won't live in peace either. He does not care at all. Just leaning back onto the sofa, totally relaxed and unbothered. A few seconds later, the system notifies him. Negative emotion value hits 3,000. Skill level up achieved. Basic tier spatial severing. Effect creates a mini rift in the air, cutting objects within a 3-meter range. He quickly checks it, muttering, spatial severing. After thinking for a moment, Tran Hu decides to test it on an apple. No hesitation here. With just one simple move, he effortlessly slices the apple perfectly in 2. Seeing this clean result, he smirks. Now this is interesting. Scene changes completely. That night, a red car suddenly drives toward his apartment. Stick around to see who it is. Let's dive right into this wild manhwa together. Stepping out of that car, it is none other than Wan Qing. Inside sits Zhang Yang and his lackeys. The boss does not even step out yet. He just casually puffs his cigar, observing the entire area. When his massive squad finally arrives on the scene, he slowly exits the vehicle and asks, Little Zhang, are you completely sure Chen Xiao lives here? Little Zhang bows respectfully and replies, Yes, boss. Right inside that innermost building over there. Zhang Yang then casually walks straight up to Wan Qing, shamelessly grabbing her right from behind. A second later, he whispers in her ear, Baby, Chen Xiao used to be your man back in the day. Now that I am taking my crew to raid his house, you will not feel bad, right? Wan Qing acts all cute and says, Brother Zhang, you are the only one in my heart now. Remembering her old grudge, she viciously curses Chen Xiao out. She claims that guy is nothing but an absolute, pathetic loser. Now watch this closely. Deep down, she is secretly thinking, Chen Xiao, today is the exact day you finally die. Just a few seconds later, Zhang Yang spots a shadowy figure hiding behind a nearby wall. That guy is Da Fu, with Zhang Mian hiding right behind. Pointing loudly, he suddenly shouts, "Are you big bosses here looking for that guy Chen Xiao? We are residents of this block, and we are totally ready to help teach him a brutal lesson." Pointing straight at the main character's house, he yells, "Yeah, exactly. If that loser tries to run away, we will personally help you guys block off his only escape route. We know this whole area perfectly well." Hearing this, Zhang Yang praises them loudly. "Sounds good. Help me catch Chen Xiao, and I will gladly share some of the loot from his house with you guys." Da Fu is absolutely thrilled, immediately acting as their guide. "Thank you, boss. Right this way. We actually know a super fast shortcut." Along the way, Brother Zhang casually orders his massive squad of lackeys to steal food from all the other survivors. Da Fu watches it happen, having absolutely zero intention of stopping them. But once he sees his own house getting raided, he suddenly panics. "Boss, wait! This is my place. We are all on the same side here. You and I saw that karma coming. Misunderstanding?" Da Fu furiously yells back, "Your house? This whole building belongs to the Zhangs now." Uncle Wang suffers the exact same fate, panicking and begging for mercy. "Oh my god, you guys simply cannot do this to us. We literally did not even provoke you guys at all." Ultimately, Da Fu loses his stuff and gets beaten to a pulp, crying non-stop. "I was wrong. I was so incredibly wrong about this. I really should not have been that greedy. Now I have absolutely nothing left, not even a way to survive anymore. I was completely and utterly blind. Why did I trust these absolute animals?" Scene shifts. After a while, they finally reach the main gate where Chen Xiao is staying. Right now, almost all of these thugs are carrying deadly weapons, ready to fight at any moment. This time, our guy decides to show himself. And on top of that, he purposely tosses a heavy sofa right in front of them. Chen Xiao is chilling, casually eating some fresh BBQ right on that sofa. Then he acts like nothing is wrong at all and asks, "What do you gentlemen want with me?" Zhang Yang is absolutely furious at this arrogant attitude and snaps back, "You little brat, you are about to die and still acting tough? Hand over all your supplies right now, and I will spare your pathetic life." Chen Xiao treats it like background noise, calmly grabbing a napkin to wipe his mouth. 1 second later, with eyes full of absolute killer intent, he softly says, "Did your parents teach you nothing? Never bother someone while they are eating. It is extremely rude." The moment those words drop, Zhang Yang scowls, getting so incredibly furious his whole face twists. He loudly screams out the order, "Damn it, finish him!" Everyone rushes in at once, while Chen Xiao simply chooses to dodge their strikes. He only gets serious when the second guy attacks. "Trust me, we want to see what happens next. Stick with me here." Tran Hu smashes a plate over his head, pinning him to the dirt. Dai Bang sees his chance and rushes in for a sneaky blindside attack. But Tran Hu is way faster. He quickly kicks his legs right out from under him. Ho Lan raises a massive hammer high to crush his skull. Tran Hu spots it and curses under his breath. At this exact moment, someone secretly tosses a strange gas canister into the fight. "Are you forcing me to use my spatial cut skill now?" The metal canister rolls right out in front of Trong Duong, leaving him totally confused. Less than a minute later, boom, the canister explodes, blasting a thick white smoke that completely blinds everyone in the room. He covers his mouth quickly. He coughs violently and screams out, "Tear gas! This punk actually brought backup! Fall back right now, retreat!" They are not the only ones. Even Tran Hu has to cover his face from the burning fumes. When the smoke clears, Truong Duong's crew is gone. Now watch closely, because a voice suddenly speaks up. "Looks like you caused major trouble. But your combat skills are honestly pretty good." Tran Hu recognizes this familiar face and asks him in total curiosity, "Why are you here?" The guy who just saved Tran Hu is Mok Thuong. He is still holding another gas canister in his hand. Mok Thuong smiles and asks him, "Still need guns? I have some really top-tier goods right here." Tran Hu brings out a cooler of ice water for his guest, leaving Mok Thuong absolutely thrilled. "You can actually drink ice water at a time like this? Man, you are living an insanely luxurious life right now." He pulls out a cold water bottle, tossing it over to him while giving a firm order. "Spill it. Why did you show up over here? This area is definitely not your usual turf." Mok Thuong stares at the precious mineral water in his hand and answers honestly, "Truong Duong's greedy lackeys have been stealing my business lately, so I actually tracked him for a few days." He looks highly amused right now, playing around with the cold bottle as he speaks. "I saw him heading this way and checked it out. Didn't expect he was actually targeting you today. Honestly, with supplies lacking for so long, your personal stash around here is seriously impressive. Do not misunderstand. I am not trying to snoop around. Truong Duong has hoarded tons of clean water lately, and I want to partner up to steal it. Without some special tricks, we definitely cannot take him down, right? Hearing this, Tran Hu's face drops into a worried look before he asks seriously, "What exactly are you suggesting here?" Afraid Tran Hu might get the wrong idea, he quickly clarifies, "Do not get me wrong, I am not probing you." Mok Thuong leans in incredibly close and whispers, "Like I said, Truong Duong has hoarded a massive supply of water. I want to team up and bring that water here. I am super familiar with how his underground business operates. You find a way to get it, and we store it at your place. I will handle selling it outside." Tran Hu stays totally silent on the outside, but internally, with the crazy heat wave, clean water is pure gold. We both see where this is going, right? After thinking it through, he happily accepts the deal, leaving Mok Thuong in absolute disbelief. Teaming up works for me. Tran Hu bluntly lays out his single condition, a 90-10 split. Me 90, you 10. Mok Thuong refuses, shouting in sheer anger, 90-10! Boss, why don't you just go rob a bank instead? Suddenly, the system pings with an alert, detecting a massive wave of intense negative emotions nearby. Shock plus 40. Seeing the guy reject it, he just states bluntly, "You do not want it? So what do you and I learn here? Never cross him." Out of options, he literally hugs Tran Hu's leg, begging desperately, 80-20, how about an 80-20 split? All right, you and I are jumping right in. He fake cries to our MC, begging for a bigger cut. But deep down, he is secretly thinking, this guy is way too confident. He definitely has a trump card hidden away. There is simply no one else better for the job. Cutting back to Chen Xiao's apartment, our main character finally gives him an answer. An 8-2 split is fine, but when you get new goods, I get the very first pick. I will take my share, and you sell the rest. Hearing this, Mu Shang sighs heavily and reluctantly agrees, "Fine, you are absolutely ruthless." With the deal locked in, he moves straight to planning the next step. Step 1. Figure out the base layout and guard patrols. The scene shifts as the two of them arrive at Zhang Yang's massive stronghold. Chen Xiao then points it out to him. That is Zhang Yang's base right there, with the trading zone just up ahead. Mu Shang whispers back, "People who are desperate for water either use cash to buy it or trade their items for it." From their high vantage point, they spot a group of heavily armed guards patrolling with pistols. Watch closely here. He spots a group of girls dressed way too provocatively. He immediately guesses that many kidnapped girls are being forced to provide special services for the higher-ups, and right in the middle of them, he actually spots Wanqing in the crowd. She is suffering the exact same fate as the others, standing there looking completely terrified right now. After observing for a moment, Chen Xiao turns to Mu Shang. The water storage is behind there, but the exact spot is still unknown. Right then, he comes up with a solid plan. "I will sneak in to check. When you see my signal, cause chaos outside and lure their main forces away." He is totally worried and asks back, "Just you alone? How can you possibly move all that water by yourself?" Chen Xiao instantly moves out and replies, "I have my own ways." The scene shifts as he knocks out a guard, stripping the guy's uniform to make moving around much easier. After walking a bit, Hak Du, another guard, finds Chen Xiao super suspicious and yells, "You stop right there! Your face looks unfamiliar. Are you the new guy? Where is your badge?" He hands over the badge and quickly answers, "Boss Zhang sent me over here to double-check the water reserves." The guard does not buy it, steps closer, and asks, "Check the water reserves? Just you? Are you trying to fool a kid?" Right after that, the system notification pops up loudly. Negative emotion detected from him. Mocking intent +5. In the end, "I know exactly what you are thinking. Action time." He decides to strike, muttering, "Let's test this space cut on something special today." Without any hesitation, using his basic level spatial cut technique, Chen Xiao successfully leaves a deep gash on Hak Du's neck. The guy screams out in absolute agony and collapses right on the spot. Next, Hak Du grabs his neck as blood just keeps pouring out without stopping. The very next second, the system announces, "Intense negative emotion detected. Pure terror +50. Extreme agony +50. Huang Kao sees his partner drop and gets completely terrified. In a total panic, he fires his gun continuously at Chen Xiao. However, every single shot is effortlessly dodged and countered by him. Just like before, Chen Xiao uses his basic spatial cut to literally slice Hong Kao's body completely in half. The system instantly does its job and chimes in. Intense negative emotion detected. Extreme fear +100. Pure despair +100. Hearing the loud gunshots, the other guards start shouting together and rushing right over. "Gunshots! Someone has infiltrated the base. Hurry up and follow me!" He ducks into hiding. "Trust me, You and I are gonna love what happens next. Stick with me here while he's watching the enemies. A tense hand suddenly reaches out toward him. Tran Hu immediately snaps his head around. In just a few seconds, the entire group of thugs gathers right by the clean water storage. Moments later, they split up to hunt Tran Hu down. And his sudden savior? It's Dudu. She frantically signals for him to keep totally quiet. Once they're finally safe, Tran Hu immediately asks, "Why are you even here?" Dudu lowers her head in sadness. "I was captured." "What about you? Captured too?" But he skips the small talk entirely. "Do you know exactly where the water is stored?" She answers him completely honestly. "Yes, they made me do all the cleaning, so I've memorized the entire layout. I will take you there." She turns around to check the hallway, only to spot a whole group of guards marching right toward them. So she quickly kicks a water bucket out to create a loud distraction. The guards take the bait instantly and start shouting, "Someone is over there! Hurry up!" Once the coast is totally clear, Dudu whispers, "Follow me, there are absolutely no cameras on this side." He quietly trails right behind her. Reaching the water storage, Tran Hu immediately gives his order. "Go find a safe place to hide. Wait until I get out." Dudu nods in agreement. The very next second, he activates his supernatural ability. Tran Hu gently places his hand against the massive concrete door right nearby. Now pay close attention here. With just one punch, he absolutely obliterates that thick concrete door. The shattering door triggers a massive explosion of sound, sending sharp rocks flying everywhere through the air. Seeing the breached entrance, Nemnon stands there completely stunned and utterly confused. He instantly whips around and screams in pure rage, "Who the hell are you? How did you even sneak in here?" The only answer Namnon gets is a dead, ice-cold glare from Tran Hu. Before the guy can even fire his gun, RMC is way faster, sending him straight to the afterlife. Tran Hu uses a basic spatial tear ability, leaving an instant fatal wound right across Namnong's neck. The next second, the system flashes a message, detecting an intense wave of negative emotions. Shock plus 120, pure fear plus 100, and agony plus 120. I know what you're thinking, is our guy okay? Dudu wonders the same thing. Seeing Tran Hu hasn't returned, she nervously peeks out the door, her anxiety completely skyrocketing. He's been inside way too long. Did something bad happen? Outside right now is pure, absolute chaos. Thick smoke and red flames consume the sky, while the ceiling shakes violently. Huge chunks of concrete keep crashing down. She steps out, quickly grabs a loose brick for defense, and nervously scans the area with high alert. Suddenly, right through the heavy smoke, a dark figure faintly appears, making Dudu's entire body freeze up completely. Her heart practically stops in her chest. Panicking, she squeezes her eyes shut and raises the brick toward the shadow. But the moment she clearly sees the person, Dudu stops instantly, a flash of pure confusion on her face. Tran Hu turns around coldly, his voice completely empty of any emotion. "Handled it, let's go." He swiftly loads a signal flare right into the gun in his hand. Without a single second of hesitation, Tran Hu aims and pulls the trigger. A deafening blast rings out, and a bright red streak tears through the pitch-black sky, completely illuminating the sea of fire below. In that exact moment, his eyes flash with intense determination and absolute confidence. From a distant rooftop overlooking Truong Duong's base, Mok Thuong spots the flare, letting out an excited laugh. So he actually made his move, huh? This guy Tran Hu is seriously impressive. He immediately shoves a massive cart absolutely loaded with firebombs straight toward the edge. So what happens next? You and I watch the cart drop without mercy. Alright, stick with me. Here you are about to see pure chaos. In a flash, Truong Duong's base is completely engulfed in flames. A panicked grunt suddenly screams out, "Fire! Put it out now." He points frantically at the main gate, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Firebombs, run!" Meanwhile, on the other side, Dudu leads the way, whispering quietly, "Over here." Through this alley is the area outside the south gate. Suddenly, Tran Hu senses someone closing in. His eyes immediately turn ice cold and he gets extremely guarded. The next second, Van Thon rushes over and hugs him tight. Her voice begs desperately, "Tran Hu, please take me with you." She intentionally presses her body against his, choking back fake tears as she dramatically pleads, "I beg you, remember we used to be lovers." Van Than looks up at him with red, teary eyes. "If you just take me away from this horrible place, about you using my name to get loans, I will not hold it against you anymore." Tran Hu scoffs coldly. "Not hold it against me? You really do not understand the situation at all, do you?" Her eyes drop to the ground as heavy tears roll down her beautiful, flawless face. Van Thon continues sobbing and explains, "Here, they force me every single day. They make me entertain those disgusting old men for them. If I fight back, they beat me. If I try to run, they drag me right back. I seriously have no other way out of this hell. Please, just let me stay with you. I am willing to do absolutely anything for you." His face remains completely deadpan, not showing even a single ounce of pity. "When I was broke, you laughed, called me a simp, and slept with old men behind my back. When you literally led Truong Duong to come kill me, did you ever think today would actually happen?" Saying this, Tran Hu's eyes fill with pure, burning hatred. Now watch closely. This is where the real trauma hits. Van Thon is stunned, speechless. Suddenly, those agonizing memories from his past life violently flash right back into his mind. In his past, when you were destroying my body, did you ever think there would be a day like this? Back then, Tran Hu was pinned to the freezing ground, his head forcefully crushed down, completely unable to fight back. She showed absolutely zero mercy back then, leaving bright red, bloody marks all over his broken body. That dark memory makes his gaze turn even colder. Tran Hu suddenly shoves Van Than hard to the ground. "Your acting is honestly just as pathetic as it always was." With that said, he turns away with zero emotion. "Let us go." Dudu stands nearby, looking a little flustered, quickly glancing down at the woman collapsed on the dirt. Failing to get her way, she angrily grits her teeth. "Fine, Tran Hu, you are ruthless. You will not let me live. Then nobody gets to have a single day of peace." Right at that exact moment, the system voice suddenly rings out. "You and I both know system alerts mean trouble. Extreme negative emotions detected hatred plus 999. Meanwhile, back at Truong Duong's base, terrified screams are echoing absolutely everywhere. "Where is the water? Is my water okay?" When he and his two loyal grunts kick the door down, the inside is burned to ashes. Everything has been turned into a completely devastated, ruined mess. Then he spots the message. "Boss Lu, I took the water first, but next time, I will take your worthless dog life." Truong Duong's face instantly drains of color. Who did this? Just then, Van Thon stumbles in, pretending to be weak as she collapses down. "Boss Lu, it was Tran Hu. I went to stop him, but he injured me, and he even called you." She gently places a hand on his shoulder, provoking him further. "He called you a useless piece of trash." Van Thon completely adds fuel to the fire, not worthy of any of these resources. She leans in close to Truong Duong's ear and whispers, "He wants to kill us all." Hearing that, the boiling rage inside him completely and utterly explodes. "Everyone follow me to the south gate right now. Let us kill that bastard." Right now, high up in the pitch-black night sky, trust me, you will not want to miss what is next. The drifting clouds silently watch the brutal showdown unfolding below. "Alright, stick with me here, Zhang Yang, and his gang just completely surrounded our duo." Chen Xiao drops his voice. "We made enough noise." Mu Shang calmly replies, "Who wouldn't, right?" The boss strokes his chin, glaring fiercely right at the two of them. Gripping the torch tight, a super-provoking smirk creeps onto his face. "Boss Lu, pretty fast moves." Zhang Yang explodes with rage, yelling, "Go pin that kid down." In a split second, Chen Xiao aggressively slams his torch onto the ground. Instantly, massive flames erupt like crazy, spreading wildly in absolutely every single direction. The fire completely blocks the incoming mob. Seeing this trap, the guy's eyes turn bloodshot with pure anger. "Chen Xiao, I am sending you straight to hell!" Right then, a system alert suddenly pops up. Extreme negative emotions detected. Hatred jumps up by 999 points. He slides a hand right across his neck, totally mocking him. "Thanks for the points, Boss Lu. I will gladly take these points." The system screen flashes again, ding. Negative emotion points have hit 3,000. New skill unlocked, spatial shield. After that epic escape, the three of them head straight back to Chen Xiao's apartment. Now here is the part you and I should notice. Outside is dead silent, but that glowing window totally stands out. Mu Shang takes a huge, refreshing gulp of water, hyping him up. "Bro, you are absolutely legendary." He slaps Chen Xiao hard on the shoulder. Old dog Lu is probably tearing his entire house down right now. Meanwhile, Yu just finished whipping up a super hot, steaming pot of food. The whole room smells amazing. Looking down to mix the spices, she whispers softly, "Chen Xiao, seriously, thank you so much. Without you saving me, who knows how long I would be trapped in that absolute hellhole." He replies totally chill, "We are old classmates, no need to be polite." Yu lowers her head, her voice getting way more quiet. "It is not just politeness. You actually make me feel like someone in this world is still worth trusting." Mu Shang rests his chin, nodding at them both with a very knowing look. This whole hero rescuing the beauty routine is completely flawless. Out of nowhere, he points straight at the literal mountain of water stacked nearby. Super curious, he asks, "Hey, spill the secret to your bro. How did you pull that off?" I mean, you saw that too, right? One single guy clearing out an entire water warehouse. Damn, is this some kind of magic? But totally unlike his hyped energy. Chen Xiao stays completely silent. After a long pause, he just calmly says, "I have my own methods you should probably be thinking about. How we are actually going to sell all this water safely outside." Then Chen Xiao shifts his gaze right over to Yu. "Right, after our high school graduation. You basically dropped off the map completely." Hearing those words, her face instantly falls into deep sadness. After graduation, some bad things happen back home. She stares down, the words getting completely choked up in her throat. The scene from that year suddenly flashes in her mind. Her entire house, pitch black. A heavy, metallic stench of blood everywhere, long trails of fresh red blood dragging across the floor. Absolutely bone-chilling stuff. Pure panic hits her as she screams, "Mom, Dad." After a heavy silence, she quietly speaks up. "Both of my parents vanished at the exact same time." Right at that moment, sensing something crazy outside, Chen Xiao and Mu Shang both snap toward the door. Out there, massive pillars of fiery red flames are violently surging straight into the air, dyeing that corner of the night sky completely red. All three immediately sprint toward the window to check out the situation, staring at the absolute inferno outside. He literally can't hold back a curse. Damn it, everything outside is on fire. On the monitors, Zhang Yang's gang. Trust me, what's next is wild. Stick with me here. Firebombs are absolutely hammering this building. Outside the main doors, a trembling woman desperately hammers on the glass, crying for help while tightly holding her young child. "Please help. Save my little baby." Inside the room, Mok Thuong angrily smashes his fist on the table. "It is Trong Duong. Does this absolute bastard seriously want to burn everyone alive out there?" Du looks over at Tran Hu, quietly asking if they should step in, but he just stands perfectly still before the glowing screens, his eyes completely dead and cold. Truong Duong thinks he can totally guilt-trip me by using basic morality and innocent lives. Too bad. I am definitely not the naive good guy who got brutally killed in my past life. Back outside. Truong Duong stands right in the roaring flames, screaming wildly. "Tran Hu, let us see how long you can hide. If you do not come out, I am turning this entire place into pure ash. Let us just see exactly how much longer your pathetic iron turtle shell can hold up." One of his lackeys raises a firebomb high in the air, his face looking absolutely vicious. Our boss is a total genius. If we make the fire even bigger, they will totally suffocate to death even if the flames do not roast them. Now watch closely. Truong Duong stands in the blazing inferno, looking insanely smug. Fight him? He actually just lights up a cigarette. Watching the sea of flames spread like it wants to swallow everything, his expression grows even more wildly arrogant. Back inside the apartment, Mok Thuong violently frowns with deep worry. "Tran Hu, this cannot keep going on. The insane heat is going to bleed inside. Even if we do not burn alive, we will get roasted dry or completely lack oxygen." Tran Hu stands perfectly still, a cold smirk forming. A deeply mocking thought suddenly flashes right through his mind. The extreme heat of the apocalypse. How could I be stupid enough not to install the absolute highest standard fire suppression system for my ultimate safe house? Without missing a single beat, Tran Hu slams the button to activate the defensive fire system. In a split second, massive high-pressure nozzles blast thick white mist, aggressively pouring it all over the raging fire outside. The vicious flames are instantly crushed. That strange white liquid coats the ground in heavy layers, rapidly halting the aggressive spread of the dangerous fire in its tracks. That epic sight leaves Mok Thuong with his jaw totally dropped. "Damn, foam gel. You actually managed to find this stuff too? Holy crap, this is literally high-tier military-grade gear." Du stands quietly beside him, her eyes now shining with even more absolute admiration. We all saw that coming, right? Outside, Truong Duong is completely stunned, speechless by this insane, unexpected counterattack. He scowls in pure rage, his face looking unbelievably ugly. Still trying to struggle? Truong Duong's frantic lackeys just keep wildly chucking their firebombs straight at the reinforced building. Gas canisters are hurled over, making the heavy flames roar back to life. He screams his orders out loud. "Keep going! Keep throwing them!" I refuse to believe his defensive supply is completely infinite. Right then, a panicked lackey sprints over to report. "Boss, we are almost completely out of fuel!" That white mist is not normal. Right at that moment, Tran Hu casually steps out onto the balcony holding a heavy megaphone. He looks down at the pathetic sea of flames, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Boss Liu, played with fire enough? How about coming inside for some ice water to cool off? At that exact second, the system notification sharply chimes. Scanning complete. Intense negative emotions detected. Anger points plus 888. Down below, Truong Duong side-eyes the panicked hostages scattered around him, an incredibly toxic and vicious idea forming in his head. No, I have completely changed my mind. Simply killing off Tran Hu is way too easy of an ending for him. So what do you and I take from this? This fireproof, self-sustaining fortress is the perfect safe house, and he wants it all. Let's dive right back in. His eyes flash with pure malice. Brute force failed, and fire attacks did absolutely nothing. Since playing nice didn't work, it's time to get completely ruthless. The hostages standing nearby catch one look at Zhang Yang's twisted face and instantly freeze, trembling in absolute, pure terror. High above them, Chen Xiao silently watches the chaos unfold, his expression turning ice cold. Seeing that look, that crazed intensity in Zhang Yang's eyes, he already knows exactly what this psycho is planning to do next. Zhang Yang snatches up a burning torch and aggressively points it right at the innocent hostages. He screams out, "Chen Xiao, get your coward self out here right now. Look at these pathetic people. They are suffering solely because of you." Mr. Wang breaks down crying in total panic, cursing Chen Xiao and wishing him a brutal death. "You dragged us down after offending Boss Lu. Stop hiding and get out here, you absolute piece of trash." Inside the apartment, Mu Kang clenches her fists, grinding her teeth in anger. That total bastard Zhang Yang. If he keeps this up, let's just rush out and fight him to the death. Let's go. But Chen Xiao just stands there, unmoving. His cold eyes show zero hesitation. He just smirks internally. Trying to use other people's lives to threaten me right now? Too bad having a soft heart in the apocalypse is straight up suicide. Seeing zero reaction from inside, Zhang Yang completely loses his temper. Now pay close attention here. He angrily grabs Mr. Wang's collar. Chen Xiao, still hiding like a total coward? Fine, I will execute this pathetic old man right now. Mr. Wang screams out in rage. Zhang Yang, karma is going to give you a horrible death. Watching the frail old man getting dragged across the security monitor, Chen Xiao's cold eyes actually flicker slightly. It is Mr. Wang. Memories from his past life suddenly flash right through his mind. Back when Chen Xiao was literally dying of thirst in the apocalypse, Mr. Wang was the only one who offered him a water pouch. "Young man, you have to survive. Where there is life, there is hope." He frowns, his gaze turning rock solid. Chen Xiao refuses to be someone who turns his back on a debt. Chen Xiao immediately gives the order. "Mu Kang, stay inside and make sure you protect Dudu with your life. I am going out to settle this with Boss Lu." Moments later, the heavy steel door slowly grinds open. Let's see how this plays out. He casually walks into the raging fire. "Zhang Yang, our grudge has nothing to do with them." Zhang Yang keeps a tight grip on Mr. Wang's collar. Looking absolutely thrilled, he taunts, "Chen Xiao, you finally crawled out of your pathetic little turtle shell, huh? What, trying to play the hero? Fine by me. Return the money, hand over the goods, and drop dead. Maybe then I will spare them." Chen Xiao stares at him coldly. "Play hero?" He frowns, spitting out every single word with absolute clarity. "I have zero interest." His enemy looks completely stunned. He absolutely cannot figure out what Chen Xiao is thinking right now. Without warning, he points his finger straight into Zhang Yang's ugly face. "Boss Lu, mindless killing is boring and seriously ruins your good karma anyway. I heard you built your empire running a casino. Why not settle this using the exact method you are best at? Let's play a high-stakes bet. Deal?" Chen Xiao continues, "If you win, literally everything I own is yours. But if I win, you release Mr. Wang and crawl out of this territory forever." Without a second thought, the guy immediately pulls out his dice. "You are on." Zhang Yang violently chucks them toward him. Simple, big, or small bet. One single roll decides life or death. Chen Xiao smoothly catches the dice cup mid-air, staring down his enemy with dead calm. "All right, I bet big. Trust me, the tension just skyrocketed. You are going to want to stick around." Both sides stare each other down, eyes full of pure confidence. "Stick with me, we are about to watch an insane, high-stakes deathmatch unfold." Instantly, the loud clattering of dice echoes out, completely shattering the dead silence in the room. Zhang Yang violently shakes his dice cup. His movements are super smooth, his eyes dripping with pure arrogance. Sitting across from him, Chen Xiao isn't slacking off either. The cup in his hand spins continuously like some crazy magic trick, completely blurring the vision of anyone watching. Chen Xiao shouts with intense energy, showing off his total resolve. He is beyond confident in his own special skills right now. Zhang Yang's arm moves without stopping, moving so incredibly fast that it literally leaves after images hanging right in midair. Our guy matches his energy, aura exploding all the way up. His movements are sharp and packed with heavy pressure. Now pay close attention here. They slam their cups down, and the real trickery begins. The boss loves cheating. He secretly hits a hidden switch on his cup. Instantly, the dice inside flip and change their positions. All of them land face up on sixes. The lackeys behind him are totally used to this trick. They cheer out loud, "The boss is going to win." The boss always wins. He definitely wins. Zhang Yang quickly lifts his cup lid. Seeing the perfect result, he bursts into wild, arrogant laughter. 3 supreme sixes. You just lost everything. But Chen Xiao stays calm. Not a single flinch, just a confident smirk playing on his lips. Boss Lu, don't rush it. The real winner hasn't been decided just yet. He quickly activates his own special, overpowered system skill. Invisible blades flash fast as lightning, slicing right through the cup and cutting every single die cleanly in half. Chen Xiao gently lifts up his lid. The dice inside are now completely split into 2 neat little halves. He gives a mocking laugh. Boss Lu, looks like the quality of your dice is actually pretty terrible. Seeing this crazy sight, the lackeys behind him just stare with their eyes popping completely out. The hostages cannot even believe what they are seeing. Someone actually blurts out loud, "How did they all get sliced right down the middle?" Chen Xiao casually replies, "Total score is 21 points, completely beating your supreme roll." He looks right up at Zhang Yang, his voice dropping ice cold. "You lost the bet, so let them go." The boss grinds his teeth in pure rage, words choking in his throat. "You!" Zhang Yang furiously screams out, "You really dare to mess with me?" Right at that exact second, the system pops up an alert. Strong negative emotions detected, anger points increased by 500. He pulls out a knife and aggressively charges at our guy. "Die, you little brat!" The poor hostages turn totally pale from pure panic. Everyone squeezes their eyes shut, too terrified to watch. But Chen Xiao just stands his ground, looking terrifyingly calm and completely unfazed. I know what you are thinking. Perfect timing for him to test a brand new skill. Right as the sharp blade is about to hit, Chen Xiao tilts his body and dodges it beautifully. At that same moment, a random gas cylinder mysteriously flies out of nowhere and appears right behind Zhang Yang. The heavy tank crashes onto the floor, totally startling him. Instantly, a thick white gas sprays out, quickly covering both of them in a dense fog. His panicked lackeys start screaming out loud, "Boss! Boss!" They grip their weapons tight and blindly rush into the thick smoke. One guy spots his leader and frantically asks, "Boss, are you okay right now?" Zhang Yang pinches his nose hard. "I am fine. You two get in there and drag that annoying brat out for me." Right then, his eyes suddenly catch a familiar-looking silhouette standing directly in front of him. Zhang Yang does not hesitate at all, quickly pointing right at it. Chen Xiao is straight ahead. He screams, "Beat him! Let's pause here. Trust me, you want to see what happens next. Stick with me here." Because a lackey just screamed his lungs out. Zhang Yang panics. What is going on? A single blade strike flashes like literal lightning. The henchman in front gets blasted completely backward in an instant. Crimson blood splatters everywhere, painting the ground red. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao is just standing there, totally unfazed. Not a single scratch on him. Knowing he can't drag this out, the boss grits his teeth and pulls his ultimate secret weapon. Even if you're super strong, there's no way you can dodge this. A massive explosion violently erupts, completely drowning out Zhang Yang's absolutely insane, maniacal screaming. "Go to hell, Chen Xiao!" he yells in triumph. "Every single piece of your legacy belongs to me now!" But right at that exact second, the system notification chimes once again. Spatial barrier fully activated. The artillery shell's destructive force is absolutely terrifying, making the entire energy shield violently shake and tremble. But then, in just a second... Now watch closely. The massive shell just cracks open, crumbling into tiny little pieces. Zhang Yang is stunned, completely silent. Cold sweat drips down his face. What just happened? The MC calmly stands there, hands in his pockets, a slight smirk on his face. "So it actually blocked a cannon shell?" Chen Xiao says, his voice dripping with pure mockery. Is Boss Lu really a sore loser? Doing this in front of so many people. His eyes turn completely ice cold. "Are you trying to dodge our bet?" With just a few simple, effortless slashes, every single remaining piece of that artillery shell is instantly shredded into dust by Chen Xiao. After that, he slowly walks right toward his terrified enemy. Staring at the massive chunk of iron crashing down right in front of him, the boss is speechless, his face completely drained of blood. Chen Xiao speaks coldly. "Boss Lu, you don't even have a decent blade. You honestly have zero right to negotiate any terms with me." Zhang Yang is shaking like a total leaf. His mind is an absolute mess right now. This guy is bad news. There's definitely something shady going on here. Our MC frowns, his eyes flashing with obvious pure annoyance. "Boss Lu, you keep causing trouble for me over and over again. You just constantly love testing my absolute limits, don't you? It's finally time we settle our massive debt today. Hearing those cold words, he freezes up completely. Absolute, sheer panic takes over his mind. All their fuel is completely gone. Fighting now would just be a massive loss. You and I both know what he's thinking. This kid's insane skills and safe house make him an absolute goldmine. If he just recruits Chen Xiao instead, he can easily recover all his previous losses, plus make a massive profit. Thinking about this, Zhang Yang grabs his head, forcing himself to calm down and calculate a new strategy. A moment later, his expression completely and suddenly shifts entirely. That aggressive attitude from before? Gone, replaced by the most pathetic, totally flattering smile you've ever seen. Chen Xiao, it's just a misunderstanding, total misunderstanding. We're basically old friends who just fought to get to know each other. How about we make a little trade right here and now? Zhang Yang begs with his hands clasped, zero hostility left in his tone. Chen Xiao, please, just listen to me right now. Killing me won't give you anything except getting your hands covered in my dirty blood. In this apocalyptic world, human lives are incredibly cheap, but I can let you live, and live a much better life. He leans in incredibly close to Chen Xiao's ear and whispers, I have a massive batch of pure antibiotics, penicillin and cephalosporin. Do you have any idea how insanely precious those things are right now? Even a tiny infected scratch is more than enough to literally kill a man. You leave me an out, and I'll split this entire medical stash with you. The MC lowers his head slightly, his eyes flashing with calculation. A second later, Chen Xiao slowly places his hand right on Zhang Yang's shoulder, speaking calmly. Antibiotics really are top tier right now, and trust me, you'll want to see how this bait plays out. Stick with me, we are about to watch how deadly pure greed gets. Boss Liu, I will be totally honest. I own way more than just this safe house. My survival stash is so much bigger than you could even imagine. Hearing that, Liu rubs his chin. A greedy, completely smug smirk spreads across his face. You only have basic food and water. You have absolutely zero medicine. One sickness out here is an instant death sentence. You better just cooperate with me. That medical supply drop is at the abandoned West factory, and only I know the password. Chen Xiao's face stays hidden beneath his hood. Only his terrifyingly cold, glowing eyes pierce the darkness. Fine, Chen Xiao actually pats Zhang Yang's shoulder. Our business for tonight ends right here. Seeing the monstrous kid willingly put an arm around him, the thug violently shrinks back. Cold sweat completely drenches his forehead. Right, absolutely, we are done here tonight. Glad we could clear up this little misunderstanding. Chen Xiao sharply points off into the distance. Boss Liu, please take it easy. We can hammer out the specific details another day. His waiting gang spots Zhang Yang stumbling back toward them and immediately yells out in utter surprise. Boss! He takes a massive, shaky breath before issuing a freezing cold order. Boys, we are leaving. The kid just slightly turns his head, quietly watching their pathetic retreating figures. Chen Xiao mutters under his breath. Now watch closely. Did this fool really think a simple password could stop a monster? I do not need passwords to crack open vault doors. Then he swiftly walks right toward the hostages. Mr. Wang, it is okay now. The enemies are finally gone. A few steps away, Mr. Wang stands completely frozen, just staring blankly at Chen Xiao. The sheer madness of what just happened left the poor old man's jaw practically hitting the floor. In that exact moment, the system sharply pings with a familiar notification. Fear level increased by 100. Mr. Wang shakily grabs his hand, his voice thick with raw emotion. Little Chen, thank you. You saved this old man's life today. If you ever need absolutely anything from this old-timer in the future, just say the word. I cannot risk my life out there anymore, but I can definitely help you plant some fresh seedlings. Just do some light chores. Chen Xiao gently replies to him. Mr. Wang, I appreciate your kind heart. Just head back inside and heavily lock your doors right now. Get some solid rest. Meanwhile, down on a completely different street corner, pitch black night has fully consumed the entire city. A sickening blood-red moon hangs ominously in the sky above, turning the ruined city streets into something totally eerie and downright terrifying. Huilei violently shivers just recalling the brutal scene. That absolute demon Chen Xiao genuinely scared me to death back there. Zhang Yang lets out a cold, contemptuous snort. You guys are so naive. You really think I would ever share my medicine stash? Cooperate? He takes a deep, aggressive drag of his cigarette. You and I both know the truth. He was totally lying just to stall time. I needed to calm that psycho down first. Wait until we strip those supplies from his hands. Then watch how brutally I execute him. Trying to fight me? That kid is way too green. Xia immediately starts kissing up. Boss is so wise, an absolute genius. That punk Chen Xiao daring to challenge you? I bet hard cash he will not last 3 days. Zhang Yang smirks proudly, but his eyes quickly darken with real concern. But something about that Chen Xiao kid is seriously, deeply messed up. Even heavy artillery shells literally bounced right off his freakish body. Hey, pineapple head, spend the next few days doing a background check on him. Do not. He never even finishes that final sentence, because a freezing silver flash abruptly slices right across his throat. Instantly, hot fresh blood sprays everywhere like rain. Zhang Yang's eyes bulge out in pure, absolute shock, dying instantly on the bloody pavement. Witnessing that nightmarish scene, his loyal gang behind him instantly erupts into a blind, screaming panic. Boss, it is a freaking ghost, run. So what do we learn here? Never mess with the quiet ones. The gang scatters, leaving their boss's cold corpse abandoned in the street. Stick with me here. Tran Hu is still standing right there on the roof. Holding his attack pose, a cold smirk creeps onto his face. Boss Liu, consider this our absolute final goodbye. The very next day, every single news channel suddenly broadcasts the exact same massive alert. Emergency warning. The massive global heat wave is officially ripping across the entire planet right now. Things are completely out of control. Several major climate tipping points have already been completely shattered. The ecosystem is basically collapsing. Meanwhile, back inside the safety of Tran Hu's private apartment, the loud television broadcast echoes sharply through his deadly quiet living room. The government officially advises all citizens to carefully evaluate their own personal survival situations right now. Make your choice. Option 1, evacuate north to the temporary safety shelters hastily set up by the military and government. Option 2, lock down and wait for rescue. Repeating again, this is not a drill. Standing by the window, he silently watches the outside world. Deep down, nothing but pure, freezing mockery for them all. Evacuate north? That so-called safe zone will quickly turn into an absolute bloody new hell on Earth anyway. Waiting for a rescue team? What an absolute joke. Countless thoughts just keep racing rapidly, racing through his mind. Now watch closely, because the real nightmare is just finally getting started. Very soon, extremely heat-resistant mutated beasts will completely devour absolutely every single remaining creation of human civilization out there. He realizes the awakened humans popping up everywhere will just fight brutally over scarce survival resources anyway, forming rival factions and slaughtering each other blindly. The more he thinks, the colder his dark eyes become. As for me, I am absolutely not stopping at just defending this single safe house alone. His inner determination spikes incredibly high. I will transform it into the ultimate doomsday survival fortress for the apocalypse. Meanwhile, right outside, furious banging and desperate screaming just keep echoing without stopping. Everyone look, we are all out here totally starving and violently suffering. Our homes burned down to nothing. But what about that guy Tran Hu? One angry guy furiously screams his lungs out. He is hoarding this massive fortified place all by himself. It is heavily armored. He has plenty of food, fresh water, and even working air conditioning. Truong Quang joins in yelling. What gives him the right? Then he aggressively approaches Tran Hu's door, pounding heavily on the metal. Tran Hu, get your ass out here. Because you selfishly refused to help us earlier, we are all stuck in this absolute nightmare. You absolutely owe every single one of us a massive explanation right now. Truong Quang then turns back to the crowd, a highly toxic, sinister glare flashing in his eyes. We have already decided. You are strictly forced to share this safe house with the rest of us. Everyone takes turns living inside. It is all for the greater survival of our entire community. Outside is pure, earth-shattering chaos. But I know what you are thinking inside. He is just completely relaxing. Tran Hu casually listens to upbeat music while slowly cooking himself a truly premium, mouth-watering steak. After it is perfectly cooked, he deliberately grabs his smartphone, snaps a quick photo and drops it straight into the apartment group chat. Instantly, the chat absolutely explodes. Is he seriously eating a steak right now? We do not even have a single drop to drink, and he is blasting the air conditioning. This selfish bastard is obviously doing this on purpose. Right at that exact second, glowing system notifications begin flashing directly in front of Tran Hu's eyes. Jealousy points plus 150, pure anger points plus 130, despair plus 95. He calmly stares at the chaotic flood of angry group messages. The cold smirk on his lips grows wider. So what are it? Helpless rage is totally worthless in the apocalypse. Outside, Truong Quang glares violently at the photo on his screen, thick blue veins bulging in furious anger. Showing zero hesitation, he aggressively smashes his phone straight into the hard ground. Alright, stick with me here. This guy refuses to play nice, so they are out for his blood. Right on cue, the heavy doors slowly creak open. Chen Xiao steps outside, muttering quietly under his breath. The abandoned West Factory. Time to go scout the area first. The second he steps out of his safe house, he instantly activates his thermal shock attack ability. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a sharp knife flies straight toward Chen Xiao's head. His entire body tenses up like a coiled spring. An intense wave of pure danger instantly washes over his entire body in a flash. But Chen Xiao reacts in time, using his fist to punch the knife right off its path. Zhang Cheng and his gang charge forward, gripping their meat cleavers. "Hand over the safe house today," Lin Hao sneers viciously, "or we will absolutely cripple you right here." Chen Xiao dashes forward, fast as a lightning bolt. His terrifying speed leaves the guy completely stunned, turning pale before he can even react. He blinks and appears right in Lin Hao's face, his hand gripping the knife-wielding wrist like a vice. Chen Xiao spins suddenly, violently twisting the punk's arm all the way behind his back. Following the momentum, he aggressively snaps Lin Hao's wrist. The agonizing pain makes him scream out in pure misery. The sharp knife gets launched high into the air. Now watch this carefully before the blade even drops back down. Chen Xiao moves like absolute lightning, reaching out and snatching it with terrifyingly precise and decisive motions. Right at that exact second, another thug manages to close in on him. Chen Xiao slightly furrows his brows, his eyes flashing with a cold, annoyed glare. In the very next second, he directly triggers his skill. Multiple razor-sharp slashes instantly erupt outward at an absolutely mind-blowing speed. You only see flashes of white light ripping through the air. Chen Xiao is showing absolutely zero mercy. The same punks who charged so aggressively are now completely covered in deep bloody gashes. Zhang Cheng gets hit too, losing his balance completely and face-planting hard straight onto the freezing cold cement floor. Trembling in pure agony, he struggles to look up at him. His voice still sounds threatening. "You really dare to attack us in broad daylight like this? Everyone around here is watching you." You and I both know the system loves this. Fear points increased by 1,000. Chen Xiao stares at him coldly, his lips curling into a deeply mocking smirk. "Kill you guys?" he mocks. "I am too afraid of dirtying my hands." Hearing that, Zhang Cheng finally looks around in trembling fear. His entire gang is lying completely motionless on the ground, their bodies covered in a network of brutal wounds. Chen Xiao does not even bother looking back, just turning to leave. He thinks to himself, "Kill you all? That would honestly be way too easy for you guys. In this kind of weather, those wounds will easily get infected, fester up, and ultimately lead straight to blood poisoning. In just a few short days, you will all slowly rot away in absolute agony." It does not take long before he reaches his destination. Under the scorching hot sun, the old abandoned factory in front of him looks even more deserted and seriously creepy. Chen Xiao stops right in front of the rusted iron gate. This is the West Factory area. His gaze suddenly locks onto something, a surveillance camera. Without a single second of hesitation, Chen Xiao raises his hand and casts his skill. A bright blue light rapidly gathers in the palm of his hand before shooting through the air. The security camera gets instantly destroyed on the spot. Right after that, he swings his arm again. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Massive deep cuts tear right through that giant iron gate. Stick with me as Tran Hu sneaks inside, hiding behind a massive wall to secretly scout out the situation. He takes it slow, testing every single step, his nerves completely stretched to the absolute breaking point. The second he steps inside, a foul stench punches him right in the face. Tran Hu starts coughing violently, quickly throwing a hand up to cover his nose. Toxic gas. In just a few short seconds, Tran Hu's entire body goes totally limp, his strength instantly drained. He curses in pure rage, damn it. It was a trap. Right at that exact moment, two shadowy figures silently appear standing right behind him. But because the nerve gas completely paralyzed him, Tran Hu doesn't notice a single thing. Now watch this. The man suddenly injects a weird liquid straight into his arm. That freezing cold liquid quickly mixes into his bloodstream, spreading through his entire body and bringing this bizarre, overwhelming numbness. Tran Hu's pupils shrink down, his eyes filling with absolute pure terror. The man speaks up with a super gentle voice. "Young man, feeling any better? This specific nerve gas might not actually be lethal, but its smell definitely is not a pleasant experience at all." He hurriedly scrambles to stand, glaring defensively at the people in front of him. "Who are you?" Suspicion explodes in his mind. Why are there still guards stationed inside this place? Truong Duong never mentioned this at all. Did that old man play him? But honestly, these two don't really look like they have bad intentions. The guy slowly packs the syringe back into its case, then softly introduces himself. "My name is Lam Kwok Dong, and I am a professional biomedical researcher." He gestures his hand over toward the woman right beside him. "My work specifically focuses on the complex topic of human evolution in extreme environments. This is my student, To-Do, and I'm also the manager here." To-Do gives a polite little wave to greet him. "Hello there." Kwok Dong adjusts his glasses, and honestly, we can both see that crazy excitement in his eyes. That toxic gas outside is just a necessary anti-theft measure. But what I am way more curious about is what exact tool you used. This cut mark here is truly very special. Tran Hu doesn't answer him directly, just quietly speaking up. Professor Lam, thank you both for saving me. On the outside, he stays completely calm, but inside, his guard is all the way up. A biomedical researcher? Tran Hu's eyes silently dart all around the mysterious room. The very first thing catching his eye are these massive glass cabinets, packed full of different medicines and wildly colorful, glowing liquid solutions. A giant dinosaur fossil is set up right on the other side of the room. Tran Hu is completely stunned. Looking around, he absolutely cannot believe his own eyes. Is this really just some simple medicine storage room like they said? Right after that, the guy leads Tran Hu much deeper inside the facility. You need medicine, right? Go ahead and take whatever you want. Kwok Dong's voice is super gentle. Consider it my personal apology for the huge trouble caused by our security system, and also a little welcoming gift just for you. Hearing that, he drops the polite act completely, instantly stepping up and throwing the glass cabinet wide open. Then, Tran Hu quickly starts stuffing all kinds of medicine and medical supplies deep into his backpack. Goal achieved, he immediately slings the heavy backpack over his shoulder, getting ready to leave. Right before stepping out the door, Tran Hu slightly turns his head, coldly dropping one last word. Thanks. The man just stands there frozen, silently watching his back slowly disappear through the doorway. The corner of Kwok Dong's mouth twitches up into a smirk, his eyes flashing with a dark, sinister vibe right behind those glasses. We will meet again. By the time Tran Hu finally makes it back to his apartment, it is already late afternoon. A beautiful red sunset covers the sky, and trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. Our guy rushes to his door, grabbing the handle and yanking it open. He steps inside his completely secure apartment. Only then does Chen Xiao finally let out a huge breath. A sudden thought flashes through his mind. Professor Lin might have just saved him without making things difficult, but he remembers that look in the professor's eyes. Honestly, it was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Right at that moment, the phone on his desk starts buzzing absolutely out of control. A brand new message pops up in the apartment building's chaotic group chat. Anyone have antibiotics and bandages? Please save us. I will pay top dollar. Seeing this, Chen Xiao completely forgets all of that anxiety from earlier. He smirks, highly amused. He just scored a few boxes of meds and they work like absolute magic. But sell them? Absolutely not. Over in the group chat, the atmosphere has completely blown up. Pure chaos right now. Zhang Chang is losing his mind, spamming the chat with pure rage aimed at Chen Xiao, calling him a selfish coward who only cares about himself. Right below that, someone else violently threatens him. Chen Xiao, you shameless piece of trash. Once my brothers heal up, we are breaking down your door and ending you. Lin Hao quickly chimes in. Yeah, Chen Xiao, just you wait. Right then, the system notifications start pinging absolutely non-stop. Anger plus 99, hatred plus 200, jealousy plus 380 points. He literally could not care less. He sits down, unzips his backpack, and checks his fresh loot. Now watch closely, he suddenly freezes, and his eyes go incredibly wide in sheer panic. Staring down in absolute pure shock, Chen Xiao locks his gaze onto a tiny, incredibly stealthy object, hidden perfectly right underneath the backpack's zipper. This is a tracking device. He figures it out instantly. Looking at the little gadget in pure disbelief, he wonders, who exactly slipped this tracker into my bag? And more importantly, when did they even get the chance to do it? Standing right there in the massive city, he finds it completely laughable. Oh, so they want to play tracking games? Thinking about it, something nearby catches his eye, and he makes a quick choice. All right then, I will play along. Right next to a trash can near him, a pure white stray cat suddenly pops out. It takes slow, cautious steps right toward our guy. Chen Xiao gently reaches out, planting the tracker right on the cat, whispering softly, "Little guy, do me a solid here. Once it is secured, he lets the cat go with an order. Take this wherever you feel like wandering today." The good little stray happily scampers off, climbing and exploring every random corner it usually likes to visit. At that exact moment, somewhere else entirely, a computer monitor lights up, displaying a map completely covered with a messy web of bright red lines. And the guy behind the screen, Guo Dong, is just staring at it in deep thought. You and I know exactly why he is muttering. What the heck is this movement? Leaving his confusion behind, the scene quickly cuts over to a completely different phone screen. The phone is playing a video of Zhang Chang dragging himself on the floor, cursing violently. Who has medicine? Anti-inflammatories, fever meds. My brothers are seriously not going to make it. You guys cannot just sit there and watch us die. Another video clip quickly loads up. Jiali is holding a sick kid in her arms, crying and begging so weakly. Please, everyone, my child has not had a drop of clean water in 2 whole days. Can any kind savior please spare just a little bit? I will trade my rare picture books for it. We can negotiate absolutely any price. Watching her act like this, Chen Xiao remembers his past life and curses in total disgust, using the same exact old trick to farm some cheap pity. In his past life, she milked this exact same tactic for some major benefits. Just then, a message tags him. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Tran Hu, are you hoarding all those supplies just to take them to your grave? Stop playing dead. Kids are literally dying of thirst and you do nothing. Do you have any humanity left? An irresponsible, cold, and selfish guy exactly like you deserves to be totally alone forever. Stick with me here. Reading these crazy messages, he felt pure sarcasm and cursed silently. These people are totally ridiculous. That is definitely not my kid. Why should I take responsibility? Right after saying that, the atmosphere around Tran Hu suddenly turned incredibly terrifying. It was like a raging fire was rising inside him, ready to burn absolutely everything down. Tran Hu tapped quickly on his phone screen, opened up a chat window, and simply replied, "This fake kindness and cheap moral kidnapping is never going to work on me at all." Right after that, he completely mocked another specific person in the group chat, firing back. "Vuong Vai, you are hoarding 3 boxes of water and 2 boxes of canned food. Share them first. Whatever you share, I will double it." Seeing that text message pop up on screen, Vuong Vi on the other side was so shocked she slammed the table, completely snapping her lipstick in half. Did he really just install hidden cameras out in the hallway? She gritted her teeth in absolute fury, glaring at the text message on her phone, cursing. I was obviously being so careful, yet I still ended up getting recorded like an idiot. This leaked info instantly made the whole apartment complex go totally wild, calling out her name. "Vuong Vi, you have that much water? Hurry up and bring it out to share with us." Now watch this closely. Soon after, a bunch of armed thugs quickly showed up right outside Vuong Vai's front door. Without a single word, they swung a heavy axe directly into the door right in front of them. Hearing that terrifying sound, Vuong Vi's face instantly turned totally pale, completely paralyzed with pure fear. Right outside the door, the old guy leading those vicious thugs yelled at the top of his lungs. "People inside, hand over all of your food and drinks right now." His entire body gave off a truly terrifying and dangerous aura, threatening loudly, "Do not force us to attack." Looking at those massive guys, Vuong Vi fell weakly to the floor, not daring to fight back. After successfully smashing their way inside her home, they immediately swept up absolutely every single supply they could find. In another corner of the room, while those guys were completely distracted and busy gathering up all the supplies, GID sneaked in and stole some drinking water and medicine right from the bedroom. Vuong Vi, with a heavily bruised body, leaned against the bed, blankly watching those figures leave her house carrying stacks and stacks of boxes. You saw that, right? At that exact moment, she completely broke down. 2 heavy streams of tears just kept rolling straight down her cheeks. At that exact same time, down in the basement of another apartment building, Truong Quang and the rest of his brothers looked sadly at the guy lying totally still on the ground, saying, "Rest in peace, my brother." Right after he finished speaking, the worried residents nearby immediately started whispering to each other in fear. "Are we just leaving it here? It is going to rot and smell horrible. When that happens, everybody is going to get infected. What do we do now? Does nobody truly care whether we live or die in this place anymore?" Right then, Kwok Dong and To-Do walked down from the stairs to calm them. "Everyone do not panic. Please stay perfectly calm." He put on a very serious look. "We are the medical team from the City Disease Control Center, and we came here to help all of you out." While talking, he slipped on some medical gloves and stepped right up to the dead body. "You all suffered a lot. We just got the orders and rushed here immediately, but sadly the roads were totally blocked, so we arrived a step late. And that's where we pause." Kwok Dong reached out, opening the corpse's eyes. Let's jump into a truly twisted survival story. With temperatures hitting this extreme high, these corpses absolutely must be safely disposed of by a real professional right away. He heavily checks out the 2 horrific corpses on the ground, dropping a massive warning that leaves everyone totally terrified. Because if a deadly plague breaks out right now, the fallout would be completely unimaginable. Saying that, Guodong quickly pulls out a huge stack of meds for the residents, warning them, "Right here are some basic survival meds and a few disinfectant pills. Supplies are super limited right now, so you guys absolutely must distribute them carefully based on real need." The gorgeous blonde girl standing up front with the stunning figure happily accepts the supplies, eagerly saying thank you. "Thank you so much. You are literally our lifesaver today." The super grateful residents happily share the meds with each other, crying out that they knew the country would never ever abandon them in this crisis. but they have absolutely no idea. Guodong looks totally normal and kind on the outside, but inside he is hiding a much darker scheme. The phone signal is completely jammed and chaotic around here, meaning his target is definitely trapped in this zone and absolutely cannot run far. Over at the apartment building opposite, Chen Xiao hears all the loud noise outside and curiously peeks out through his apartment window. Now watch closely, he spots Guodong and Su Rui blending in the crowd and gasps in absolute shock. Professor Lin? Why is he suddenly here? Staring at the guy outside, Chen Xiao frowns in deep suspicion. Is that man actually tracking me down? Suddenly, his phone vibrates deep in his pocket, completely snapping him right out of his intense train of thought. Chen Xiao checks his glowing screen and sees a really strange, totally unexpected text message. Beware of that doctor. He freezes in absolute confusion, his brows knitting even tighter as he stares at it and wonders, who the hell sent this message? Chen Xiao stays completely frozen by the window, holding his phone, not moving a single muscle right now. Only when his phone screen finally goes totally dark. It clearly reflects his totally blank face as he stares silently straight ahead into the distance. Out in this massive, sprawling, empty city, way across from his apartment building, a huge pair of binoculars is pointed right at him, up on the roof of an unfinished construction site. We both know what this means. A mysterious dark figure is intensely watching his every single move. Back to Chen Xiao, he stays totally silent and perfectly still, like he is deep in thought about something. A long moment passe. Hidden safely under his baseball cap, Chen Xiao's eyes suddenly turn incredibly sharp and freezing cold. He literally cannot believe it right now. Getting severe chills, he mutters out loud. Is somebody else actually stalking me out there too? Realizing this crazy fact, Chen Xiao instantly dials up that exact mystery number. But all he gets in return is a robotic voice. A pre-recorded message saying, the number you dialed is unavailable. The sky outside has started turning deep golden as the evening sunset slowly falls over them. That gentle sunset glow shines right through the window straight into Chen Xiao's dark room. He glances outside and thinks to himself, it is a burner number, so no callbacks allowed. They are purposefully hiding their identity. His expression turns really grim as he darkly speculates on this. Was this a genuine warning, or are they literally using me to take down Professor Lin? Down below the apartment, the residents are seeing Guodong off right now, gratefully telling him, thank God for Professor Lin helping out, because with this brutal heat, those bodies would have definitely caused a massive disaster if left alone. Hearing that praise, he flashes a totally fake smile and says, doing this is just my duty. Everyone, please stay safe in this extreme heat. Just find me anytime if you feel sick. You and I both know he is lying. Stick with me here. Up in his room, Tran Hu glares down at Guodong, his expression turning terrifying as his eyebrows lock in a heavy frown. He intently watches that lone figure. What exactly is that on him? Looks like blood. He squints hard, trying to clearly see those dark, suspicious stains marking up Guodong's long coat. He makes a wild guess, figuring it looks like a dry ice reagent. Suddenly, a chilling memory from the past hits him. In his memories of his previous life, right after the deadly heat wave hit, shady medical teams popped up, claiming to prevent disease just to collect blood samples from everyone. Soon after, perfectly healthy people vanished without a single trace. The exact second he remembers this, the image of Guodong's creepy fake smile instantly flashes into Tran Hu's mind. Snapping back to the present, down at the apartment bulletin board, Guodong is carefully pinning up a notice. Once it is up, a crowd immediately gathers around it, excitedly buzzing. We even get free water? Professor Lam is seriously way too kind. The paper on the board is a flashy public health flyer, claiming to prevent heat stroke and stop the spread of dangerous heat-related diseases. It announces a free medical checkup station opening up bright and early tomorrow, offering basic exams, wound care, and nutritional boosts. The location, underground parking lot number 3. And anyone who shows up for testing gets an extra bottle of drinking water. Reading this, the clueless residents are all in for it. Yeah, with this heat, a free checkup sounds perfect. Now watch closely as the scene jumps to a totally dead alleyway. That same white cat from earlier cautiously creeps toward a box of food on the ground. Guodong watches the obedient little guy eating and softly mutters. No wonder the signal was getting jammed. Seeing the satisfied cat licking its paws, he reaches out and gently rubs its head. You have a good appetite, little one. But leaning down to pet the cat makes several medical syringes spill out of his bag. His expression instantly drops, staring at the cat with pure malice. So I was finally discovered? Right then, a robotic system voice chimes in. Speechless plus 25, resentment plus 39. Not too far away, a heavily hooded figure is silently watching this entire creepy exchange unfold. That shadowy observer is none other than Tran Xiao. He smirks at the scene. You and I both knew it was him all along. Cutting down below, a rundown, abandoned-looking basement is absolutely packed with people pacing back and forth. In the middle of that massive crowd, a girl aggressively fans herself, complaining with total frustration. It is boiling in here. Hasn't rained in forever, right? When will it finally rain and cool us off? The guy next to her wipes his sweating face with a towel. Well, at least it is cooler down here. The end of that long line leads straight to a table where Kwok Dong sits, questioning an old man. State your full name and age? Feeling sick anywhere recently? The older guy slowly answers all his routine questions. Tran Duke, 76 years old. I haven't felt uncomfortable lately, but my blood pressure has always been running pretty high. While Kwok Dong is busy examining the others, Tran Xiao quietly steps out from behind a concrete pillar to watch. His intense eyes track every single one of his movements. Even Tran Duke gets confused by Kwok Dong's strange actions, asking, "Why do you need to draw my blood for this?" Staring at the filled vial, he calmly reassures him, "Do not worry, just a standard checkup." Watching this incredibly shady process, Tran Xiao narrows his eyes. So what do you and I think Professor Lam is actually plotting here? After finishing up the medical checks for everyone, Kwok Dong packs up the blood samples, getting ready to leave. Suddenly, someone screams out for the professor. Trong Kwang rushes over in an absolute panic, dragging a bow behind him. "My brother got hurt and the wound is infected. Please, you have to save him." Watch closely here. The professor immediately pulls out a very strange vial. The tube is filled with some weird liquid, clearly labeled as prototype T7. He hands it over and calmly explains. It is a brand new broad-spectrum enhancer, supposed to rapidly speed up healing and completely fight off any infection. Without wasting another second, he injects the strange serum straight into a Bo's badly injured arm. Injection done, Kwok Dong just glances up, quietly watching his patient while giving some basic instructions. Get good rest for 2 days, and you will be totally healed up. A Bo looks super exhausted after taking the shot. Sweating heavily, he just mutters a quick thank you to Professor Lam. Right as he speaks, thick blue veins suddenly bulge out across his forehead. His expression instantly turns grim. Tran Xiao has been watching this whole time. He realizes something is totally off and mutters to himself. The professor is studying him, and he is absolutely right. Kwok Dong is closely monitoring a Bo's every single reaction. A moment later, he strokes his chin and lets out a creepy little smirk. You and I know this isn't right. Tran Xiao quietly tails them. Meanwhile, Truong Kwang notices his brother looking absolutely terrible. He nervously checks in. A Bo, hey, are you doing okay? Before he even finishes, a Bo drops to the ground. He grabs his injured arm, shaking violently as he speaks. Boss, it feels like my bones are literally on fire. This hurts so much. Then he lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. His fingertips are literally turning pitch black right before their eyes. Terrifying red veins erupt all over his casted arm. The pressure is so intense, the bandages literally snap apart. Those disgusting red veins creep all the way up a Bo's face. His eyes roll back, turning completely bloodshot and absolutely terrifying to look at. An instant later, a massive wave of raw power just explodes right out of a Bo's body. His broken arm completely shatters the cast. It heals instantly, turning into a fully functional, monstrous arm. Truong Kwang is completely terrified. He stumbles backward in absolute shock and yells, "A Bo, what is wrong?" A Bo isn't listening at all. He just reaches out, grabs him by the throat, and lifts him up. Truong Kwang panics and screams out, "A Bo, what are you doing?" The grip on a Bo's hand just gets stronger and stronger, mercilessly choking Truong Kwang. Terrified, he grabs a Bo's arm and begs, "Are you crazy? Let me go right now. I am Truong Kwang. I am your boss." But let's be real, a Bo is barely human anymore. With a terrifying veiny face, he grits his teeth and growls out, "Boss? Last time you pushed me into a knife. Why didn't you act like my boss back then, huh?" Right then, something smashes directly into his arm. The impact is so heavy it forces him to drop Truong Kwang. Seeing his revenge get interrupted, a Bo is absolutely furious. He snaps his head around and roars, "Who goes there?" When he finally sees exactly who ruined his moment, his voice drips with pure rage. "Tran Xiao, it is you." Without another word, a Bo charges forward like a complete wild animal. But Tran Xiao is smooth. He easily sidesteps, completely dodging the incoming monstrous attack. Cold sweat drips down his face. Biting his lip, he narrows his eyes, locking onto his opponent. Tran Xiao is watching quietly, He analyzes every single movement a bow makes, calculating his next step. His physical strength jumped by over 3 times, but his joints, completely stiff and rigid. All of his attacks are just straight lines. This is absolutely not a normal medical reaction at all. And as a bow blindly rushes in for another crazy attack, he quickly raises his hand. Power starts building up as he mutters, "Time to end this." Tran Hu raises his hand right up to eye level, wrapping it in a swirling dark aura, just waiting quietly. In a flash, he launches a dark slash right through him. Trust me, we are just starting. Stick with me here, watch Tran Hu's blade of light slice clean through Abu's neck. While he stands completely stunned, Tran Hu just watches Abu's severed head hit the dirt. Nothing but silent tears left streaming down that lifeless, severed face. A long time passes. Then, a faint sound breaks the silence of the empty street. Shiny leather shoes tap smoothly against the pavement, walking forward with a very steady rhythm. As he walks, he remembers Abu getting injected and starts muttering to himself. Why did the tracking signal suddenly stop right here? There is a nano-robot locator inside that serum, so there shouldn't be any issues at all. Besides, the locator signal was perfectly normal just a second ago. Right as he says that, his footsteps suddenly come to a halt. Kwok Dong's eyebrows furrow tighter and tighter until they practically touch, and he just keeps grinding his teeth in obvious frustration. He stares in pure disbelief at the brutal scene of Abu's lifeless body. Nearby, Truong Kwong is barely conscious, slumped against the wall, groaning out in shock. Kwok Dong quickly regains his composure, stepping up to scan Abu's severed head with his tablet. Frowning deeply, he stares at the data on his tablet and mutters. The T7 prototype caused massive overstimulation leading to total nerve collapse. But looking at this, that definitely wasn't the direct cause of his death. After saying that, Kwok Dong reaches out, gently touching the wound on Abu's neck to examine it. Now watch this carefully. The image of Chuang Duong suddenly flashes right through Kwok Dong's memory. He frowns slightly, sinking deep into some serious thought. Just like that fatal wound left on Chuang Duong's body. And the slice on that gate lock back then. Every single cut is perfectly smooth. Kwok Dong analyzes the scene grimly. Whoever created this absolute masterpiece had no special gear. No weapons at all, yet they still made a cut like this. Absolutely no normal person could ever pull this off. Thinking about this, a thrilled smile creeps onto his face as he remembers Tran Hu's eyes and face, full of praise. The day I met him, I already felt that this kid was far from ordinary. You and I know I didn't misjudge him. Kwok Dong lowers his hand holding the tablet, muttering to himself with total satisfaction. Maybe this kid actually has exactly what I am looking for. Right then, Truong Kwong coughs violently in the corner, slowly regaining his consciousness. Kwok Dong rushes over to his side immediately, warning him, "Don't move at all, you are heavily injured. Your lung lobes might already be internally bleeding." Seeing the man in front of him, Truong Kwong cries out happily, "Professor Lam, why are you here? Please save me, Abu." Saying this, he suddenly freezes, asking around in total confusion. Where is Abu? Is he okay? Kwok Dong puts on a fake sorrowful look, holding up an image of Tran Hu right in front of Truong Kwong. I am deeply sorry about your friend. Do you happen to know this guy? What happened to your friend is definitely connected to him. His voice is incredibly persuasive, totally manipulating Truong Kwong's mind. Do you have any idea where he went? Only by finding him can we uncover the truth and stop more innocent people from getting hurt. Hearing that, he doesn't hesitate for a single second. Tran Hu, I know exactly where his house is. I can tell you right now. Getting what he wanted, Kwok Dong smiles with grim satisfaction. Don't worry, just leave it all to me. You need to receive professional medical treatment immediately, and my private laboratory has the absolute best equipment around. He fakes a kind, caring expression, completely baiting Truong Kwong into his trap. For now, just come over to my lab and rest until you are fully healed. And that's where we leave it, trust me. Falling for that fake kindness and agreeing to go is his biggest mistake yet. Thank you so much, Professor Lam. I really appreciate everything you did. Stick with me here, because we're jumping straight into a super creepy rundown lab. Truong Kwong gets pushed in a wheelchair, following Kwok Dong right down the facility's hallway. He looks around curiously and mutters, "Sorry for bothering you so much. Hey, how did I even end up like this? I was totally fine before. Right after getting the injection at your place, I just took a few steps." He pauses, his face turning dead serious as he repeats, "Right after the injection." But before Truong Kwong can say another word, Kwok Dong completely cuts him off with cold calmness. Extreme drug rejection reactions like this are just a very rare occurrence for some individuals. We will run a thorough check on you, and then arrange the absolute best treatment plan possible. They stop right in front of the heavy doors of the isolation observation ward. Truong Kwang looks super confused and cries out, "Rejection reaction. So what happens to me now?" His face turns completely pale, and he desperately starts making up excuses just to escape. "Maybe it is better if I just recover at home. Just give me some antibiotics, please." As soon as he finishes, Kwok Dong firmly swipes his ID card to unlock the door. He turns back, glaring straight at Truong Kwang with a warning. "For science and for your own sake, just stay quiet." Immediately after that, Truong Kwang gets shoved inside the room while still in his wheelchair. He panics and screams out loudly, "No, please do not do this." His eyes widen in pure terror, shrieking at the top of his lungs. Finally, his desperate screams are completely cut off as the heavy metal door slams shut. A sign flashes, "Quarantined." Now pay attention, because as night falls, things get wild. Tran Hugh throws himself onto his living room couch, staring blankly into space in deep thought. He slightly shifts his gaze away, quietly wondering to himself, what exactly is this guy Lam Kwok Dong trying to pull? Suddenly, a loud noise echoes through the room, snapping Tran Hugh out of his thoughts and grabbing his attention. Right outside of Tran Hugh's front door, an elegant hand reaches up, gently pressing the call button right on the smart doorbell control panel. Instantly, Kwok Dong's face pops up crystal clear right on the tiny security screen. He gives a soft smile and speaks up politely, "Tran Hugh, it is Professor Lam here. Do you have a quick minute to talk?" Standing there, Kwok Dong flashes this super fake formal smile and greets him, "Tran Hugh, you really are living in this place. I feel really bad for bothering you so late in the evening." He acts all righteous, looking up at the dark sky and sighing. Things are definitely pretty chaotic out there lately. But the sky is so covered in clouds today, you cannot even see a single star. I know what you're thinking. Is he opening it? Yep. The heavy door slides open instantly. He stands right inside with his arms crossed, coldly questioning the man outside. "Professor Lam, what do you want from me at this hour?" Kwok Dong steps right up to Tran Hugh, calmly replying, "I heard you lived here, so I came to visit." Hearing that response, Tran Hugh slightly furrows his brows and thinks to himself, so he actually showed up at my doorstep. That is way faster than I expected. But since he took the initiative to come right to my house, I will just deal with him. Before he can even say anything, Kwok Dong cuts in first. "I really did not expect us to meet again this quickly." A moment later, the two of them relocate right into the lounge area of the safe house. Tran Hugh leans casually against the wall, watching Kwok Dong carefully scrutinize everything from his own sofa. This house is quite special. He takes a quick look around with a hidden meaning in his eyes. 2 layers of heat-insulating glass and an independent water circulation system. This does not look like a normal house at all. It is built exactly like a safe house. But in the blink of an eye, Kwok Dong drops his calm attitude from earlier, turning completely dead serious as he asks if Tran Hugh knew the extreme heat wave was coming, and that is where we leave it. Stick with me here. Hugh is not scared at all, just totally joking back at him. He talks about his home decor combo, bought last year during the November 11th mega sale. The contractor said it would last exactly 5 years. I thought the guy was just bluffing, but who knew he was an actual prophet? Hearing this clear dodge, Kwok Dong shoots a sharp, direct glare right at our boy. Interesting, but Tran Hugh, I came here today specifically to ask you about a few things. He smoothly crosses his legs, folds his arms, and drops a bomb. Your neighbor, a Bo, is dead. Did you know? And Chuang Duong, that guy who caused you all that trouble recently, also completely dead. Kwok Dong's tone carries a heavy, obvious hint. He mentions checking the bodies himself. Both of their neck bones were completely sliced through in the blink of an eye. The cuts were insanely clean, almost like a surgical laser. Wounds like that, forget normal blades. Not even high-end military weapons could ever pull off something so perfectly smooth. Now watch this closely. Tran Hugh totally gets what he is implying. The corner of his mouth twitches into a tiny smirk. Right after, he puts on an innocent, clueless face and asks, could it be that the murder weapons share the same factory? Playing the absolute fool, Tran Hugh casually clasps his hands and begs, "Oh, Professor Lam, if you ever figure out the truth, you definitely have to tell me all about it." Hearing this painfully dumb request, Kwok Dong scoffs with a totally mocking tone. "Huh, for what exactly? Let me hear it." Tran Hugh flashes a goofy, natural smile and replies, "To cut my steak, obviously. The fridge gets too warm, the meat gets tough. I need a good knife." Hearing that nonsense, the professor's face instantly turns incredibly sour and ugly in a split second. The system panel immediately pops up, showing Kwok Dong's mood. Speechless points plus 12 right there. Even though he is completely annoyed inside, he plays it totally cool and circles back to the main topic. But no matter what you try saying, Both of those guys likely died at the hands of the exact same killer. Someone with insanely professional methods and deadly precision. Definitely not your average everyday person at all. Hearing that, Tran Hu finally adjusts his expression. Dead serious, no more joking around. He states smoothly, maybe your luck is just bad, messing with things you really should not touch at all. Kwok Dong stops beating around and immediately drops the main issue. I heard that both of those guys had major beef with you. You and I both feel that heavy tension suddenly crashing down on them. Tran Hu lowers his face, flashing a mysterious little smirk to completely shatter the intense atmosphere. Professor Lam, you really know how to joke? How could a normal guy like me ever pull something like that off? But showing up tonight specifically carrying a medical kit to find me? Do you perhaps think I am about to kick the bucket soon too? Right at this moment, the box Kwok Dong placed on the table is finally revealed to be a medical first aid kit. Tran Hu casually shoves both hands into his pockets and continues. Plus, I honestly do not remember ever telling you where I live right now. How in the world did you even find this place? Kwok Dong was seemingly just waiting for that exact question. He slides his phone across the table and asks, do you recognize this guy here? He is the one who told me you were living here. Seeing what is on the screen, Tran Hu feels a sudden massive shock hit his chest. The photo shows Truong Kwong lying on a hospital bed, hooked up to a massive pile of medical machines and tubes. He hesitates slightly and probes further. Truong Kwong is at your place? Kwok Dong replies, sounding incredibly noble. He is severely injured, and I am saving him. Tran Hu fakes a worried look, asking, so how is he doing right now? But we both know better. Inwardly, though, he is absolutely thrilled. Truong Kwong is one tough guy to kill. But falling into this old fox's hands? Stick with me, that is worse than death. Kwok Dong notices absolutely nothing wrong, confidently explaining his twisted little theory. He says the guy is just adapting to a new treatment in extreme heat. Human bodies will evolve. He is basically just leveling up way faster than others. Hearing this garbage, Tran Hu feels a massive wave of suspicion. What does this maniac mean? Is he literally running illegal human experiments right now? He pushes down his curiosity and asks point blank, what is your actual goal? Now watch closely. The phone video footage suddenly starts glitching out. Truong Kwong's hand twitches wildly, and then his entire body starts violently shaking. His eyes snap open, glowing pure blood red. A second later, he violently jolts up. Ripping off his oxygen mask with a massive scream, the system flashes red warnings. Vitals are absolutely crashing. Critical stats are flashing red across the entire screen. Genetic mutation rate hits 37%. Seeing all this chaos, Kwok Dong casually drops a syringe right onto the table. He claims it is a custom immune booster he invented, blocking tons of deadly diseases. No side effects under extreme heat conditions at all. Tran Hu stares at the syringe. Honestly, the color looks exactly like cheap blueberry soda. Like you should shake it before drinking. Hearing this sarcasm, Kwok Dong looks utterly helpless. The system reveals his emotion stats. Speechless rating goes up by 38. Whatever his mood is, watching Tran Hu inspect that suspicious glowing liquid changes things. He forces a calm voice. I know you are not some average guy. This extreme heat will last forever. The world is changing. Normal survival rates are under 10%, but a select few will absolutely evolve. You saw that coming, right? Tran Hu just smirks mockingly. Evolve using that brutal method? Kwok Dong raises his hand. Pushing up his glasses with absolute arrogance, he calls it a necessary price. Science needs pioneers to pave the way, and you have perfect evolutionary traits. Way more stable. We could team up and find the ultimate method to help humanity adapt. Seeing this guy finally expose his true shady goals, Tran Hu drops the dumb act completely and fires back directly. And if I say no, Kwok Dong does not flinch, standing up smoothly. No need to rush your answer today. This scorching heat is not ending soon. Rampant diseases and mutant creatures are going to swarm everywhere. Work with me. My tech and knowledge can actually keep you alive much longer. His lips curl into a faint smile. Keep the serum for now. When you finally think it through, the massive lab doors will always be open for you. He walks away, leaving Tran Hu completely calm. Staring at his back, the mad doctor is secretly analyzing him too. Insanely strong mentality and absolutely top-tier defensive instincts. Definitely not your average guy at all. Live samples are way more valuable than genetic data. Tran Hu, you cannot escape. After he leaves, he glares at the syringe and sighs. What a shady snake. Seriously, a massive pain to handle. Using live humans for experiments? Trust me, you and I know he is plotting something insane. Let us dive right in. Leaving him alive means absolutely zero peace later. With that thought, he locked in, radiating pure danger and heavy hostility. If you are so obsessed with researching evolution, then I will gladly show you what real, terrifying evolution actually looks like. The scene cuts immediately back to that dark, creepy underground testing lab. A pair of agonizing, bloodshot eyes snap wide open. The amber pupils dilate wildly, completely filled with raw, unfiltered suffering. Zhang Chang hugs his own body, screaming in absolute agony as the horrific mutation takes over. A tracker camera is locked tight around his neck. Up in the observation deck, watching through heavy armored glass, the monitor quickly shouts out the current status report. Vital signs are perfectly stable, but his adrenaline levels have completely broken past the maximum limit. The mutation process is fully complete. His rational brain activity has dropped to absolute zero. Hearing this report, Gudong closely watches the wild situation unfold through the live camera feed. He sighs with pure satisfaction. Total success. Watch closely now. Hate, fear, and deep suffering are truly the most perfect biological catalysts. His face lights up with insane excitement as he orders. Zhang Chang, you are totally reborn. Now go and complete your first mission. Bring Chen Xiao back here to me. I want him alive. Right then, Su Rui, who was watching from behind, finally speaks up in absolute horror. Using living humans to create literal monsters? Is this really what you meant by walking the true path of human evolution? Guodong slowly turns around, giving her a chilling, highly educated smile. Su Rui, this is your very first time joining a live experiment since starting university. How does it feel? Are you planning to activate Protocol 20? Caught completely off guard by this wild question, Su Rui sweats nervously and immediately replies, Professor, we are talking about a literal human experiment here. This completely crosses every single moral boundary we have. Hearing that naive response, Gudong's expression instantly turns incredibly dark and ugly. He immediately fires back. Morals? Su Rui, when the apocalypse hits, morality is just a useless luxury. His single sacrifice will actually provide a real chance of survival for so many other people. Dismissing her entirely, he reaches out his hand, smashing down on the big red button on the control panel to command. Zhang Chang, move out right now. Following Gudong's direct, cold command, with his unnaturally bulging muscles, Zhang Chang roars and starts moving out. Guodong flashes a wicked, highly satisfied grin, repeating his dark order one more time. Bring Chen Xiao back here. I want him alive. I know you feel the tension here. Zhang Chang smashes the iron doors and charges out. Out under the cool, moonlit night sky. The rundown. Old apartment buildings are completely bathed in that eerie lunar glow. A massive, terrifying shadow smoothly leaps from one building to another. Right as he lands in front of a house with wide open doors, Zhang Chang suddenly halts his tracks. He sticks out his now unnaturally long, beast-like snout, deeply inhaling the scent in the air, actively tracking his specific human target. The second he catches that exact scent he wants, he immediately whips his massive head around. Just a short distance away, Chen Xiao casually leans against a tree, looking incredibly cool. He casually waves. Zhang Chang, is that really you? Just a few days apart and you turned into this ugly thing? He literally shoots him the most mocking, sarcastic look ever. Tell me, should I keep calling you Zhang Chang now, or should I just start calling you Wang Kai like a good boy? Those mocking words completely drive him insane. The system instantly pops up with a wild notification anger plus 1,000 points, fueled by pure rage. Zhang Chang slowly growls out every single word. Chen Xiao, you die. Seeing the guy in front of him turn into this, he judges the situation with slight mockery. So after beastification, his raw emotions actually became way more intense and explosive. The harvest rate is way higher now, definitely more than 30%. Kind of interesting. Stick with me here. Chen Xiao turns and sprints forward, shouting his challenge. Follow me. Let us take this to a much wider space. I definitely don't want to fight you right in front of my house. Not only does it bother the neighbors, but it ruins my safe house, and you absolutely cannot afford to pay for that. Let's jump into this wild chase. Zhang Chang hunts Chen Xiao down to a creepy abandoned parking lot before totally losing his trail. Taking full advantage of his distraction, our boy jumps out, raising his hand high. Let me show you a little taste of my spatial cutting technique. But when his devastating strike actually lands a direct hit on Zhang Chang, it literally doesn't do any damage at all. Feeling the feedback from that attack, Chen Xiao slightly frowns and thinks, his skin got way thicker. Zhang Chang looks incredibly annoyed right now, grinding his teeth and growling his name, Chen Xiao, and without saying another word, he immediately charges straight toward him like a wild beast. Chen Xiao quickly leaps up into the air to dodge. He keeps running to another side of the parking lot, not forgetting to throw some serious trash talk back. Zhang Chang, you used to be all muscle and zero brains, but now you can't even form a proper sentence anymore? Right after he finishes speaking, the system pops up a notification anger level plus 1,200. Watch closely as Zhang Chang goes completely berserk, furiously chasing after Chen Xiao to continue his relentless assault. Your current look is just straight up ugly right now. He has absolutely zero intention of stopping, taking a massive jab at Guodong too. Gotta admit, Professor Lin has genuinely terrible taste in aesthetics. I wonder if next time I could introduce him to a way more reliable stylist named Tony to fix this mess? And the second he finishes talking, Zhang Chang suddenly freezes completely still in place. Something is violently shifting and squirming on his shoulder, and the system flashes another warning anger level plus 2,000. Seeing him randomly stop dead in his tracks, a very confused Chen Xiao pauses too. Wait a minute, what is wrong with this guy? While he is still completely stunned and confused about everything, you and I both know this is bad. A massive shadow suddenly looms right behind him. Panicking, Chen Xiao quickly turns his head to look back. Zhang Chang, with a body way more gigantic than before, opens his mouth wide and roars. Straight out of his body, he instantly shoots out sharp, deadly projectiles right at Chen Xiao to attack him. Because of the sudden ambush with zero time to defend, Chen Xiao grabs his bleeding stomach wound and yells in pure shock. Crap! Those are bone spikes! Meanwhile, back inside the secret lab, watching them through the camera on Zhang Chang's neck, Guodong gets absolutely hyped up and excitedly shouts, "Second stage mutation unlocked!" An emotional outburst can actually trigger his evolutionary form just like that. Su Rui, record every single piece of data. Seeing his expression becoming more inhuman by the second, Su Rui stands in the back feeling anxious and quietly asks herself, is this truly the right path to save humanity? And the situation at the parking lot just got way more intense, especially now that Chen Xiao is actually injured. He falls to his knees before a raging Zhang Chang, bracing for another deadly attack. Fueled by absolute explosive rage, rows of razor-sharp bone spikes have grown all around Zhang Chang's body. His pure white eyes glare, roaring, Chen Xiao! With his face bulging with bloody veins, he snaps, "Go to hell!" Then, he slowly crushes his foot deep into the concrete floor, instantly creating massive cracks everywhere. Without a second of hesitation, Zhang Chang charges forward like a massive meteor, sending rubble flying in every possible direction. Once he closes the distance on Chen Xiao, he swings his massive arm, fiercely slashing a deadly strike toward him. Luckily, he dodges aside. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, this fight gets wild. Zhang Chang lands another vicious surprise attack. Looking at the fresh blood soaking his shirt, Chen Xiao just bites his lip and takes the pain. Suddenly, a flashing red system warning appears. Mid-level spatial slice at 87%. Warning, the target energy fluctuations are continuously upgrading. Hearing this, Chen Xiao thinks in frustration, just need a little bit more. Running the numbers, a crazy idea pops into his head. He calls out, Zhang Chang, is this really all the strength you have? You grow a few extra bones and suddenly think you are a tough hedgehog? Surprisingly, this trash talk actually works perfectly. It drives the monster absolutely insane. Rage plus 1,000, resentment plus 1,000. Keeping the calmest expression possible, Chen Xiao just smirks and keeps pushing his buttons. Back when you collected protection money in the old city, at least you had the guts to swing a steel pipe. And now what? You grew some spikes and think you are the main character? Now pay attention, because his taunts make Zhang Chang mutate even further. He tilts his head back, roaring at the sky like a wild beast. He continues to provoke him. That garbage Dr. Lin tells you who to bite, and you obey? Does that not make you his obedient little dog? Through the observation monitor, Zhang Chang and his raging status are displayed crystal clear. Rage goes up by 1,700. Watching this unfold, Guodong grins with absolute satisfaction. Perfect. The emotional value broke the threshold. His bone density just upgraded by another 5%. Chen Xiao is seriously a blessing. He is actually helping me stimulate him. A deeply malicious anticipation fills his eyes. Get a little more furious. Zhang Chang, let me see your absolute limit. Standing behind him, Su Rui is literally trembling with anxiety. Wondering what Chen Xiao is doing? I am too. Back on the battlefield, Zhang Chang mutates another terrifying step further. He flexes hard, and sharp bone spikes shoot out from his body like stray bullets. Seeing this, Chen Xiao does not step back. Is that really it? He gracefully leans to dodge with ease. Then he dashes away, throwing another arrogant taunt. Come get me if you can. Hearing this makes Zhang Cheng even more furious. System alert, rage plus 2,800. Right before his eyes, the system target is firmly locked. The system asks again. Negative emotions have reached 30,000. Skill evolution ready. Destructive spatial rift. Do you want to evolve it immediately? Yes or no? He answers yes without hesitation. Waiting for this exact moment, he shouts, now! He raises his hand, aiming straight at Zhang Cheng. From inside the rift, a horrifying surge of power blasts outward. Spatial rift! Before the monster even realizes what happened, one of his arms completely vanishes. Zhang Cheng collapses in pure agony, screaming and groaning. My arm! My arm! Seeing his pathetic state, Chen Xiao just scoffs coldly. Then he bends down and rips the observation camera right off Zhang Cheng's neck. Chen Xiao smirks, looking directly into the camera lens. Professor Lin, your test subject is honestly pretty weak. Send someone who can actually fight next time. And just like that, connection lost. Guodong's face twists into an ugly scowl as he roars, Chen Xiao! But suddenly, a twisted, incomprehensible smile creeps onto his face. He laughs maniacally. Outstanding. Chen Xiao, you are built different. I will definitely capture you. And trust me, you and I are gonna love this next showdown. Alright, stick with me here back with Chen Xiao. Zhang Cheng is lying completely motionless. He slowly kneels down, giving the guy a gentle pat. Since you look so pitiful, Zhang Cheng, let me send you off right here. His eyes stay ice cold as he adds, no need to thank me. But right as those words leave his mouth, a sudden noise echoes behind him. A mysterious figure is walking straight toward them. And get this, the guy is wearing an expensive tailored suit. He starts clapping his hands loudly. Spectacular, he says. Truly, absolutely spectacular to watch. Chen Xiao instantly jumps to his feet, snaps his head back, and barks, who is there? High alert mode activated. Chen Xiao glares with intense caution, his guard completely up as the silhouette of this strange man steps closer and closer. The stranger pulls out a fancy handkerchief to cover his nose, sighing deeply. The scent of death is always so primitive, so overwhelmingly strong. His name is Chen Shixing. With that said, Shixing circles back to his earlier comment, smiling like a total creep as he praises, that battle just now was truly spectacular, just as expected. Even though this era brings absolute despair, it is also the perfect time for new gods to rise up. The guy has not actually attacked yet, but there is zero chance Chen Xiao is giving this arrogant dude a friendly look. Watch closely here. Chen Xiao secretly readies a brutal strike in his palm, preparing for anything. Seeing his stance, Shixing simply smiles. Chen Xiao, with this perfect accuracy and this level of raw destructive power, you are absolutely not just some half-baked experiment created by that absolute lunatic Lin Guodong. Visibly annoyed, our main character asks, you know Lin Guodong? Are you his partner in crime? The man shakes his head. No, he and I are completely different. I am actually here to stop him from causing any more tragedies. Remember that anonymous text warning you to stay away from Lin Guodong? Yeah, I was the one who sent it. The more this guy talks, the more suspicious Chen Xiao gets about his true identity. You are the one who sent me that anonymous message? Then how exactly did you get my personal phone number? Shixing smoothly holds out a slick business card right in front of him. The ARC faction has our very own top-tier intelligence network. Finding a number is easy. My name is Chen Shixing. I represent the ARC and I am inviting you. We can grant you true, perfect evolution. Chen Xiao thinks to himself. Awakened users are showing up way earlier in this life. He keeps pitching. Unlike Lin Guodong, who drains life force and twists people into monsters, we help you keep your sanity and human appearance, giving you a comprehensive power upgrade. Curious now, Chen Xiao asks, what exactly is ARC? Shixing explains, an elite organization seeking out awakened ones. I know what you are thinking, an elite cult, right? They believe only true elites will survive aboard their exclusive ARC. A completely new era is beginning, and you obviously already have the perfect qualifications. Join us right now, Chen Xiao. I can offer you everything that failure Lin Guodong simply could not. We can make you infinitely stronger, and no, not into one of those grotesque, ugly mutant freaks, but keeping your full sanity, wielding absolute power on a true godlike path that completely leaves mere mortals in the dust. After standing there listening to this guy ramble on, he finally speaks up. Path to godhood? Turns out you are just a lunatic. Hearing that blunt insult, Shixing just freezes in absolute utter confusion. Before the suit can even react, Chen Xiao casually flicks his hand, cleanly slicing that fancy business card straight in half. Shixing stares with wide, shocked eyes. Chen Xiao just gives a cold smirk and says, Oh, so sorry, my hand slipped. As he drops that line, he simply brushes past him. I absolutely hate it when other people try to arrange my life. Whether it is a psycho like Lin Guodong or a massive hypocrite who calls himself an elite like you, I am not choosing either. I walk my own path. He glares coldly. I am used to being alone, and honestly, you and I know he means it. Nobody needs to teach me how to live, and I definitely don't need to join your little Fuang Chao group. Let's dive in. Even after that blunt rejection, Tran Suhan wasn't angry at all. Instead, he was even more intrigued by him. Lots of personality. He just smirked coldly, watching the young kid walk away. I'm starting to like you more and more. Both of them turned and walked away in completely opposite directions. But in a world on the absolute brink of collapse, growing wild might just keep you alive for a little bit. But it won't last long, so I won't bother wasting any more of my energy on you. With those final words spoken, Suhan completely vanished. When you finally realize that one person's raw power has its absolute limits, the heavy doors of Fuang Chao will always be open to welcome you. The system suddenly chimed. Disdain from Tran Suhan, plus 99 points. Speechlessness from Tran Suhan, plus 55 points. Total astonishment from Tran Suhan, plus 66. Wariness from Tran Suhan, plus 50 full points. Tran Hu thought to himself, a bit interesting. He looked completely emotionally stable, but he still provided a ton of negative emotions. Tran Hu furrowed his brows and thought, limits, huh? Then I will completely shatter those limits. The face of Kwok Dong suddenly flashed right into his mind. The ultimate enemy Tran Hu had to destroy. But before that, Lam Kwok Dong, it's time we finally end this. Now pay attention here. Cut to an old research facility that looked abandoned for years. A super thick layer of dust covered everything. Not too far away, a shadowy figure stepped forward. He walked right up to the heavily rusted door. Then, with a single sharp flick of his fingers, instantly, the heavy metal door was ripped apart into a massive hole. Inside that abandoned factory, the absolute horror exposed to the light would give anyone pure goosebumps. Sickening, completely inhumane test subjects were scattered everywhere across the room. The heavy stench of death. Inside a massive glass tank filled with unknown liquid, floated the completely shriveled and lifeless body of a man. I know what you're thinking. Tran Hu felt absolutely disgusted too. Lam Kwok Dong's grand scientific vision was completely sickening. His cold eyes scanned the twisted room one last time before making a choice. This entire place needs to burn down. Right on cue, Kwok Dong's shadow appeared from the dark. Welcome, Tran Hu. I knew you would finally show up. He pushed up his glasses and smugly continued. I knew you would come. A perfect specimen like you could never settle for a normal life. Trung Man really failed, didn't he? But trading his pathetic life for yours, that makes his death totally worth it. Kwok Dong smiled brightly and asked, so, have you finally figured it all out? Ready to completely sacrifice yourself for the absolute greatness of humanity? Hearing his absolute shameless words, Tran Hu scowled and spat out, disgusting, but the arrogant madman refused to stop talking. Reason and pure logic can completely control Fuang Chao and all of humanity. Tran Suhan is just a massive hypocrite hiding behind a fancy divine robe. Listen closely here, Tran Hu. Every single human advancement has to step right over mountains of corpses. As a completed specimen, your raw power is a heaven-sent treasure. It definitely shouldn't be wasted on the trivial matters of ordinary mortals. Waiting for him to finish his speech, Tran Hu picked his ear. Are you done yet? As he spoke, Tran Hu looked like he couldn't care less. What exactly does human progress have to do with me anyway? He glared right back at Kwok Dong. I honestly never cared about any of your garbage little science projects, but you really shouldn't have messed with my peace and quiet. Right from Tran Hu's palm, a deadly attack was already fully charging up. He aimed straight at him, so I'll just have to erase you from existence. But before Tran Hu could even unleash that massive attack, Kwok Dong quickly pulled out a strange item. Tran Hu, you are still way too young. I let you in because I have a guaranteed way to keep you. After fighting Truong Kwong, how much stamina do you really have left? You might as well just obediently stay right here by my side. To avoid severe physical pain, Tran Hu's face darkened. What if I say no? Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. Alright, you and I are about to watch Kwok Dong slam that red remote button and snap back. There is only one ending for you. All around Tran Hu, those massive glass containment tanks shatter completely, sending sharp shards flying everywhere. Sensing something seriously wrong, he slowly opens his eyes and looks up. What hits his vision? Those absolute mutant nightmares created by Kwok Dong are rushing right at him. They look absolutely terrifying. Become my brand new test subject. The three massive monsters rapidly close in on him. In this deadly moment, Tran Hu quickly dodges to the side. Then he unleashes his skill, slashing out a rapid barrage of attacks at the beast. Taking a direct hit, the monster's arm gets sliced completely clean off. Standing in the back, Kwok Dong just keeps running his mouth. Tran Hu, stay here. Stay and I will make you so much stronger. He just smirks with total disgust and asks, relying on these brainless freaks? Now watch closely. Tran Hu smashes the nearby glass tanks and slips away. His stamina is fading fast, so he needs to end this instantly. The monsters cannot react in time, getting stabbed right through by flying glass shards. Taking that perfect opening, he deals the fatal finishing blow in an absolute flash. Just like that, Tran Hu successfully takes down all 3 mutated monsters. He looks up, laughing as he asks, I thought you actually had some real skills, but you want to keep me here with 3 trash monsters? While talking, he walks straight toward Kwok Dong. Professor Lam, I think you are way too naive, completely wasting 40 or 50 years. Terrified, he freezes right in place, his legs absolutely refusing to move. Tran Hu continues, It is over. I am sending you off. That simple sentence drops like a total death penalty for Kwok Dong. His eyes shoot wide open, and his entire body suddenly collapses straight down. Coughing a few times, he forces out the words, Tran Hu, you truly are incredible. But all the mutation serum data, I already sent it out to the world. Who knows when, but a long slash has already appeared on Kwok Dong's neck, dripping blood. The seeds are already scattered, so this world is only going to get more interesting. Let that sink in for a second. Hearing this, Tran Hu turns totally pale, clutching his bleeding shoulder. Suddenly, an echoing voice calls out, Going out like that, you will not even survive the trip back home. Startled, Tran Hu snaps his head back and asks, You are Lam Kwok Dong's assistant? Turns out the speaker is To Do. She quickly replies, Do not be nervous, I have no bad intentions. She pulls out a medicine bottle, handing it over while explaining, This is a recovery fluid. It can quickly stop bleeding and stabilize your nasty injuries. Despite hearing that, Tran Hu refuses to take the bottle. His eyes stay deeply suspicious, thinking hard. Tran Hu stares right back at her, heavily on guard. To Do steps forward with the bottle, urgently pushing him. The medicine is safe. If you skip it, that wound will infect super fast. Frowning hard, Tran Hu speaks with pure skepticism. Why exactly should I trust you at all? Lam Kwok Dong just died, and you instantly bring out medicine? Seems a bit too convenient. Her face turns dead serious. It is completely normal that you do not trust me, but there are some things you definitely need. To Do does not force him, but her tone feels like an order. Follow me if you still have strength. He still keeps that totally untrusting look on his face. Right after that, To Do leads Tran Hu into a secret base totally packed with food and essential survival gear. The professor knew early on this crazy heat wave would never end, so he hoarded all this stuff just for himself. He claimed to sacrifice everything for science, but honestly, he feared death the absolute most. So what do we take from this? Pure karma. She speaks while he inspects the room. He cannot use it anymore, and I must leave this place too. Take whatever you need. Think of it as my apology for everything he did. Let's jump into this post-apocalyptic nightmare. Tran Hu glares coldly. You are leaving? To Do sadly explains everything. She only became her professor's assistant because she actually believed he was a genuine, honorable scientist. Her eyes look incredibly sad. Until she recently discovered the horrifying truth. He was secretly running twisted human body experiments. To Do shares her plans. Even though she never took part, she was still technically his assistant. Now, she is heading north to the research institute to do ethical science. If she even survives this, she wants to create a real cure, not monster-making poison. She walks away, carrying all her ambitious hopes. Hopefully, the next time they cross paths, this ruined world will actually be somewhat normal. Tran Hu just watches her leave, but his mind is already spinning with a completely different plan. UV protective gear, antibiotics, and plenty of water filters. Lam Kwok Dong really prepared well for his own survival. He clicks a small black vortex switch. Too bad for him, it's all mine now. Tran Hu sparks his lighter and takes one last look. He grabbed everything valuable. There is zero reason to leave this place standing. After taking the essentials, he turns the entire room to ash. He heads back carrying a small box. He holds it up, inspecting it carefully, before his eyes shift toward the nearby digital thermometer display. Watch closely here. It broke 58 degrees outside. The insane heat is literally scorching every single plant. Global weather stations are blasting red alerts out once again. Multiple zones worldwide smashed past 58 degrees today, leaving the entire planet absolutely devastated. The permafrost is completely melting away, releasing massive, deadly amounts of methane gas everywhere. Experts say the greenhouse effect just hit a vicious cycle. There is literally no turning back now. Ordinary people simply cannot survive this brutal, suffocating heat. When will these hellish days ever truly end? After hearing the grim broadcast, he just clicks the radio completely off. A system prompt pops up. Negative emotion points are too low. He cannot upgrade his space right now. Tran Hu quickly calculates in his head. Current supplies are fine, but the outside world is getting deadlier. He needs a power upgrade, fast. He gets a wild idea. You and I know water is money now. Time to collect an emotion tax. His space is basically a water mountain. So, he shoots Mach Thuong, a text bro. How are water sales? Do you need me to drop off a fresh batch of supply? He replies instantly. Tran Hu, you are a total lifesaver. We are desperately low on stock. I will find you tonight. Hauling goods into a shady, pitch-black alley, he meets up with Mach Thuong. Picking this spot was super low profile. He replies, obviously we are professionals. When someone walks up, Tran Hu stands up and asks, here for water? We need it urgently. The guy asks the exchange rate. Tran Hu names his price logically. These items trade for 2 bottles easily. The hooded man stays dead silent. Tran Hu scoffs at him with pure disgust. Do I look like a reasonable guy to you? 1 bottle. The buyer gets absolutely furious. A cunning smirk completely takes over Tran Hu's face. Oh, you are mad? Well, the price just went up. Still 1 bottle, but you have to say, thank you, Brother Hu. You are a truly generous saint. The system chimes in. Anger plus 33 points. The guy in the black shirt is raging but totally helpless. Not talking? Great. I will keep raising the price. We both saw this coming, right? He swallows his intense rage and completely drops his ego. Thank you, Brother Hu. You are a truly generous saint. Stick with me here. Chen Xiao stands like an absolute boss, good boy. Bring more stuff next time for half a bottle. Ding. The system flags incompetent rage plus 791. Right after that, he spots Old Man Wang carrying a water bottle off to somewhere else. Old Man Wang, why aren't you resting this late? He replies, Auntie Lu Yun in the next block is raising her grandson all alone. And right now, her poor grandson has a bad heat stroke. With the power and water cutting out constantly these days, she just can't manage all alone. I'm gonna bring her a little bit of water. Chen Xiao flashes a fake smile, throwing a warning. Water is getting more precious by the second this season. You should worry about yourself first. Old Man Wang just nods. I know. But I'm old. I've lived enough. I just don't want to see kids suffer. In the end, he still takes that water straight to Lu Yun's house. Oh, my brother Wang. You're a living Buddha. Thank you. Wang just urges her. Hurry up and let the boy drink. But the second he turns away, she immediately starts cursing him in her head. This slow old fool took half the day just to bring 2 bottles? Isn't he embarrassed? Tomorrow I'll cry even harder. Who knows, maybe I can scam a whole bucket out of him. Liu Yun moves quickly, heading to a room right by the stairs and knocking on the door. Zhao Qian opens it up. Auntie Yun, what's going on this late at night? She bows her head, sincerely handing him the water. Mr. Zhao, here is today's humble tribute. Zhao Qian simply grabs the water bottle. A quick frown as he checks his phone. No, wait, the screen shows a chat message. Contact says, I'm really sorry. I'm not trading anymore. The deal is completely canceled. Chen Xiao sits in a corner, sounding super annoyed. Canceled? This is the 3rd time already. He finally seems to realize that something is off. Now pay attention. It wasn't just cancellations, they were definitely being targeted. A sudden noise from the dark alleyway grabs both of their attention. A cultist steps out leading his society members, pointing right at them. They are right here. Water bottle in hand, Chen Xiao turns around to look. Looking for me? The guy clenches his fists and shouts, Chen Xiao, you shouldn't be secretly selling water on your own. The dude in the shirt fully agrees. That's right. He angrily points fingers, criticizing him hard. You are making everyone addicted to this absolute evil object known as commercial water. He points directly at a slightly confused Chen Xiao. Your sins are incredibly heavy. Chen Xiao smirks. I know what you're thinking, he's gonna roast them. If normal water is evil, what do you drink? Piss? The guy is so stunned he can't even argue back. You! The triggered cultist absolutely loses his mind with rage. Son of a bitch, how dare you actually say that we drink piss? System flags embarrassment plus 12. Another cultist steps up to speak. We are the faithful of the Clean Water Society. The water everyone is using is an evil thing obtained by completely draining the natural resources of the earth. Only by drinking the pure water cleansed by Lord Zhao Qian can we finally prevent our terrible sins from increasing any further. His eyes look ready to swallow Chen Xiao whole. Therefore, offer your water immediately to Lord Zhao Qian. He just freezes up completely. Huh? Then the man raises his hands high, literally worshipping like a god. Global warming is God's ultimate and divine punishment meant for all of humanity. Your reckless mining of Earth's resources and destroying the environment is exactly what brought God's wrath down upon us. He just keeps rambling absolute nonsense like this. Only by strict saving can we ever hope to beg for God's forgiveness, and Lord Zhao Qian himself is the true living representative of God. As soon as he finishes talking, the crazy cultist immediately pressures Chen Xiao. Hand it over to Lord Zhao Qian. Trust me, you'll want to see this. Join our Clean Water Society or face total disaster. Stick with me, we are jumping straight back into this absolute madness. He just smirks with pure disgust. I thought this was serious, but you guys are just a pathetic bunch of weak cowards. Falling for some fake cult. The guy in the shirt totally loses it. What did you just say? Surprisingly, the leader stays calm, actually trying his best to recruit Chen Xiao instead. You have never witnessed Lord Zhao Qian perform an actual miracle. We can forgive your ignorance. If you just lay eyes on Lord Zhao Qian yourself, then you will drop to your knees and worship him just like us. Mu Kang scoffs coldly. What a joke, playing pretend gods and ghosts. Chen Xiao lifts his water bottle, playfully twisting off the cap. What did you guys just say again? You think my water is some evil cursed item that will bring down heaven's punishment? He purposely chugs it, letting water spill everywhere. Then he drops the ultimate disrespect. So refreshing. The guy is going absolutely crazy with anger but cannot do a single thing. Spilling precious water like that, you are completely hopeless. Karma is coming for you, the fanatic screams out. Filthy trash. Right on cue, his system starts spamming alerts about the cult's massive anger. Cult anger plus 45, cult disgust plus 38, and let us add 27 points just for their total helpless rage. He flashes a wicked, scheming grin. Sharing the fun is way better than enjoying it all alone. So you guys all worship this Zhao Qian guy like a literal god, right? Now watch closely, because Chen Xiao drops an insane but highly tempting challenge. Who wants to curse him first? Call Zhao Qian a bastard, and I will hand over a whole bucket of water. One insult for an entire bucket. The leader refuses to budge an inch. But his two followers look at each other, totally stunned. Blasphemy against the divine, you are unforgivable. The system dings again, anger plus 99. Then, right behind their stubborn boss, the two grunts ask together, will cursing him really get us water? He gives them a pure demonic smile. Exactly. My word is absolute, no taking it back. The leader absolutely loses his mind, screaming at his men, you bastards, shut your mouths right now. But suddenly, another random believer jumps out from the very back and yells, Zhao Qian is a bastard. Furious, the leader barks an order to his men. Catch that guy immediately. They grab him, but the guy just desperately begs, I need water, I cannot take this anymore. Chen Xiao pretends to feel bad. Well, looks like he is not lucky enough to drink my water. After causing a massive scene, the cultists finally back off. Let us get out of here, Mu Kang. Watching them leave, she breathes a heavy sigh of relief, but still looks worried. That scared me to death, but it seems like they actually did not attack you. Chen Xiao replies, I know what you are thinking, but this is far from over. But what if they keep trying to stop us from selling our clean water? His eyes flash with pure killing intent. Then we just rip them out by the roots. Down in these dark, filthy alleyways, every single corner is plastered with crazy propaganda posters. The apocalypse is here. The Clean Water Society saves lives. Stop drinking the dirty water. Under the cover of night, Chen Xiao approaches their massive castle. He scans it and starts thinking. Just violently wiping them out is only going to trigger a massive public backlash against us. At the end of the day, I still need to interact with people to farm those negative emotions. Let us find out exactly what kind of scumbag this Zhao Qian guy really is. Inside the dark castle, bathed only in creepy moonlight, Zhao Qian sits right on his throne, while right in front of him lies a completely motionless girl. Chen Xiao hides by the glass window, watching everything. In the leader's hand is a bottle of clean water. Look closely, water. Trust me, you and I must see what happens next. Water slowly drips down. Lin Jing lies completely exhausted on the ground, struggling hard to open her eyes. We are diving into a wild survival story. Every single believer is absolutely stunned. Just a tiny drop of this water instantly cures heat stroke. No wonder Lord Zhao Qian is worshipped as a god. We will follow you forever. But our main character, Chen Xiao, has two thoughts. Is that woman just acting, or is Zhao Qian actually awakened? Lin Jing, completely in tears, speaks up with pure gratitude. Lord Zhao Qian, I have absolutely no way to repay you. Please, just let me stay right by your side. Let me serve you. Zhao Qian looks down at her with pure arrogance. Do not worry. God will remember every person who gives. But those who are too greedy, They will definitely be punished. This high-temperature apocalypse is just God's way of filtering out humanity. His eyes are completely glued to Lin Jing's chest, staring intensely with absolutely zero shame. Yet his mouth keeps spitting out that savior nonsense. Only those who willingly believe in God will actually be able to survive this. His words sound exactly like a holy savior, but his eyes cannot hide his dirty thoughts. God will remember every single act of devotion. Then Zhao Qian turns around and tells the other survivors, "Hand over all of that contaminated water to me. I will purify it for all of you." Right at that moment, one of his guards looks over. Pay close attention here. Chen Xiao steps up and the guard shouts, "Chen Xiao, what are you doing?" He screams right in his face. Unclean people are absolutely not allowed to step inside. Suddenly, Chen Xiao presses his hands together and speaks with pure desperation. "I was totally blind before. It is getting hotter and hotter outside right now. The weather is literally boiling. The future. Who knows what this broken world has turned into? Nobody knows what got into him to suddenly bow to Zhao Qian. I am terrified. I do not want to die like a dog." Right behind Chen Xiao at this exact moment are countless massive barrels of water that he had perfectly prepared ahead of time. "Oh God, please save me. I am willing to hand over all these unclean goods to you right now." That insane sight makes Zhao Qian and his entire group jump back in shock. So much water? How is this even possible? Right then, Zhao Qian speaks up. "Are you Chen Xiao? I have already heard all about your situation. You are completely drowning in heavy sins." However, while he stands there acting like some superior god lecturing Chen Xiao, his greedy subordinates are super busy dragging every single one of Chen Xiao's water barrels straight inside the base. If you are truly willing to repent for your mistakes, then God will naturally be ready to give those who have lost their way a second chance, even though Chen Xiao feels pure disgust inside. "You and I both know this guy is garbage. He literally stole everyone's water. He only left them the absolute bare minimum amount of water just to stay alive. And then he dares to call it holy water? Will these poor people even survive? Until next month? Honestly, nobody can say for sure yet. But he still plays his fake role perfectly. Thank you so much, Lord Zhao Qian." Right at that second, an old man runs over in absolute panic and screams, "Auntie Yun is in trouble. Her granddaughter just completely passed out. Her face is turning purple, exactly like severe heat stroke. Alin lies completely unconscious on the bed. Anxious whispers fill the air all around the poor girl. How did this happen? She was totally fine during the day. Liu Yun is absolutely terrified for her little granddaughter right now. I even gave her some of the holy water to drink in this chaotic situation." Chen Xiao immediately catches something sketchy. She was fine during the day? So the whole story about her having heat stroke that she mentioned the other day was just a dirty trick to scam drinks from Grandpa Wang. So Liu Yun quickly drops to her knees, desperately begging Zhao Qian. "Lord Zhao Qian, I am begging you. Please save my granddaughter. I am willing to offer you even more." Zhao Qian replies coldly, "Why are you rushing? God is not your babysitter. Holy water is useless. We will see what happens next. Stick with me. There's only one explanation." His cunning eyes darted around, calculating his next move, before he slowly spat out, "You lack true sincerity." Lu Van panicked instantly, stumbling over her words. "No, impossible, I already did." But True can totally cut her off, shouting, "Do not make excuses. Repent properly right now." Then he boldly announced to the crowd, "Tomorrow at noon, I will perform a literal miracle. Every single one of you will witness this with your own eyes." The entire crowd practically lost it, frantically yelling, "Thank you so much, Mr. Trucan." Meanwhile, Tran Hu just stood back with a cold, disgusted smirk. Later, some guy handed him a badge. "Put this on. From today, you belong to the Thon Thui Association." The man sneered right in his face. "Considering the huge water donation you made, Mr. Trucan will keep quiet for now, but absolutely never forget your own sins." Tran Hu casually grabbed it and put it on, saying, "Fine." But inside his head, he was laughing. What an absolute bunch of idiots. But here is where it gets good. He secretly planted a tracker on those water bottles. Fast forward a bit, and he tracks the signal straight to Triyu Can's hidden stash. This is the spot. Using his raw power, Tran Hu casually forced the door open and strolled inside. The absolute jackpot inside made him freeze. Floor to ceiling, just stacked with emergency supplies. Tran Hu glanced around and chuckled, completely amused. Just as he suspected, there was absolutely zero holy water purifying anything in here. It was all a giant scam just to quietly line Trucan's very own pockets. Suddenly, a loud noise broke the silence. Tran Hu ducked into a corner, spotting Lam Tin talking to Trucan. "Brother Tru, Out of nowhere, Trucan viciously slapped Lam Tin right across the face. He furiously screamed, "I told you to play a sick, recovering patient! But look at you, healing this incredibly fast. Is that supposed to be convincing at all? Poor Lam Tin whispered quietly, I am so incredibly sorry. Using that healing ability honestly just drains way too much of my stamina. True Can scoffed coldly. You useless trash. Do not forget who dragged you out of hell. Let that sink in for a second. She was actually the real awakened one all along. Yet Lam Tin just submissively replied, yes, brother True. Tran Xiao never expected that scouting out some stolen food would expose such a massive, hidden secret. So that is how it is. He just thought of something wonderfully wicked. The residential block was dead silent. Alin lay totally exhausted on her bed. Suddenly, heavy footsteps broke right into her room. It was none other than Tran Xiao himself. He abruptly swung his arm, tossing several large water bottles straight onto the mattress. They landed heavily on Alin's bed, jolting her completely awake in pure panic. She looked up terrified, asking, Who are you? Tran Xiao ordered coldly, Drink all of these. Survive the night, and you will figure it out soon enough. The next morning, the entire crowd gathered up on the rooftop. Triucan stood proudly on the main stage, looking completely calm and detached. Suddenly, he dropped to the floor, acting like he was the ultimate, divine representative of the gods. Witness my true power! With faith, the burning sun cannot harm a messenger. Right on cue, Lam Tin lowered the umbrella, letting the blazing sunlight blast directly onto Triucan. That exact dramatic stunt left Lu Van crying and shouting, It is real. What happens next? You gotta see this. Stick with me, you and I are about to see Tran Xiao expose a massive scam here. Triucan is straight up using an awakened ability to trick all these innocent people. He stares right at Lam Tin, the girl secretly using her powers to help this faker out. Even though nobody knows what his exact skill is, suddenly another wave of raw energy just forcefully crashes right between Lam Tin and Triucan. The guy making his move? Tran Xiao, obviously. What if we assume his ability can just be completely blocked by pure spatial interference? Instantly, Lam Tin realizes something is seriously wrong here. Someone is totally jamming her from using her ability on Mr. True. At that exact same second, Triucan feels the brutal, flesh-melting heat of the blazing sun. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, he spins around to confront Lam Tin. What the hell are you doing? Terrified, she tells him someone is secretly messing with her. There is simply no way I can use my powers on you in this place. Triucan doesn't care at all, barking right back, I don't care, just stand right next to me. Now pay attention here, he's completely obsessed with finishing this fake miracle show no matter what. Hearing this, she nervously glances up at the blazing sun, thinking to herself in panic. With this insane heat and her current physical state, stepping out there means she wouldn't last even 3 minutes. Right at that moment, she spots a super familiar figure hiding out in the crowd. Instantly, she knows exactly who has been ruining things. Wait, it is him! Feeling the scorching sun absolutely roasting his skin, Triucan grits his teeth and whispers furiously, What the hell are you even doing? Get over here and keep going. But Lam Tin doesn't have the energy to care about him anymore, because she is totally freaking out over the words Tran. Xiao just sent her, I am going to kill Triucan and take over this zone. It is still not too late to stand by my side. After thinking for a second, she finally makes her choice. Without any hesitation at all, Lam Tin walks away. Seeing this, Triucan screams in pure rage. You trash, where are you going? Her absolute determination makes him step back a bit. By now, Lam Tin is already standing right behind Tran Xiao. She wraps both arms tightly around him. Her bold move actually makes him gasp in surprise. Changing your attitude this fast, are we? That is when Lam Tin honestly confesses, my ability is actually forced heat dissipation. She breaks down the exact details of her unique skill. It is an awakened power that accelerates a target's body heat, forcing it to violently exit their physical body. Hearing this, Tran Xiao smirks and says, that is actually a super convenient power. But I know what you're thinking, there's more. Lam Tin hasn't mentioned the alternate way to use this wild ability. Her power has one completely different and deadly application method. And that is forcing extreme heat loss entirely from the target's head and their heart. When the heat from your head and heart gets stolen in a flash, the blood supply to your brain instantly drops to critical levels. The brutal impact of her power makes Tran Xiao suddenly start feeling incredibly dizzy. What the? He feels this sudden, crazy shift inside his entire body. My head hurts so much. Flashback to a randomly hot day. A poor little cat is panting heavily from thirst, and someone whispers softly to encourage it, Do not die, please do not die. The cat completely rests in their arms, and amazingly, it suddenly goes right back to normal. Right at that moment, an angry man throws a window wide open, screaming loudly, Lam Tin, get your trash self back here. Moments later, she gets brutally pinned down. Trust me, you and I are about to see her dad lose it. Stick with me here. Her father yells, I raised you, now pay me back. He coldly orders her, I'm selling you to someone else in exchange for water. Lin Jing panics, begging him to just let her go. Right then, Zhao Qian smashes into their house. The loud crash makes her father scream, Who is it? Zhao Qian looks completely unbothered. What an absolutely sickening sight to witness. Moments later, her father is sent packing to the afterlife. Zhao Qian slowly drops to one knee right in front of Lin Jing. I saw everything. When you hugged that cat, it actually regained a tiny spark of life. And right here, this guy starts playing massive mind games with her. This is a divine blessing. Follow me, and together we can save so many more innocent lives. Facing those words, Lin Jing just freezes up, completely stunned and unable to react. Back in reality, his goons actually force Chen Xiao right to his knees. They yell while holding him down. Kneel down! Don't disrespect Lord Zhao Qian! Now watch this closely. Chen Xiao glares at Zhao Qian, and before those two thugs can blink, he literally takes their heads off. The bloody scene makes everyone completely lose their minds, screaming, Ah, a demon! Chen Xiao walks right up to Zhao Qian and slowly asks with cold voice, Demon? These people right here steal water, set fires, kidnap people? Absolutely no limits. He snares. Glancing back at the crowd, he yells, You guys seriously trust this absolute scum? Everything has a reason, of course. Chen Xiao knows all about his dark deeds thanks to Mu Kang's solid intel. This is all the exposed intel on his gang. Liu Yun hears the brutal truth and completely panics. No, that is just totally impossible. While everyone doubts Chen Xiao, Ah Ling suddenly shows up yelling, You're lying! Seeing her, Liu Yun gets super happy. Ah Ling, are you totally okay? Looks like this guy was definitely talking nonsense. I know what you're thinking. The kid survived, so she thinks his miracle worked. After I prayed so hard all night long, my Ah Ling has fully recovered. This is the true miracle of Lord Zhao Qian. The crowd totally agrees, chanting, That's right, hurry up and subdue this demon. Suddenly, Ah Ling yells out, asking if everyone is sick in the head. Then she points at Chen Xiao. The one saving me wasn't your fake god, but this big brother. He's the one who gave me electrolyte water and actually saved my life. Turns out, last night Chen Xiao gave her electrolyte water to restore her energy and minerals. Plus, the little girl bluntly confirms, Otherwise, I would have died terribly on that bed because of your dumb superstition. Those words make Liu Yun stumble backward in sheer horror. Even Lin Jing is completely shocked. Right then, she suddenly collapses on the ground in front of Chen Xiao. Turns out Zhao Qian fired his weapon. You trash! You can't even keep a miracle going. Right now, nobody knows if she's dead or just unconscious. Seeing she isn't dead, Zhao Qian furiously grits his teeth. She wasn't hit, I definitely should have nailed her. As for Chen Xiao, he casually catches the bullet that Zhao Qian just shot. This bullet can actually sell for a lot of money, so I'm taking it. Zhao Qian sneers mockingly. An awakened one. That's where we leave it, he yells. You use this trick to block that trash. Stick with me, you and I are watching Chen Xiao finally end this ridiculous charade. But Zhao Qian is not even backing down. He smirks, proudly echoing those exact same words right back at him. Chen Xiao stares, completely stunned by the crazy scene unfolding right in front of him. Turns out, Zhao Qian just injected some mysterious glowing liquid straight into his veins, and massive power starts surging. He stands there gloating, looking absolutely arrogant. You really thought I came to this fight completely unprepared? One look is all it takes. Chen Xiao instantly recognizes that exact serum. It belongs to Lin Guodong. Suddenly, Zhao Qian lunges right at Chen Xiao with a sinister, twisted laugh. He screams at the top of his lungs, This immunity booster cost me an absolute fortune. Now die. Seeing Chen Xiao actually backing up instead of attacking, he gets totally arrogant and cocky. Looks like you aren't very good at handling super fast opponents, are you? Don't blink, because what happens next is wild. He grabs Chen Xiao, leaping off the railing. Zhao Qian literally wants to drag him down together. Do you have any idea how long I waited for today? A pathetic guy like me coming from a poor rural village. I only got into a prestigious university because I grinded endless exams. I could never actually compete with all those naturally gifted, top-tier academic elites. Screaming in absolute rage, my entire research was stolen from me. My youth was completely wasted for nothing, and this awful world literally never gave me a single chance to turn my life around. Just when all hope seemed lost, this crazy mutation outbreak suddenly arrived, handing him the ultimate opportunity to control everything. Until this extreme high-temperature disaster hit and flipped the whole world completely upside down. But who would have thought Chen Xiao would ruin it? It was you. You destroyed my entire empire. You deserve to die. Zhao Qian's desperate screaming is seriously annoying Chen Xiao now. You are way too loud. You're the one who needs to die. He instantly opens his system interface. You and I both knew he had a backup plan. System alert, spatial jump unlocked. Instantly, Chen Xiao just vanishes. This impossible scene leaves Zhao Qian totally unable to believe his own eyes. What? In the end, he goes splat on the ground, while Chen Xiao is perfectly fine. What a pathetic loser. Blame yourself for running into us today. The crowd immediately points fingers right at Chen Xiao. Everyone's screaming in pure shock and utter panic. Dark magic. He is a literal demon. He completely ignores this entire panicked, screaming mob. Chen Xiao just casually shoves his hands in his pockets and walks away, heading straight over to where Lin Jing passed out. After checking her condition for a moment, he realizes she is not bleeding. She just fainted from total exhaustion and extreme shock. Without even a single second of hesitation, Chen Xiao pulls out a water bottle. Someone in the crowd screams out, "You are not allowed to save her. You are a literal monster too." Liu Yun, totally brainwashed by her fanatical belief in Zhao Qian, bluntly condemns both Chen Xiao and Lin Jing right there. If this cursed girl had not shown up, Lord Zhao Qian never would have died. It was definitely this totally evil woman. She obviously bewitched our great Lord Zhao Qian. Seeing her daring to block his path, Chen Xiao drops a harsh warning. "I highly suggest you get out of my way." Just then, an aggressive old man steps right up. "You stubborn fool. Let us purify your dark soul right now with these holy hymns." A whole mob of brainwashed cultists surrounds Chen Xiao, linking their hands together in crazy unity. Then they start singing together. "Listen to me. Give thanks to the gods for constantly nurturing the earth." One crazy old guy actually has the nerve to get right up in Chen Xiao's face, singing directly at him to purify his soul. This ridiculous scene leaves him totally speechless. And that old dude just keeps singing even louder. Thank the gods. Because of them, the earth is so beautiful. So what do you and I take from this? Annoy Chen Xiao, and he will send you straight to the afterlife. After pumping Lin Jing full of water and essential minerals, he finally wakes her up. "Let's dive in!" She looks around completely confused, whispering, "Earlier I..." Chen Xiao just shrugs it off. "You were extremely weak. Drink this if you want to survive." Even right now, Lin Jing actually worries about Zhao Qian. What about brother Zhao? Chen Xiao does not sugarcoat it. Dead. Out of some rare spark of kindness, he actually asks, "Want to see his face one last time?" Right at that second, a Ling cries out in pure panic, "Grandma!" The little girl's scream instantly grabs Lin Jing and Chen Xiao's attention. Turns out Liu Yun simply could not accept that her worshipped god was fake. It was all a complete lie. There was no god here. Then what can I possibly rely on? Finishing that sentence, she immediately throws herself to her doom. That horrific sight makes a Ling scream out, desperately wanting to pull her back. Chen Xiao stops her. Now watch closely. A Ling never expected her grandmother to just end it. Absolutely heartbroken, she hugs Chen Xiao tightly. Seeing her like this, he gently calls out, "A Ling." After crying her heart out, A Ling wipes her tears away and speaks fiercely. "You two do not need to worry about me. Grandma chose to trust those fools. She traded away her life and mine too. I will not do that. I will live well." It is now late afternoon. Back at the apartment, Lin Jing sits quietly on the sofa. She sadly explains her reasons for helping Zhao Qian. "I always thought he was my savior. He only wanted to use me, totally forcing me to commit all those cruel acts. At the same time, he was absolutely terrified and jealous of me, because I awakened my supernatural abilities." Flashing back, Zhao Qian glared at her with pure, unadulterated hatred, his voice dripping with intense jealousy. "Damn it, why am I not the one getting superpowers?" Lin Jing finishes speaking, then falls silent. Hearing this, Chen Xiao can only sigh. Before the apocalypse, he totally failed at academics. He could not awaken either. You and I both know dying with that much resentment is just pathetic. Right now, Lin Jing sincerely thanks him for his help. "Thank you. Actually, I was always terrified. I originally just wanted to help other people, but I accidentally became the one hurting them instead." Suddenly, a Ling blurts out, "But Sister Lin Jing, you are so beautiful and super dedicated. Yet in the end, that absolute bastard still targeted you." The girl's words make Lin Jing suddenly realize something. Could those crazy rumors be true? Turns out, she had previously heard some wild gossip about Zhao Qian's actual preferences. Zhao Qian leaned towards guys, but it creeped her out a bit, so she just ignored it. Chen Xiao himself could not care less about this drama. Right now, he only cares about one thing. There absolutely cannot be a second Zhao Qian around here. Just playing it cool and indifferent is not enough to survive in this totally chaotic world. I need to take actual control of this entire territory to some extent. Later, he stands before the apartment residence and declares Zhao Qian is dead, but a massive amount of the water resources he hoarded is still left over. I wiped out this cult, so I could easily take all this water. Furthermore, he clearly lets them know, but if you all listen to me, I will give you this water. Hearing that, everyone screams in pure joy. Really? Thank you so much, Lord Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao's move leaves Xi Xing feeling confused. What is he planning here? Of course, Chen Xiao tells absolutely nobody about his plans. The smirk on his face is extremely sinister. Building lockdown, no entry. That is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want more. Stick with me here. What exactly is Tran Hu doing with these apartment residents? Is this good enough? Turns out, the actual document he is holding right there is a full property transfer agreement. Gripping it tightly, he smiles with pure satisfaction and says it is a pleasure doing business. Go grab a drink. Suhan watches the resident walk away, then quickly whispers a question. Tran Hu, good grief. Are you seriously planning to take over this entire building? Tran Hu just laughs and replies, obviously. One single safe house floor is not going to cut it. I am going to turn this entire building into my ultimate futuristic fortress. Based on Tran Hu's memories from his past life, the air temperature hit 56 degrees Celsius. Surface temps reached a brutal 78 degrees Celsius. Normal houses and massive skyscrapers were literally melting into ruins. Somewhere out there, a hand presses flat against a blazing hot glass surface. The apocalyptic view outside makes Tran Hu refuse to believe his own eyes. How could this happen? Even he never saw this coming. Even the strongest buildings cannot withstand this intense heat anymore. After standing in dead silence to think, Tran Hu quickly pieces it all together. Now watch closely, the second heat wave is coming. That moment is going to be pure nightmare fuel. The temperatures will spike way higher than anything they are facing right now. The solid steel inside high-rise buildings will turn completely soft, leading to total collapse. That is exactly why he decided that upgrading this entire apartment building is absolutely mandatory. Luckily, the residents actually trusted him. After weighing the pros and cons, every single one of them agreed to pack up and move out. A few days later, a sudden news broadcast reports on the rapidly rising global temperatures. The extreme heat wave that lasted for 30 grueling days is finally expected to start dying down. However, this is just a temporary break. Those boiling high temperatures will definitely shoot right back up again. Citizens should stay fully prepared. Hearing this, Tran Hu just smirks lightly and thinks to himself, they can recover slowly, or just leave it all behind. Right now, he is taking a casual stroll through the Lac Thon district. He quietly thinks to himself, well, at least now we can catch our breath. Everyone is happily walking down the street. It has been so long since they felt this relaxed. It honestly feels like an entire year has passed since the last time they stepped outside for fresh air. You and I both know this is the perfect setup for his master plan. With the insane heat temporarily dropping, this is the absolute best time to renovate the entire building. That sounds great and all, but he has another urgent task to handle first. A little later, after heading home, Tran Hu finds Alin happily sitting on the sofa, munching on some snacks. Seeing her chilling so casually, Tran Hu speaks up and asks, when are you leaving? Hearing that question, Alin completely brushes it off and asks right back, oh, you want me gone? Right after saying that, she casually snaps her fingers with a sharp crack. Suddenly, a spark of electricity shoots out and zaps a mosquito completely dead. Staring at the fried mosquito on the ground, Alin calmly points out, you actually need my special abilities, right? By the way, this mosquito is massive. Obviously, Tran Hu does not deny it and just ponders silently. The generators require a massive amount of diesel fuel. Solar panels will perform horribly under those extreme high temperatures. He genuinely needs someone who can naturally generate raw electricity on demand. After a brief moment of silence, he gives in. Fine, you can stay here as long as you want. The second she gets his permission to stay, Alin instantly runs off to go check on Lam Tin. I am going to check on Lam Tin right now. Seeing the girl rushing off so fast, Tran Hu loudly calls out after her, hey! But ultimately, he does not even try to stop Alin. He casually follows right behind her. Whatever, I might as well go see the situation too. Lam Tin has extreme cooling powers. And trust me, in a boiling world, you and I know she is the ultimate prize. Stick with me here. He officially moved her to his building so he could easily use and protect her. Walking for a bit, Ah Ling suddenly realizes something is missing and turns around. I completely forgot the housewarming gift. Chen Xiao just watches her helplessly. The little girl actually runs all the way back to his place for it. A moment later, he steps right up to Lin Jing's door and knocks. Suddenly, the door just swings wide open on its own, completely startling him. Huh? It was completely unlocked? Right at that exact second, Lin Jing steps out wrapped in a towel, fresh from the shower. Chen Xiao instantly freezes in his tracks. Seeing him standing right there, she screams at the top of her lungs, "You absolute pervert!" Her loud scream scares him so much he yells right back, "No, wait! I did not do this on purpose. Who told you to leave it unlocked?" She loudly argues back, "You never even gave me the key." So, to totally avoid looking like a total creep, Chen Xiao immediately steps outside to wait in the hallway. Lin Jing finally finishes changing clothes. So incredibly annoying. Then he finally speaks up and asks her, "Lin Jing, I invited you here, but are you going to regret this?" Now pay attention to this question. He straight up asks her, "Aren't you terrified I will become a second Zhao Gan?" Standing right inside the room, Lin Jing casually replies, "I know you want to use my powers, but I honestly think that even while fighting for your own gain, you will at least know where the line is." Hearing her answer, Chen Xiao smirks. Nobody can really predict the future anyway. Right then, Ah Ling finally climbs all the way up to the door. Seeing Chen Xiao randomly standing outside like a guard, she asks in total confusion, "What are you doing?" Over the next few days, these three form a tight little squad. Working completely together, Lin Jing and Chen Xiao handle the whole job of redistributing the water they gathered before. He clearly notices how happy Lin Jing looks. Deep down, Chen Xiao genuinely feels that doing this right now is probably her own form of redemption. 7 days after the insane heatwave finally pauses in Luo City, bright daylight sunshine hits the side of their massive high-rise apartment building. Right down at the main entrance gates, two massive guys with serious builds are standing guard, keeping total watch over the area. Inside the building, the second floor is the living space for Mr. Wang and Lin Jing, and floor 3 belongs to Mu Kang and Li Yuyu. Mu Kang chills on his bed, totally amazed. Using air conditioning is absolutely amazing. Finally, the 4th floor is where Ah Ling is staying right now. You and I know peace never lasts. Standing on his balcony with hands in his pockets, he stares out at the view. He frowns, calculating his next big move. Even though I used the huge temperature drop to completely upgrade the internal electrical system of this entire building, the absolute raw materials needed to build a fully comprehensive base defense system here are way beyond what most normal people can handle. Plus, my budget is seriously tight right now. What should I do? Looking down at the street below, Chen Xiao suddenly spots a group of 5 sketchy gangsters who just showed up out of absolutely nowhere. The lackey with the buzz cut quickly speaks up, "Hey boss! I heard there is a ton of water here, and the whole building is controlled by one guy." The guy they call boss hears this and lets out a surprised "Oh." Someone is actually acting that arrogant in a tiny place like Luo City? He squints his eyes hard and says, "Why even care about him? Just go in and wreck him." Who knows exactly how much time passes, but all 5 gangsters end up brutally beaten, just lying completely scattered across the dirt. Chen Xiao just casually rubs his sore wrist, thinking that since the heat dropped, way more dangerous criminals have started moving fast across different province lines. And trust me, you and I are about to see exactly how he handles these invading new gangs. Let's see how our guy flexes his brand new power. Even the toughest new gangsters rolling into town know to stay far away from Tran Hu and his block. Meanwhile, over at the temporary command center run by the official government, a whole group is gathered tight around a massive screen. The military instructor looks up, eyes locked on it. Something is wrong. Lakthan is completely spiraling out of control. Yet this one specific neighborhood is somehow still holding on to some serious peace and quiet. He tilts his head, ordering the subordinate right next to him. That specific area, right? That is exactly where the evil cult got wiped out before run a full check. Soldier A straightens his back and reports immediately, "Yes, sir." But honestly, looking at the current mess, we really cannot afford to interfere in these basic gang turf wars right now. The military instructor shuts that down with a stern voice. No. My gut is telling me it is definitely not that simple. He stands there with hands clasped behind his back. Start the analysis. This scorching heat has completely ruined the normal rhythm of daily life, but this tiny city of Lakthan is hiding way too many bizarre anomalies. Way beyond the normal stuff, lurking deep in the shadows and hidden extremely well. Right as the instructor finishes his dark little speech, the female technician sitting up front quickly turns her head and calls out to him. "Commander, the footage is restored, but there are a few details you need to verify." She hits play, throwing the video right up onto the screen. Now pay attention, because this exact church incident footage is going to change everything. The video shows the moment the man falls from the high floor, and someone screams out. Tran Hu vanished in a split second. The clip freezes, showing him standing completely calm on the rooftop. A shocked voice echoes out in absolute disbelief. "What? He somehow appeared on the roof without a single scratch." The military instructor barks out a very stern order. Send men to investigate this immediately. The subordinates all shout out in perfect unison. Understood. By nighttime, the military strike squad has already gathered outside the Lac Than residential area. One of the soldiers raises his hand and reports. Target building is fully locked down. The squad leader waves his hand to direct them. Electric net traps, take the detour. A little later, the heavily armed squad arrives right outside a specific room inside the building. A black-gloved hand reaches out, tapping a few times directly on the electronic door lock. The system chimes in with a cold robotic voice, hacking complete. Gripping their rifles tight, the soldiers use absolute brutal force to kick the room door wide open. We both expected a huge boss fight here, but the lead soldier just freezes in pure shock. Alin is standing all alone in the living room. Hearing the noise, the little girl turns her head around. She looks at the heavily armed soldiers with incredibly innocent eyes. She raises a hand, rubbing her sleepy, teary little eyes. She mutters quietly to herself, "Have I been playing too many games lately? Am I just seeing some crazy hallucinations?" One of the confused soldiers asks aloud. Why on earth is there a little kid here? His teammate warns him, keeping high guard. Whatever happens, restrain her first. Suddenly, Alin's eyes flash with an absolutely blinding, intense light. She thinks to herself, causing chaos at midnight. Then, a massive beam of pure white energy erupts. It blasts straight out of the room, followed immediately by terrified, echoing screams. Do you guys not understand basic manners at all? As the blinding light finally fades, Alin looks at the men knocked out cold on the floor, scratching her head. Oh no, I messed up. I do not even know if they are government agents. Well, at least I am probably not getting arrested anymore. Tran Hu walks out rubbing his eyes, and trust me, we are ending this wild night right here. Alright, stick with me here. What are you doing, seeing Alin? He frowned. Shouldn't you have gone home by now? Alin's face instantly darkened, and she forced a completely joyless smile before dropping a heavy sentence. Looks like we are in some serious trouble. Tran Hu's eyes went incredibly wide in pure shock, blurting out a loud curse. What the hell? 30 minutes after the special forces completely lost outside contact, dozens of massive military tanks had already surrounded the main gate of the building. Up in the sky, a military helicopter was actively hovering. The military instructor leaned right out of his heavily armored tank, holding a massive megaphone to blast an incredibly loud warning. Tran Yu. Drop your weapons immediately and release my men. If you refuse, we will force our way in with extreme deadly measures. Up on the third floor, Mok Thuong was chilling in bed. Hearing that loud noise, he turned his head, wondering, what was that? He slowly walked right over toward the glass window, only to get completely blinded by several intense green laser lights shining straight in from the outside. Mok Thuong looked down to see the insane situation on the ground and let out a very startled cry. What the hell? The actual military? At the exact same time, Lam Tin also got curious in her room, opening her window to take a look. What in the world happened? Mr. Vuong looked at the chaotic scene unfolding below, frowning hard as he asked himself, why is the army here? Right at that moment, an electronic voice echoed loudly straight from the speaker in the room. Everyone stay inside your rooms! Over on this side, Tran Hu's expression remained completely calm and totally unfazed. He quietly told the others, let me handle this mess. Now pay close attention here. He pushes the building doors open, stepping outside to directly face the massive army surrounding his front yard. Tran Hu casually stood his ground and asked them, you invade my home in the middle of the night? Care to explain? The stern military instructor stepped right down from his tank, coming face to face with him. Tran Hu, we have seen that church video of yours. He continued in a very serious and heavy tone. The military instructor probed further. Do you actually possess real supernatural powers? It seems those old rumors about superhumans were not just some fictional fairy tale. Tran Hu just stared at him in absolute silence, with zero intention of giving him any sort of answer. The instructor started negotiating. Supernatural abilities are an incredibly rare power, especially right now during this very chaotic time period. If you agree to cooperate and come back with us for research, we can completely overlook everything that happened here tonight. Tran Hu smirked coldly and fired back. Research? You guys just want to lock me up in a science lab? You and I saw this coming. He tilts his head and flatly declares, sorry, not interested. The military instructor shoved one hand into his pocket and asked him, is that so? He narrowed his eyes with a heavy threat. I am not asking for your opinion. I am simply informing you. Tran Hu frowned and gave the exact same defiant answer. I will not say it twice. The military instructor raised one arm straight up into the sky and shouted the command, open fire! Instantly, countless massive gunshots erupted all at once, firing aggressively straight ahead at his body. But Chen Xiao's entire body was suddenly wrapped inside a powerful protective energy shield. Every single bullet that hit was violently deflected and sent flying back. The surrounding soldiers watched that impossible scene unfold and became completely dumbfounded by his sheer power. What? How is that even possible? Chen Xiao casually swung his arm straight forward. Here is payback. Suddenly, a colossal black sphere made of pure energy materialized right up there in the night sky. From inside that massive dark sphere, raw, devastating power shot straight into the flying military chopper, triggering a massive explosion. You and I just witnessed pure madness. Stick with me here, you're about to see the sky turn blood red as a massive explosion completely wipes out the soldiers on the ground, leaving them totally unable to stand. The military commander barely keeps his balance, looking up in pure disbelief as he asks, "Is this also part of your superpower?" He stares at Chen Xiao, whose eyes are glowing blood red as he stands right across from him. He says, "I knew attacking you was completely useless, but I never imagined your power could reach this absolute insane level." Chen Xiao just gives a cold, deadpan warning. Next time, my target is going to be human. Sweating bullets, the military commander desperately tries to reason with him just one more time. "Chen Xiao, we completely surrender to you. But you need to understand, the Weather Bureau reports are in, and this upcoming extreme heat wave, it's literally just the beginning of the end." Sounding more like a grim warning, he adds, "The next one is going to be far worse." Chen Xiao just scoffs with pure contempt. "Yeah, I already knew about that way before." The military commander starts breaking it down again. "Chen Xiao, when that happens, we desperately need people like you. In other words, the survival or death of all humanity might literally depend entirely on you." Chen Xiao closes his eyes, instantly rejecting the heavy burden. "I'm no hero, and definitely not some great savior. Anyone who dares to mess with my sleep, I'll eliminate them all without a second thought. Now pay attention here." He stares the guy down and drops a harsh truth. "Besides, very soon, this world enters a lawless era, so your so-called military doesn't scare me one bit." But then Chen Xiao drops a massive tease. However, catching a tiny glimmer of hope, the military commander quickly jumps in and asks, "However what?" Chen Xiao finally throws out a wild offer. "If you agree to one specific deal with me, I might actually consider helping you guys out a little bit." Without even a single second of hesitation, the military commander fires right back. "Just name it. As long as you agree to team up with us, no, even just for a few days, we'll absolutely agree to whatever deal you want." Chen Xiao smirks and lays out his crazy demand. "I want you to use your massive military resources to completely transform this building of mine into a fortress." Finally, he utters the ultimate goal, to survive the upcoming apocalypse. You and I both saw that coming, right? The very next day, those same military trucks gather at an empty lot in the Luo City district. By morning, even more military vehicles loaded with heavy gear roll up to meet the growing convoy. This is getting incredibly real. Hands clasped behind his back, the military commander makes a massive announcement to the crowd. "Starting from today, we officially begin construction on this project. There's just one catch." He explains with a dead serious tone, "Because some of this equipment actually involves highly classified military secrets, we will use a method of pre-building the core modules at our base, and then transport them all the way here to be fully assembled." Squinting slightly, Chen Xiao calmly replies, "That's not a problem at all." The military commander then shifts his gaze over to Yu Yu, asking, "I'm quite curious, who might this lady be?" Chen Xiao glances back at the girl standing right behind him and answers, "Don't mind her, she's just a household member, but today she'll be acting as my secretary." The military commander suddenly spins right back around. He throws his hand up and proudly declares, "Then the fortress renovation project officially begins right now." Right after that, he pulls out a super detailed blueprint for the massive construction design. A massive yellow crane uses heavy ropes to hoist the brand new solar panels all the way up to the highest floor of the building. The military commander then starts breaking down the crazy details of his grand plan. The very first item, a high-end advanced solar power system. Brimming with absolute confidence, he presents the insane stats. Durability is 10 times higher than your original setup, with triple the storage and thermal conversion efficiency. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see this base in action. Alright, you and I are watching the ultimate base upgrade. Chen Xiao rubs his chin. Standard solar panels? Cool, note that down. Standing right behind him, Yu Yu intensely scribbles everything into her little notebook. The military instructor immediately jumps straight into the second item, a massive military-grade backup power generator. He crosses his arms and closes his eyes, bragging that even with days of endless rain, this thing can easily run the entire building. He points out the exact specs before excitedly moving on to the next crazy feature. Item number 3, adding heavy protective armor layers to the outside walls. He waves his hand with total confidence. Bulletproof, completely fireproof, and fully heat insulated. Even enemies facing it would absolutely tremble. Chen Xiao and Yu just stand there, seeing the military instructor physically unable to wipe that massive grin off his face. They start quietly wondering to themselves. Now here is where it gets crazy. Why is he way more hyped than them? The instructor just refuses to stop dropping insane upgrade items. Number 4, seriously beefing up the gates and installing anti-explosion defense systems. 5th, a fully automated smart threat recognition defense grid. And 6th, a totally independent satellite comms module. Hearing this entire insane list, Old Wang severely frowns in shock. My god, this defense setup is absolutely massive, down in the yard. Ling is practically vibrating with hype as she looks at him. We are seriously about to turn this place into a real secret base. Lin Jing stares up at the giant building, totally lost in thought. This feels unreal. Back upstairs, Mu Kang is sweating bullets. He nervously peeks out the window just to check how the crazy construction progress is going down below. Inside the secret lab, the female doctor reports in. His body, temperature, heart rate, and cellular activity are clearly way higher than a normal human. The male doctor quickly steps in with his diagnosis. It looks exactly like his body is desperately trying to prolong its adaptation to some kind of extreme external environment. The military instructor aggressively scowls and barks out 3 simple words, "Speak plain English." Pushing up her glasses, the smart female doctor explains further. Watch closely here. They finally figure out this disaster is more than just a heat wave. There is abnormal solar activity, plus some crazy unknown magnetic field interference showing up recently in the planet's orbit. She breaks it down. These freaky, unusual energies are literally directly impacting all biological living organisms on Earth. Some human bodies, pushed by the extreme environmental stress, are actually showing signs of highly adaptive biological cell mutations. Finally, the male doctor standing right beside her speaks. He drops the absolute bombshell summary. It is exactly the superhuman ability awakening you mentioned. The military guy looks stressed. If that is completely true, then the crazy mutations definitely will not just stop with humans. He turns his head, staring at the guy nearby. You really do not seem to care, and you are not even scared? Chen Xiao casually smirks. Well, I am definitely not the only human out there who has managed to awaken. Hearing that casual drop, the military instructor is totally shocked. Wait, you mean to say there are actually other awakened out there? Have you already met some of them? Chen Xiao shoves his hands in his pockets, walking closer. I guess it does not hurt to tell you. There is a whole squad of awakened calling themselves the Ark. They are apparently recruiting members, but I simply had zero interest in joining up with them, so I declined their invite. The military instructor narrows his eyes in deep thought. So besides the main defense force, other powerful factions already have their absolute sights on him. He is obviously a high-value target. Meanwhile, somewhere completely else, a female soldier stares intensely at her screen, muttering she has seen him before. And that is where we leave it absolutely wild. Alright, stick with me here. On the computer monitor right now, we clearly see Tran Hu and Mok Thuong standing together near a stairwell. The female soldier moves her mouse, zooming straight in on Mok Thuong's face. Wait a minute, who exactly is this guy? Her eyes go wide, staring at his image on the screen for a long time. Suddenly, the image of a highly classified military file flashes through her mind. Mok Thuong, a total traitor to the military logistics department, a high-risk missing target. Outside the military lab gates, complete silence. Not a single person is walking by. The wind violently blows dry leaves, scattering them everywhere in the cold air. Inside one of the rooms, a male doctor stares closely at an analysis chart on the board. The cellular activity levels are just continuously shooting straight up. A soldier standing nearby asks the real question, is this actually the body of an awakened? Tran Hu casually sits right on a work desk and speaks up, asking them directly, are we done here? The military instructor replies, yeah, the data collection is pretty much finished. That is enough. Tran Hu shoves one hand in his pocket, stands up. I am heading back. The military instructor completely agrees. All right, I will send someone to escort you home safely. Now pay close attention to this part. Right then, the instructor's phone suddenly starts ringing out loud. The military instructor presses the phone right up to his ear and answers with a quick hello. Just seconds later. Who knows what the person on the other end said, but his expression completely changes. He looks dead serious. The second he hangs up the call, the instructor immediately shouts out, Tran Hu, hold on a second. He shoves the phone screen right into his face and asks, "Do you know the man in this picture?" Tran Hu stares directly at the man's photo on the file and all the detailed information. Name is Mok Thuong, a traitor to the military logistics department, an extremely high-risk missing target. He frowns, thinking to himself, this is definitely Mok Thuong, but his whole vibe feels completely different. The military instructor gets straight to the point. I am not playing games with you. This guy is a wanted military criminal, and we have proof you were seen hanging around him, sharing the exact same building. His eyes darken. Now I know what you're thinking, but he just demands he is hiding at your place, right? Hand him over to me, Tran Hu. I will handle everything else. I can absolutely guarantee that you and your friends will stay completely out of trouble. Tran Hu just stares right back at him. He refuses to agree, tossing the question back, do you even think that is possible? The military instructor's voice turns cold and heavy, threatening him. I do not want to fight you, but this is a direct order from above. I have to bring this guy in, or else you are not leaving here today. The moment he finishes speaking, two heavily armed soldiers suddenly appear out of nowhere, gripping their weapons tight and completely surrounding Tran Hu. Tran Hu just flicks his wrist. Instantly, a massive pitch-black spatial rift rips open right behind him. Looks like negotiations have totally failed here. Leaving only those final words hanging in the air, both Tran Hu and the dark void slowly vanish without a single trace. The military instructor grinds his teeth in pure rage. Damn it, we let him get away. A nearby soldier, sweating bullets, panics and asks him, what do we do now, Commander? The military instructor scowls with intense frustration. He barks out orders halt Tran Hu's fortress renovation project immediately. Mobilize absolutely every armed force we have right now. He aggressively declares capture Tran Hu and the runaway. Trust me, you'll want to see this. Meanwhile, back over at the Lac Than district building. Mr. Vuong looks out the window, completely worried. Why did everyone outside just suddenly stop working? In another room, Mok Thuong gets completely ready. Gripping the gun tight, a dark thought crossed his mind. He had a really bad feeling. You and I know that look. Sensing danger, he snapped his head toward the window. Right outside the glass window, two armed soldiers had appeared out of nowhere. Fully equipped with repelling gear, they hung there, weapons drawn and ready for an ambush. One of the soldiers reached out and knocked on the glass pane. Instantly, a glowing blue system panel popped up right in front of them. System warning triggered. Building damage detected. The automated defense system was instantly activated to protect the perimeter. The two soldiers exchanged confused glances. But while they were still completely clueless, a massive surge of high-voltage electricity shot straight out from the window. The massive shock sent both soldiers screaming in absolute agonizing pain. Ah! Help me! Over in another room, Lin Jing heard the piercing screams. She wondered, what on earth was that noise? Panicking, she pushed with all her strength to open the window and check outside, but the window was locked tight. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed through the space. Defense mechanism activated. Please remain in your rooms and wait for further instructions. Over on this side, Mr. Wang heard the announcement too. On high alert, he asked, what happened? Ah Ling nervously grabbed his arm. Mr. Wang, we need to hide inside, now. Down on the ground, a squad of heavily armed soldiers was relentlessly firing at the building's main entrance. Boom, a massive explosion ripped through the air. Watch closely here, smoke everywhere. Hiding under a desk, Mr. Wang was completely clueless. Why is this happening? Those soldiers were just helping us repair our homes. Ah, Ling guessed the truth. Something terrible must have happened over at Chen Xiao's place. Cold sweat was practically dripping down both of their terrified faces. The tension was absolutely suffocating. Down below, one of the soldiers collapsed onto the ground, frozen in pure fear. His weapon slipped right out of his shaking hands, because Chen Xiao just appeared before them. Someone spotted him through the smoke and screamed in total panic, "It is Chen Xiao!" The deafening rumble outside made the apartment residents rush to their windows to peek out. What is that noise? Is there a fight? A young guy spotted something below and yelled in horror, "It is the military! The east building is completely surrounded right now." Meanwhile, over at the east building, we both felt his rage here. Face radiating, killing intent, he roared, "Dare to sneak attack my district? Then do not blame me for being ruthless." An officer shouted an order to his men through the radio. "Cease fire immediately." Back inside the military base, the government army instructor loudly barked out his strict demands. "This is a residential area. Do not let any innocent civilians get hurt today." But then, he completely threatened the current owner of the apartment building. "Chen Xiao, if you stubbornly continue to shield these criminals, I might not be able to attack you, but I can withdraw all our military resources. And if that happens, Your entire building crumbling down under this extreme, brutal heat is just a matter of time. At that very moment, Chen Xiao was standing tall on the apartment rooftop. Zero fear in his eyes. He just smirked and replied, "Did you really think I could not predict your speech?" Right as he spoke, he pulled out a massive pile of gear from nowhere. Seeing this, Mr. Wang was stunned, wondering, how did such a huge haul just suddenly appear out of thin air? Ling did not even care what was inside those crates. She was just busy fangirling, whispering, "He is so cool," unlike those two who had zero clue what they were seeing. The military instructor recognized the crates instantly, screaming out in absolute panic and disbelief. "Those are architectural upgrade components. Since when did you get your hands on them? Trust me, you will love this comeback." Leaping down, Chen Xiao casually replied, "Your supplies were sitting right next to the hospital. Stick with me here, our MC is negotiating like a total boss. Just passing by, he casually offers. I grabbed the materials myself. I'm keeping my share, leave the rest." His crazy conditions? Leave the soldiers completely stunned. This whole situation is just absolute chaos. The military instructor knows he absolutely cannot fight Chen Xiao head-on. He fully realizes this kid has straight-up spatial manipulation powers. Not only perfect for taking down enemies, but it's an insane strategic transport ability too. But even so, this guy stubbornly wants to play a massive gamble. "Chen Xiao, I am warning you one last time. The temperatures are going to keep rising." He gritted his teeth, punching out every single word. When that happens, the city's collapse is completely unavoidable. He also drops a heavy warning about city-wide chaos, massive fires, and violent riots. Plus, foreign forces are already slipping past the borders, plotting to steal the country's most precious and vital remaining resources. Hearing this, Chen Xiao's face darkens. He just stays completely silent. The instructor's voice keeps echoing loudly. He explains that to deal with all this absolute madness, and to successfully protect the remaining citizens' safety, the nation is planning to execute a massive, completely unprecedented survival mega project. Now watch closely. He is talking about the legendary Project Firmament. Chen Xiao looks confused as hell. He blurts out, "Project Firmament?" Meanwhile, inside the room, Mu Kang is listening and hears every single word outside crystal clear. So, what is Project Firmament? Based on the intel the military instructor just dumped, it's a massive multi-layered thermal structure. Basically, a totally sealed-off underground city. To put it simply, the citizens living underground will only be able to look up at the sky through a giant domed ceiling. We are going to build a massive insulated underground housing sector. The entire nation's surviving population will live down there. He looks incredibly proud of this master plan. Everyone will still see the sky and the sun, but they can never breathe the outside air, or actually feel real sunlight on their skin again. And returning to the surface will be strictly, absolutely forbidden for everyone. Plus, the clock is ticking. This project is ridiculously huge and needs to be finished as soon as possible. This is a desperate race against time, but for the sake of the people, we literally have no other choice but to execute this immediately. That's exactly why this military instructor desperately needs Chen Xiao's help right now. "Chen Xiao, this entire operation requires your spatial powers to work. If you agree to help us, our efficiency will double." Hearing this, Chen Xiao goes quiet, thinking it over for a quick second. Then, he sighs like he's totally exhausted. Sounds like a massive pain. Those simple words leave the military instructor completely baffled and confused. A pain? Chen Xiao gets visibly annoyed and fires back. "One minute you're trying to arrest my people, the next you want my help. Isn't that a little hypocritical? You saw this coming, right?" He is sick of their attitude and straight up kicks them out. "You roll up in armored trucks, pointing guns right at my head. Is this how you beg for a favor? If nobody messes with me, I don't mess with them. Now get lost, or I'll flip your entire headquarters upside down." Knowing his side is totally in the wrong, the instructor has no choice but to retreat. Chen Xiao. "Cool off for a few days. We'll come back when the time is right. Everyone, fall back." Watching the military pull out one by one, Lin Jing timidly speaks up. "Is it really over?" As the heavy engines rumble away, Mu Kang frowns, muttering to himself. Wu Xiaotian. "Have you guys seriously pushed things to this level?" Fast forward to late at night. Chen Xiao is waiting in the living room for someone, and then boom, loud knocking at the door. Knowing exactly who's looking for him, his voice goes ice cold. "You're here." Mu Kang steps inside. "And trust me, we are about to get some huge answers." "Yeah, Chen Xiao. I will tell you everything I know. Let's dive right in." Our guy sits back, waiting for Mu Kang to explain everything. He speaks up slowly. "I actually used to work for the Military Munitions Bureau." Honestly, Chen Xiao does not even look surprised. He already predicted this exact plot twist. It all started during one of Mu Kang's official missions. While out on deployment, he stumbled upon a massive batch of weapons being secretly diverted. And get this, these were definitely not your standard everyday firearms. The second he saw the stash, his jaw dropped. He realized it was actually advanced core tech, specifically built to survive extreme high-temperature environments. Absolutely wild stuff. It was incredibly sophisticated gear. Without a second thought, he immediately decided to report the whole thing. Plus, the intended buyer was actually a foreign military power. He originally wanted to expose the entire operation, but instead, Mu Kang got completely framed and branded as a military deserter. That led straight to his current miserable situation, ending up totally wanted and arrested. So he had no choice but to break out, escaping with the stolen military gear. And that is exactly why he is selling all these guns and ammo now. Chen Xiao listens closely and thinks to himself, so that is what happened. Then he just casually replies, "Those devices being sold off to foreign powers might actually be core tech for the Firmament project." At this point, Mu Kang has zero reasons to hide anything else. Right as he is about to drop more lore, saying, "Chen Xiao, this Firmament project is actually..." Suddenly, Chen Xiao cuts him off with a sharp shout, "Wait!" Seeing him randomly rush over to the window, Mu Kang is totally confused, asking what just happened. Now pay close attention here. Chen Xiao stares out the window. Someone is actively watching them. Just like his insane instincts predicted, there is a dark figure standing right down in the courtyard. It is the elite female agent Elisa. Her absolute ghost-like appearance makes Mu Kang curse out loud in pure shock. Damn! She actually managed to infiltrate the backyard without triggering a single security alarm. Who the hell is that? After a quick moment of thought, Chen Xiao makes his move. I am going down. No hesitation. He quickly teleports straight down into the courtyard. The second she spots him, Elisa throws out a sarcastic smirk. Chen Xiao, we finally meet face to face. Your alarm system is honestly pathetic. Slipping in completely silently was an absolute piece of cake for me. Not even wasting his breath on her sarcasm, Chen Xiao just coldly demands, "Who are you?" Elisa straight up ignores the question, casually reading off the personal info of the man standing confidently right in front of her. Chen Xiao, 22 years old, an only child, born and raised right here in Los Angeles. Graduated high school locally, then completely dropped out of college to start working. Did I get that right? You and I know Chen Xiao better than that. Hearing his personal info leak does not scare him at all. So what? Now it is Elisa's turn to properly introduce herself. Chen Xiao, I am Elisa, and I know you far better than the British military ever will. Seeing her waste so much of his time, an annoyed Chen Xiao fires right back. In this day and age, leaking some random guy's personal info is literally the easiest thing in the world. What is your actual goal here? My patience is running dry. Unfazed by his growing anger, Elisa just casually waves it off, saying she did not come here looking for a fight. You are building a doomsday shelter, right? Honestly, not a bad idea at all. Then she drops a super cryptic question. Exactly how long do you think a shelter like that can actually survive in the coming apocalypse? She pushes further. You must already know all about the Firmament project by now, am I right? It is a massive undertaking that could literally change the ultimate fate of all humanity. Hearing this, Chen Xiao finally figures out her game. He just sneers and replies, "Is that so? Well, that is great, but trust me, as Elisa says, things are never quite that simple. Let's dive right back in." She drops an absolute bombshell on him. This survival plan, it only saves a tiny fraction of the population. Chen Xiao is completely stunned by this news. Wait, what? So Elisa does not hold back, spilling all the crucial details of this massive project. I mean, it is pretty obvious, right? How could an underground shelter possibly hold that many people anyway? Just the population of England alone would be way too much for it. Because of this, the moment this entire project is fully finished, a brutal natural selection process is completely guaranteed. When that time comes, the weak and the poor will be the very first ones left behind. Chen Xiao hears this and immediately asks, "So what then? What does any of this have to do with you coming to see me?" Without missing a single beat, Elisa makes him an offer. Team up with us in the M Nation. Only the M Nation has found a way to save all of humanity from this disaster, leaving nobody behind. We are the saviors. Honestly, this massive claim does not really seem to surprise Chen Xiao all that much. Elisa keeps a straight face, listing out the huge benefits of teaming up with her country. I am the official representative of the M Nation contacting you. Plus, I already know the military invited you to join the Sky Canopy project. Resources, advanced technology, and all the top secret intelligence. I hope you can secretly leak every single piece of data about this plan directly to us. Chen Xiao hears this and bluntly asks, "You want me to commit treason?" Obviously, Elisa does not hesitate to throw even more insane perks at him to buy his loyalty. This is about saving all of humanity. Do you not understand that? We will completely supply you with absolutely everything you want, unlimited money, high status. Furthermore, she even offers her own body to tempt Chen Xiao. Even me, she adds. You and I know that is a trap, but Chen Xiao just sighs. Sounds pretty tempting, doesn't it? Thinking he actually agreed to her terms, Elisa smiles with satisfaction and calls out, "I really like people like you, guys who know what is best for them. Let us have some real fun tonight." But out of nowhere, Chen Xiao coldly slaps her hand away and yells out loud, "I hate being used as a pawn." His harsh rejection makes Elisa so incredibly furious that her face completely darkens as she curses at him. Without any hesitation at all, she pulls out her piece, getting ready to blast Chen Xiao. Under the night sky at the apartment complex, Elisa fires a barrage of bullets straight at him. He is not scared at all. Instead, he easily uses his spatial abilities to catch every single bullet in midair. Then he smirks with total contempt and says, "Is that really it?" Facing his absolute top-tier ability, Elisa does not look afraid at all and simply states, "Now watch closely, this was a setup. Incredible spatial power, but getting this was my actual goal." It turns out her true objective all along was to gather data on his insane spatial abilities. The massive combat data that Elisa manages to collect makes her gasp in pure awe. It is so huge. Chen Xiao flashes a wicked smirk and says, "After all, that church incident last time gave me a pretty huge harvest. It just gave me the power to massively enhance my spatial abilities." On the exact day he exposed Zhao Qian, he unlocked a limitless ability known as the Collapse Progress. Fear, absolute despair, and dark negative emotions, plus 999. This insane display of Chen Xiao's power makes Elisa incredibly excited. What an absolutely magnificent ability. Suddenly, Chen Xiao flashes an incredibly dark, evil grin. However, I really hate being peeped on like this. In a split second, Elisa's confident expression completely shatters. She becomes totally and completely terrified, her mouth stuttering uncontrollably as she gets instantly manipulated by Chen Xiao's overwhelming power. That is where we leave it. Glowing red eyes and massive fanged mouths opening up to devour her. Wild, right? Let's dive right in. That terrifying sight drops Elisa straight to her knees, while Tran Hu casually drops a warning. Peeking at other people's dark secrets? Yeah, definitely not a good habit to have. Getting completely played makes Elisa absolutely furious. She curses out loud. Damn it! Knowing she cannot beat him in a fight, she quickly drops a smoke bomb to escape. Before vanishing, she makes sure to leave a promise for Tran Hu. Tran Hu, we are definitely going to cross paths again. Having his abilities discovered leaves Tran Hu pretty annoyed. His secret power is totally exposed now. He knows his peaceful days are completely over. Stick with me, because his incoming trouble is about to multiply. The very next morning, loud rumbling sounds outside make everyone in the apartment complex super curious. They start wondering, what was that massive noise just now? What is happening down in the courtyard? A massive pile driving machine suddenly appears. One guy from the construction crew spots the truck and a bunch of strange materials. He asks in pure confusion, "What exactly are these things?" Never seen them before. Dudu ignores him. Instead, she quickly snaps direct orders at the confused construction crew. "Stop asking questions. Just do exactly as I say and adjust it right there," watching her command them. Tran Hu smiles in satisfaction. As expected of a total genius, she figures it out after one glance. After some time, the epic Doomsday Fortress is finally completed. Looking at his absolute masterpiece, Tran Hu feels extremely satisfied. It is finally done. I seriously cannot wait to test out the raw firepower of this ultimate fortress. Now pay attention here. Meanwhile, inside a ridiculously luxurious mansion, someone is kneeling on the cold floor. Elisa reports back to the top boss of her organization. Reporting to Master, the recruitment mission has failed. Hearing this, the guy just lets out a quiet "oh." Van Thon, standing right next to him, looks visibly annoyed. She snaps, "I told you from the very beginning, that kind of guy just cannot be persuaded. We should just kill him directly." But Elisa's master shows zero anger. His voice slowly echoes through the room. "Even though I am not originally from this particular country, I actually really like this place." He puts a massive value on exactly what Tran Hu brings to the table. The people here are hardworking, brilliant, and deeply intelligent, and Tran Hu is exactly the same. However, the fact that Tran Hu openly rejected him makes him feel slightly displeased. "It is a pity that a genius who will not serve me becomes the biggest hidden threat. Just killing him directly. That would be way too easy." The moment those words drop, Elisa instantly understands. "So what do you and I make of this?" Her boss licks his lips with absolute twisted excitement and boldly declares, "I will make him die in a much more entertaining way.